Hello everybody, this is Brian Zajac again from the CG School. We are going to be on day 2 of the Photoshop intermediate, or beginner to intermediate. Today is more intermediate than beginner. I hope you enjoyed yesterday, because today we're going to be really using a lot of the critical tools that we used yesterday, and just the general settings that will get you kind of on your way. Keep in mind that this class will go on till about 6 o'clock. We'll have about a couple breaks here every maybe hour and a half, 2 hours, depending upon the subject material. I prefer to take breaks whenever we're in between sessions, so breaks might be staggered a little bit more today than it was yesterday. For more information, make sure to visit for CG School, visit thecgschool.com. It's a partnership between CG Architect, Spine 3D, and 3D ATS. Let's go ahead and take a look at the agenda. What we're going to cover today, guys, is really the idea of enhancing the images. Now we know how to, yesterday we knew how to select them and modify them and tweak them out. Today we're going to really get into the idea of enhancing them and doing some advanced techniques, so that besides making a selection that only lasts for a little bit of time, really making a more permanent solution through getting back after paths and going into masking and alpha channels and things like that. So we'll start first in the morning with blending, layers, and options. The blending layers themselves I can't live without, so you guys are going to find that to be highly beneficial to what your Photoshop workflow works like. Then we'll get on to masking, blending, and alpha channels. Basically, we're going to take the idea of how paths are and really help define, okay, when you made that selection and you kind of pasted that thing into there, what happened there? Well, it made a mask. Well, okay, what does an actual mask do, and how can we really be able to exploit it so that it can be used in so many ways? And on top of that, after we mask it, we're able to examine the alpha channels themselves and how to blend everything together so that we can blend specific areas and really work within those areas. Then we'll finish off the morning with filters. We'll go into some general filters, and just as if we get done with these two early, I'll just show you a bunch of other filters I've used, and then we'll get into the topaz filters. I personally believe that topaz is not part of Photoshop, but I think that it's essential to use, especially some of the settings it has with DJPEGing and getting rid of artifacts and things like that. I just feel that currently Photoshop doesn't do a good enough job with JPEGs and things like that, and Topaz really covers the ground with that. In the afternoon, we'll then really hit hard in image enhancements and repairing. We'll be repairing, like for example, this picture of a soldier, an old photo, and kind of cleaning it up. And then we'll do a few other things too. Then we'll get into the idea of scaling, skewing, perspective, and distorting images. I'll show you the old school way, and I'll show you how they're doing it new school through, I think it started with CS4 on some of the stuff. Then we'll go into graphical automation and optimization. That's stuff like doing actions and batching them out. I'll explain that later on, and then we'll finally go with a question and answer. Okay, so kind of moving on with the rest of the day. A few other things that you should know about. First of all is, if you don't have the support files, you can again get them at www.thecgschool.com/Photoshop_CS5_class_files.zip. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Additional videos on the new stuff that Photoshop offers can be found at tv.adobe.com/show/Photoshop-CS5-feature tour /dash, don't forget the dash here, CS5 feature videos. And then, if you want to know more about the course itself, it's www.thecgschool.com/training courses/Photoshop beginner, and that takes you to this page here that talks more about the course description. So if you wanted to, preview what we're going through today, that would be it here. I'll show you also the Adobe link too for the videos, and just quickly recap with you about that. So if you want to learn the latest on what CS5 has to offer, they have videos and ratings on those videos, so you can take a look at. I like to look at some of the top 5 Photoshop techniques and things that people like. It's pretty cool. But a lot of stuff I've already gone through yesterday, and should probably satisfy what you're looking for. The one of the tools I'm getting more and more used to is that Puppet Warp tool, and you're going to see today another application of that when using it for. I like to use it. I'm starting to use it for shadows, along with distorting it and things like that. So okay, now that we know that, I believe we can move on with in Photoshop here. Actually, the first thing we have to talk about is actually blend modes, because we're going to talk about blending layers and options. Before we can get into it, I'm going to show you where it's at and what it means. So open up your file called blending gradient ramp.psd. Now you can go into your mini bridge editor and open it up this way. You can browse for your files. If you've been working yesterday, just go to your recent folders, and you can go on to I believe I have day 2 listed on here. Now that's just showing those recent folders for that. So hold on. Oh, there it is. Day 2. You go into the folder Blending Layers Options, and you go into this blending gradient ramp.psd, and that's how you get to it. Somebody's asking about that website for the files is not working. Let me take a look here. Just so you know that if you've downloaded the files before, this is day 1 and day 2. Contains both the files. So if you downloaded it yesterday, it already works. That's the file. I'm going to go ahead and do it myself here, just to make sure it's working just fine for you. Yep, it works fine. Okay, so to recap, you've got to go to www.thecgschool.com/class-files/Photoshop _ don't forget the underscore. Hold on a second. Let's try it again. Photoshop _CS5 _class_files.zip. Can you let me know if you cannot still download that? I'd appreciate it. I'm going to kind of move on while you let me know, but it'd be nice to have a little quick comment letting me know if you can or cannot do it. Oh, you got it? Okay, great. Okay, going back onto our files here. Before we really get into, doing the actual blending layers themselves, and again, I'm just popping out panels here like I taught you guys yesterday. You just pop them out that way. And I'm only working the essentials. Again, you can make your own when we talked about that yesterday. So the way to adjust certain layers is obviously you have to turn them on, but right here in the layers, these are your blending modes right here. Okay, so we're going to talk about blending modes and then blending options. There's 2 different things. All right, so let's kind of go into an explanation of what all this stuff is. In that same folder is a PDF file that talks about blending modes themselves. And yes, we're going to go through each one of them so that you guys know exactly what we're dealing with here. All right, so this is part of the Photoshop CS5 documentation. All right, the blending mode specified in the options bar controls how pixels in the image are affected by a painting or editing tool. It is helpful to think in terms of the following colors when visualizing blending effects. The base color is the original color of the image. The blend color is the color being applied with the painting or editing tool, and the result color is the color resulting from the blend. So as we're showing you here in this example, you've got your base color down here, which is your background, your, make sure I've got this right, your blend color, which is here. Let's blend this layer. Actually, we're going to be using two things here. And your resulting color is the combination of everything. So it's all these together. So again, base color, the blend colors, and the result is everything together. Okay? Now the blending mode descriptions. All right, note only the normal dissolve dark, all these here, hold on, are available in 32-bit images. Okay, so what that means is that in Photoshop, image mode, see 8, 16, 32-bit. If you change this to a 32-bit channel, which is, I believe they call it true color, like the actual true color. If you change it to that, you'll be limited to the amount of different blending options that you have. Now, that limitation's not too bad. I mean, there's a lot you can choose from here, but there are some that you don't get the option for. Okay, so normal is pretty self-explanatory. It's pretty much whatever the normal of the base, not the base color, the blend color. So whatever the blend color does, it just makes that. So we're going to go and show you an example of this here. I'm just going to go ahead and show you while we do this. If I can get these split up. It'll be a little difficult to do, but I'll try my best to make this work out. So you've got normal here, and go to my layers. So if I put this, you can just turn that on, which is very interesting how it only did halfway, but okay. But okay, this will actually work out actually much better. So great. So if I put this to normal, see what it does here? The normal is just using the default blend color that you have. So if you make everything, if you make a layer that's just orange, that's what it'll blend it as. It's just, that's what its standard color is. Dissolve edit. It says it edits or paints each pixel to make the result color. However, the result is a random replacement of the pixels with the base color. The base color placement of the pixels of the base color or the blend color, depending upon the opacity. Okay, so in layman's terms, it's all it's saying is that if I take this here and I put it to dissolve and I reduce the opacity, as you can see, these little scattering things go up and down. Okay? Are you still having problems with Haley? Are you still having problems with the link? Okay. Hold on a second, folks. Let me see if I can. I don't know if I can do it this way, but let me just try it. It might go out to everybody, but I see send to all or send privately. I'll just click the send to all so you all have it. This doesn't matter. Did you get the link, Haley? I had just sent it. I'm just okay. Yes, I'm trying it now. Okay. All right. Let me know how it goes. So while she's doing that, all we're doing is we're just adjusting the opacity. As you can see, the dissolving kind of goes away all the way to nothing. So it's dissolving. If you know video editing at all, you know that this is a very common word, to dissolve. They do this in video editing where they'll dissolve from one layer to another into one scene or another. Like they can take an image and dissolve it from one to another. And that's just one way of doing it. Now remember, I'm just showing you a color. You can do this with images. You can do this with practically anything out there. As long as it's on a layer, you can blend from one thing to another. And that's why blending is so darn popular. I mean, it's amazing the results that you can get with it. So moving on, we're going to go with behind, which I'm not even sure what they're talking about here. Because it's not, I don't think that's on the list actually. Behind clear. Some of these are kind of strange. I don't know what they're actually referring to here. Went over these and I didn't see that problem before, but okay. Let's kind of move beyond behind and clear. Let's go over to darken. Oh, I guess they're showing you the other ones with, actually, this mode is available only in the shape tools with the brush and the fill command. You can take a look at that all you want, but really I'm just worried about right now with the layers. That kind of stuff, you can get involved with it there, but I really don't want to go back and forth between brushes and everything else. It's kind of confusing. So we're just going to stick with the ones that deal with the layers themselves. Some of these you can use with brushes too, which makes a lot of sense. I mean, if you only wanted to paint a certain part and do that kind of blend, you can be able to do that too. And you have a few other features that you can do that with. So we'll go on next to darken. Okay, what darken does here, it looks for the color information in each channel and selects it on the base blend color. So again, it looks for the color information in each channel, in each one of these channels. It looks for the dark stuff and selects the base or blend color, whichever is darker, as the result color. So my kind of dark stuff here was, I believe, orange. Pixels lighter than the blend color are replaced, and the pixels darker than the blend color do not change. Okay, so pixels lighter than the blend color are okay. So all right, so I have this kind of orange. If it's lighter than that, it gets replaced by orange. And the pixels darker than the blend color do not change. So the dark boat didn't change, but the light sky did. So I'll show you here. If I change and I fill this in with, let's see, a real dark color. Let's see what happens. See? So that color only, because it was darker, there's not too many things that are really darker than it, like some of the boat and stuff like that, so it replaced all of the other stuff. So if I take that same orange color and I use my swatch just to pick it there, and I make that even brighter, it's going to replace, see, it won't replace much because a lot of the image there is a lot darker than that, so it keeps that. So you have to be able to adjust it just right to make it work with the darker. Does anybody have any questions on that one? If not, I'm going to move on. Then we got multiply. Okay, multiply. Now keep in mind, some of these modes are going to look way better than others on this because it was made for that. Every situation is different for what you need it for. I typically find that, even though I understand these, that I still switch back and forth between a lot and just see which one typically looks the best and then modify it based upon that. But it's a good thing to understand why it's happening, because instead of trying to surf through everything, you have a pretty good idea of what's going on. For example, if you know that something is dealing with, you want to have something kind of like glows more than, makes it darker, you wouldn't want to pick multiply. You'd want to pick something like screen to make that happen. And I know that because of reading up on this kind of stuff and experimenting over enough time. So anyways, getting on to multiply. It looks for the color information in each channel and multiplies the base color by the blend color. So again, looks for the color info, looks for all the color in each channel, in each one of these channels, and multiplies the base color, that's this guy, by the blend color, this guy. The result color is always a darker color. So when you use a multiply, it's always going to get darker. Multiplying any color with black produces black because, well, think about it. If you had all black, like here, it's going to turn to black because black is the darkest color. How can you make anything dark? I mean, it's like saying, shadow, I want that black shadow to be blacker. Well, no, it can't. It's black shadow. Or it's going to say, so the multiply is just multiplying the darkness of something. So the darker it is, the more it multiplies itself, and really you get pure black. So multiplying any color with white leaves the color unchanged. So vice versa. If it's pure white, remember, what was pure white? Pure white was in the RGB spectrum, was all 255, 255, 255. In the color range, you have ranges that go from 0 to 255. Actually, I thought it was 256, but whatever. Anyways, all 255, the mix of all the colors of R, G, and B to 255 each produces a white color. So if we apply that, it does nothing because it's got nothing to multiply. So when you're painting with a color other than black or white, successive strokes with a painting tool produces progressively darker colors. This effect is similar to drawing on an image with multiple marking pens. So it's just like, I'll just show you how multiply works. And I'll duplicate the layer. And see, it gets darker and darker and darker. That orange turned to a red, a deeper red. Because, again, multiply keeps multiplying the color. And that hit on something right here. If you want something a more richer color or deeper color or darker color or however you want it, or, if you're using screen, you want it lighter, you keep adding the same thing on here if you're duplicating it, and you can really get into those deep colors. But keep one thing in mind, when you go to send this stuff off to print, it's not going to work because it's way out of gamut. And I believe, I know the quick key, but I want to show you what I mean by that. There is something here. I think it might be under View. Gamut warning. There we go. View gamut warning. So see, look at that. What that's saying is if you go under View gamut warning, the stuff in gray is not going to print to what you want it to. And you can even do it as in to set it what it looks like in working CMYK. So that's what it would look like within CMYK. So the quick key for that is Control Y to really see what it prints like. So it'll really print out like that, but this is what the screen version will be like. Okay, great. All right, Haley. I'm glad that you got in, and it's all good. So, all right, so she can start working on this some more too. Alrighty. So that is multiply. Does anybody have any questions on multiply? Color burn. Now, you want to get darker, you use color burn. Looks at the color information in each channel and darkens the base color, darkens this base color to reflect the blend color, by increasing the contrast between the two. As we can tell, what contrast was yesterday when we worked on those crepe myrtles, it was something really, you can make things really pop with contrast. Blending it with white produces no change. Alrighty, so let's go to that. Color burn. See, look at that. Bam! High contrast, high saturation, really, really deepens it up. And if I duplicate that layer, it should really do a job. Yeah, look at that. I mean, you get really some really unbelievable blend stuff. So that is color burn, kind of in general. Hold on. One of the things that you should also know when doing these with anything, with any layers, is you can turn off the amount of something, not turn it off, but reduce its opacity. So you click here, you see how the little arrows, if you click on the word opacity, you can scrub back and forth and blend it with your original color. So if you want just a little bit to pop in there, look, you can do that. So if you didn't like the way the color burn was really saturating, you can just back it off a little bit. And that's how you do it. Okay, moving on, linear burn. It's kind of similar to color burn. Looks at the color information of each channel and darkens the base color to reflect the blend color by decreasing the brightness. Blending with white produces no change. Again, just like the other one, if we put in white, hold on. Sure, okay. There we go. See? Produces nothing. And vice versa, if you put in black, it's black. You can't burn anything more than black. Basically, it's another way of making it darker. See? Linear burn, it reduces the amount of saturation that you had in the other one from the color burn. Whereas color burn concentrates more on the color, linear burn is more on the lightness and darkness and doesn't really deal with the saturation. That's really what it boils down to. Darker color, let me just explain that one. Actually, they even have it listed here. Okay, I guess not. Hold on. Okay, so darker color will affect only a certain portions of it. I believe it's on the brightness of it. So like if I increase that to, hold on, to, let's say, take that as a lighter orange. See, it'll only will affect whatever is on the scale. Remember we talked about 0 to 255? Well, if it's at one certain level here on the RGB spectrum, like, remember it looks at each channel. So it says that, okay, if it's from the red, the G, R, G, and B values, and anything that is darker than that, it will not affect. But anything lighter than that, it will affect. So if I make a darker color, see how it affects everything else? It makes it like this burnt dark orange. So that's darker color. Go to my history. Okay. Moving on. Get on to the stuff that makes things lighter. So see, they put them all in a group where this stuff darkens, this stuff will lighten. Lighten looks at the color information of each channel and selects the base or blend color, whichever is lighter. So the base or blend color, whichever is the lighter one of the blend or the base color. Now remember, if it's a photograph, there are parts of it that are lighter and parts that are darker. So it's actually assuming it per pixel. So it's very quick in the way it does this. And again, it looks at the color information of each channel and selects the base or blend color, whichever is lighter, as the result color. Pixels darker than the blend color are replaced, so pixels that are darker than that blend color that you put in are replaced, and the pixels that are lighter than the blend color do not change. So if I make if I want the pixels that are darker, like if I make this basically lighter, it'll affect it in a way where, again, it'll take care of all of it since it's such a light color. But if I make it a darker color, it'll only affect a smaller portion of stuff and make it that color. So instead of that nasty orange, here. This one's a little tricky and something I don't really use too much. But you can see how it affects the light and the dark. All right, screen. I use screen a lot. Okay, screen is more appropriate, I believe, for what our usage is. I like screen a lot. Looks at each channel's color information and multiplies the inverse, so the opposite of the blend and base colors. The result color is always a lighter color. Screening with black leaves the color unchanged. Screening with white produces white. So if you have absolute white, everything's white. Absolute black, nothing changes. The effect is similar to projecting multiple photograph slides on top of each other. So if I make this lighter, see how it pretty much affects everything? Because again, screen is just it's taking it from the lightest, it's overriding anything kind of darker and applying that color to it. So if I wanted to take that and make that orange color, you see how it replaces that color? So it really kind of makes it for an interesting kind of sepia tone almost, kind of a sepia tone color, but it really kind of is a washed out version of it. So at the end of the day, you have something that, that if you wanted something like a look of a one color kind of thing, where you can be able to adjust it even more, you can get away with that. Now, if we duplicate the layers on screen, if we duplicate, it's going to use the color saturation of it. So the orange on top of an orange produces back to the yellow spectrum. So it gets back to the primary color in the RGB spectrum. So good old Roy G. Biv, if everybody remembers that, it kind of defaults back to the standard colors out there instead of a blend color. So screen is something I use a lot. Color dodge looks at the color information of each channel and brightens the color base to reflect the color blend by decreasing contrast between the two. Blending with black produces no change. So again, the common theme is this: is that in darken, if you use in the darken stuff here, if you want to apply more of a darker tone or medium tone, and vice versa. You want to apply more of a shoot. Hold on a second. So kind of to illustrate this again, if I'm on darken and I'm using black, produces black. White produces nothing. On the inverse, if I'm using white, it really washes it out. If I'm using black, it does nothing. So as you can see here, utilizing the lighten and darken is inverted from each other. They're just two polar opposites. It's the yin and the yang kind of working together to make it happen. So I want to go back to my colors here. All right, so that's lighten. I'm sorry, that's lighten. We saw screen color dodge. Again, it deals with more saturation and deals with more of the color. So whereas color burn burns it more, the lighten lightens it. Same with the linear dodge and just the lighter color overall, which again I don't really use too much because it produces always results I don't want. So it gives you an idea of if you want to go with kind of working with lighter things, blending things that are, want to do glows and stuff like that. I'll show you about how to use that with a Gaussian blur. You can really make things glow, and these ones really kind of saturate or make images deeper and richer. Okay, we'll move on with overlay. Overlay multiplies or screens the colors depending upon the base color. Patterns or colors overlay the existing pixels while preserving the highlights and shadows of the base color. The base color is not replaced, but the mix with the blend color to reflect the lightness or darkness of the original color. All right, so kind of overlay is kind of a mix between the light stuff and the dark stuff. So it depends upon what the base color is doing. I use overlay, definitely I use overlay, because it preserves the highlights and shadows of the base color. So while some of these guys don't, see, like I don't get the highlights anymore, I don't get the darkness, I get them both here. So it's preserving that stuff, and overlay is really good about that. Soft light does what it says. It's kind of like overlay, only it doesn't do it as intense. So if I took overlay and kind of reduce the opacity, see how it's like that? I can just choose soft light and it does something similar, only it darkens it a little bit in some areas too. Whereas hard light punches that light right in there. So soft light darkens or lightens the colors depending upon the blend color, whereas the hard light multiplies it. So while this one kind of affects it a little bit, this one really affects it because it multiplies it. The effect is shining a harsh spotlight on an image. Like, look at that. I mean, that's like in your face kind of color. So you want to kind of make sure to, do this in a way where you can even affect certain parts. I mean, I'll give you an example. I mean, I'll actually do one right now just to show you, because it's killing me not to show you guys. All right, so if I take that off, and then remember we talked about feathering a selection. Well, if I take this here, hold the shift key, selection's kind of feather. Actually, I'm going to feather it out a little bit more. There we go. Alrighty. I'll just put that right in the middle so you guys know. I'll select the inverse because I don't want to change the stuff inside. I want it to change on the outside. Hide it, Control H, press delete. You see, you can apply a blend color to whatever specific area you want to. So that spotlight it's been telling you about literally can be. So imagine like a spotlight coming at you. It starts to look like that. And if you keep doing this, and keep doing this, you eventually get to white. Or really, really bright yellow. So you get the idea. Okay. So we're going to move on. And now go to Vivid Light. Vivid Light actually gives me some pretty cool things. Don't discount Vivid Light just because it's messing up this image like it is, like it's making the boat red and the sky yellow. I mean, it's some pretty wild, crazy colors. Vivid Light is just saying that I could tell you what their definition means, but for what I do, Vivid Light, literally, if you want that kind of, like if you're making an image like, actually, here, I use Vivid Light in a lot of this, and the agenda. So some of this stuff, like some of these blues and stuff I did here, really popped out with Vivid Light. I was able to use like a light blue on top of a kind of some deeper blue. I put some images in here, and kind of made these bubbles and put different vivid lights on each of the bubbles. And some of them I desaturate them out on the edges here. So the point is at the end, like I'm able to get some more punch in my colors and kind of really make it shine out there. So Vivid Light, I love Vivid Light. I try to use it to really say that, you know what, this needs some extra punch, really extra punch, and it does the job for me. Linear light burns or dodges colors by decreasing or increasing the brightness. So it decreases or increases the brightness depending upon the blend color. So if we, again, take a lighter color, put it in here, I would, oh, hold on, I still have that selected. That's what happens when you press Control H and you hide something. You get some funky things that happen, like you just happened there. It's because it only affected what was in the feathered selection. So I just deselected it and see how this affects it. And vice versa, if I do this with a darker color, so as you can see, the linear light itself, it burns or dodges colors depending or increasing the brightness depending on the blend color. That's this guy right here. If the blend color, the light source, is lighter than 50% gray, the image is lightened by increasing the brightness. If the blend color, dark color, is 50% gray, is darker than 50% gray, the image is darkened by decreasing the brightness. So I'll just show you that. So if we do it, put it to gray, it's about 50% lighter. It's about the halfway mark right there. So if I make it just a little bit lighter and I put it here, see, it affects the lightness. Now if I make it darker, over here, it's past the 50% mark, it affects the darker. And the same thing happens with it going to the orange. So we've got the gray, put it to the orange on this level, just take it over here and put it over here. It's going to do the same thing. See? So that's linear light. Pin light, I don't do too much, but I'll just show you real quick. Pin light replaces the colors depending upon the blend color. So again, this is dependent upon the blend color itself. See, it replaced it in clouds and things like that, depending upon, I'm sure, the level of darkness it is. Places the color depending upon the blend color. If the blend color light, it's the same exact thing, guys. It's at 50% gray, higher or lower, it affects it. So if you're at the middle point and you go lower than it affects the dark color. If you go then higher than the 50%, it affects the lighter color. Hard mix. Okay, hard mix is like saying vivid light on steroids, basically. It just only really affects the high. It only makes everything the highest highs and the highest of levels of saturation. It's good. This is kind of cool for like pop art and stuff like that. So it adds the red, green, and blue channel colors values of the blend color to RGB values of the base color. If the resulting sum for the channel is 255 or greater, it receives a value of 255. If less than 255, a value of 0. Therefore, all the blended pixels have red, green, and blue channel values either 0 or 255. This changes the pixels to primary additive, red, green, and blue, black, or white. Okay, so really you get just the basic primaries out of it. And let's say I change that guy to blue. See? Punches everything back to blue or black because that's its blend color. So hard mix is good about, again, it's just it really gets to its essentials. There's really no blending to it. As you can see, there are lots of dots here, but they're not blending at all. Look at the clouds. There's really no blending there. It's just it's either red or it's yellow. That's all it is. It does changes for CMYK images. Remember, I'm doing everything in RGB here. Hard mix changes all the pixels to the primary subtractive colors, cyan, yellow, or magenta, or white or black. The maximum color value is 100. So in CMYK, it results to those 4 major colors. Difference, I do use difference here and there. These are the kind of the inverted guys. So difference kind of inverts the color base. It looks at basically the color information of each channel and subtracts either the blend color from the base color or the base color from the blend color, depending on which is the greater brightness value. So whichever is brighter, it's replacing it. So for example, the boats are dark, the orange is lighter, so the orange is going to replace the dark of the boat. And vice versa, if the color of the sky here, especially the clouds, are going to keep what its kind of color is. I'm sorry, those are dark clouds, that's why. I was like, I couldn't understand that. So like, look here. It inverts the colors out, basically. It's kind of strange, but just think of these guys as just, they're inverses from each other. We'll go with exclusion. I'll show you exclusion, subtract. Subtract is interesting. Exclusion creates an effect similar to lower than contrast of the difference mode. Again, I don't really use exclusion too much. Subtract looks at all the color information of each channel and subtracts the blend color from the base color. In an 8 and 16-bit images, any resulting negative values are clipped to 0. So it's going from my so it's taken the kind of the opposite of what I'm doing here. So of the color spectrum. So if I'm using good old orange, it's going to give me the other side of it, which is blue. If I use like red, like more of that cyan, green, purple. So it's going on the other side of it. But creates some really cool colors. I mean, look at that saturation. You want some very interesting and dynamic imaging that you can control. You can do subtract. It's kind of a neat thing, and I do apply that here and there, and then you can apply the amount of it. So let me go back to my orange. Divide, looks at the cover information for each channel and divides the blend color from the base color. So it divides the blend color from the base color. So it mixes the two kind of together. So if I make this darker, it's going to divide the color between the two, and it just lightens everything up. In reverse, it keeps more of the base color and just modifies it with that, kind of like that light orange there, because you're using a light. Of course, white will do probably nothing. Remember, a part of the Lighten colors, if you put in white, it does nothing. Black, it just, well, you'll see. Makes it to white. Remember, this is doing the opposite of stuff. White does nothing. Black does white. So we're kind of an opposite world here. Move on to hue. These are good to know about. Hue creates the result color with the luminance and saturation of the base color and the hue of the blend color. So the hue of the blend color so if I make the hue, which is, the color itself, so the luminance or the brightness and darkness of something in the saturation, the level of color is affected that way. So if I make this darker, it doesn't affect it as much. If it's lighter, I'm assuming it will. Maybe not, because it's orange. So it's really taking the actual essence of the color itself. So let's try something totally different. Yeah, okay, there you go. So what hue does is really it works with the color itself based upon the luminance of it. So if I make that guy darker green, oh, that's right, it doesn't affect, okay, it doesn't, okay, that's the way the hue works, I forgot. It really only affects the actual color itself. So if you make it even brighter or darker, it really doesn't affect it unless it's at its very extreme. So I could make this, I go with that blue, and it's going to change that blue. But if I make it darker, it's not going to do a thing. See? It's just attaching, it's saying that I'm just taking it from blue, and just from the spectrum of the type of blue. So it doesn't matter if you go this high or this low, it's going to say I want that kind of blue, and that's how it's going to be. Yellow, that's going to be a yellow sky. Okay? Saturation is the result color of the luminance and the hue of the base color and the saturation of the blend color. So it's a result of the luminance and hue of the base color here and the saturation of the blend color. So that's saturation. Pretty interesting stuff. So saturation takes you all over the board here. I don't use saturation too much. I use color a lot. This one here, you definitely want to know about. Creates a result color with the luminance of the base color. So that whatever that base color is, it's pretty much going to attach itself to the image itself. So that creates for great kind of whatever duotone color, two-color. Duotone means two colors. So if I want that guy green, the whole thing green around there, that's what I would do. And it should affect the darkness and lightness of it too. See? Color's great for that. And color, it's almost like a replacement of color. So it's taking whatever you've got there and replacing it with that color. So as we're going to go through like some of the tutorials today, we're going to go and we're going to be using the color mode a lot because it's going to switch from whatever the base wall color is of something to this other color here. So if you want to see what your walls look like, if there are a white wall and you want to change that white wall and see what it looks like a green wall, you would pick your color out here and then you would apply it. So color mode is the one that really does that a lot. So we'll look out for that a lot more. And then luminosity finally creates the result color with the hue and saturation of the base color and the luminance of the blend color. This mode creates an inverse effect of the color mode. So you're going to see something totally different here. See that? It's an inverse of that color mode. So if I apply, let's say, red, yeah, it's just not going to do the job because it's such a dynamic image. It has too many blends to it. But as you can see, it affects some reds here and some there. It adds reds to it. If I darken it, it's going to make everything dark. So really, the ones that I use a lot, obviously normal. I use multiply a lot. I sometimes use linear burn. Screen I use a lot. Dodge I use sometimes. Overlay, definitely use overlay. Soft light and sometimes hard light. Vivid light, definitely. I use difference. I use color a lot. So really the ones I use a lot are normal, multiply, screen, overlay, vivid light, and color. Yeah, those are the ones I typically use. And you'll be seeing that throughout the day today. All right, so let's go on to our first exercise on how to really even, do this kind of stuff. What we're going to do is we're going to just do a gradient ramp blend on here. And this will start making more sense to you after we do this. So I'm going to get out of this first of all and go back to my original file. Which is here. So this is our initial image and we want to get to here. The way that we get to there is we add a gradient ramp map. So we do that by clicking the background. And down here, we're going to get into this more today, but we're going to create an adjustment layer. Adjustment layers are really ways to enhance colors and adjust them on its separate layers itself. So you don't get a permanent effect. You can be able to adjust it later on. So the one we're going to pick is the gradient map. Sorry. Okay, so we have the gradient map. We have it look like this. Yours probably looks like black to white, so it's probably looking like this right about now. All right, that was strange. I don't know what's going on with that. You know what? Actually, I've noticed this. Photoshop has this bug about this community help thing that when you get into blend colors, it does this for some strange reason. I don't know why. But in any case, what we're going to do is you want to change the colors here, the color stops. You want to go from red to yellow. So you click on here, on the left one. We talked about gradient ramps before, that you can select the color here and make that red. Press OK. Go to this one here. We're going to make that one yellow. Okay. So now we have a gradient ramp. Now keep in mind with gradient ramps, you can also adjust your opacity up here. For this example, we will not need to do that. So we can adjust it more one way or another. Because both of these right now are at 100%, but I can change this one to 0, and it'll reduce the level of color over there. But because it's the gradient ramp map, it's really not going to adjust it too much. But in most circumstances, if you wanted to, you can adjust the opacity of things, and you'd be fine. And you can even add color here. If I click on here, I can add, see, more yellow to it, or less. But for right now, we're just going to keep it a straight gradient ramp like that. Press OK. So now you have it looking like this. Now we'll go on to our blending layers. Now, can anybody guess out there which blend option you think would make this look the best? Anybody want to take a guess? Just type it into your little comment box. The reverse. All right, let's try that. So we have you mean one of these inverted selections here. So like, maybe like subtract. That creates a neat image. But for what we're trying to look for, I should kind of specify what we're looking for is kind of a better looking sunset than what's currently being shown. And I'm going to help you out with that. The end goal of what we want to do is create this here. So does anybody else? Let's see, screen. Okay, let's try it out. Screen or multiply? Okay, hold on. Let's give it a shot. Actually, we're going to be using overlay to make that work. So we'll try screen though. We'll try multiply. Remember, multiply darkens it, so you're getting pretty close actually. Screen, on the other side, you're getting kind of close. You actually are. But it's a little too light and a little too dark. It's kind of like you don't have it just right. Overlay is what will work better for this. And then I believe you can adjust the opacity on it. I adjusted the opacity to about 79%. And there you go. So what you have originally looks like just a standard image of a sunset, but now it's that kind of golden sunset because we've applied a ramp that goes from the reds to the yellows. And remember what the overlay had done, and I'll explain that here. And believe me, you're not going to know this right off the bat how all this stuff works, but overlay will multiply the screens of the colors depending upon the base color. Patterns or colors overlay the existing pixels while preserving the highlights. So what it's doing is it's preserving our highlights and shadows of the base color. That's what makes overlay better than the other ones. Those ones affect those too much, whereas this one doesn't. The base color is not replaced, but mixed with the blend color to reflect the lightness or darkness of the original color. So it's kind of mixed between the red and the yellow to make that kind of golden sunset. So good old overlay will work. Now, we could try multiply. See how it darkens it a little bit too much? You could reduce it and get somewhere kind of near there. On the reverse, screen probably won't produce it because it's too much on the red. You'll have to adjust the yellow to really make that work. But overlay will do the job for you. Really gets that gold color in there. So I'm going to now show you another. I'm going to now show you another PST file. This one called SGP. We're going to get out of this one. And this is something for you all to play with. Next, I'm going to open up. Let's open up both of them, SGP and SGP digital using brushes. We're eventually going to show you how to get to this. Okay, so you can be able to play with this a little bit here. I gave you a scene where we were able to add some reflections and things like that. So the original image itself had, hold on, the original image itself looked like this. So you see it's kind of missing some stuff here. Actually, let me add in the backgrounds. We added in some backgrounds here. So this was the original rendering. We added in backgrounds here. And it had this kind of original reflection onto here. So what we had done was, the first thing you should know about is this thing called the dirt pass. And what that is that, and I'll just highlight that and that alone. It's this. When in architectural visualization, you can do we call it an AO pass or dirt pass. Oh, hold on. A dirt pass, yeah. And what that does is that it kind of what we call quote unquote dirties up the image by putting in. It knows to put in some of the darker areas throughout the image. Like, look, it knows how to do it around the edge work. Think of it like a stroke around everything, a stroking with feathering, and it can do that by doing that in a rendering. So what that first of all did was that made it go from lighter to darker. So you can even adjust that opacity. See? But you see it gives a lot more depth to make that work. Adding in the backgrounds, that's a whole different ballgame there. It's in a group. If you open up the group itself, you can actually see the individual ones here. So what we had done was, I'm going to show you about masks. So we had made a mask around the building itself, and anything that would apply to the white area of the mask over here, we could put the building there. So the building was like actually behind this building. So as you can see, if we didn't have the mask, it would just kind of pop out. So like if I go ahead and select the mask and remove it just to show you, and I don't apply it. Oh, hold on. Delete layer mask. There. See? That's the actual image itself. But because I could hide it behind there, it hid all this extra building stuff and all this gunk and all these things that I had here. So you see, it hides it right behind there. But just for what our purposes are, we went ahead and just added these elements in here. And then the other thing what we did was added this one, which is important, which is this kind of this lighting technique. This was the original render here, but we wanted to punch up the brightness of it, so we added in this background here with this dynamic image, dynamic light, and added a little bit more color to the scene itself. And we use the overlay technique because right now, if you put on the normal, it did it okay here, but we wanted to put overlay that kind of just muted that just a little bit. And the rest is pretty self-explanatory. For the reflections, if you notice here, turn it on and off, you'll see that we added some more reflections, because right now what was happening was the original reflection, it was too linear. It didn't look right. So we added some more reflections in here just to give it that kind of blending of reflections inside of the building itself. And when you're doing reflections, you really can get away with a lot. You can just mess up things and do whatever, and nobody will ever notice because it's a reflection. As long as you have some information there and you adjust the opacity levels like we did, you're in good shape. So like on the bottom right area here, oh, I'm sorry, that's part of the backgrounds. Hold on a second. There we go. Reflections. The additional reflections here, like in the middle, we had a reflection use the Lighten command. We could have used overlay, but it would have darkened this up area here. So you're going to find out you've got reflections have to apply to multiple areas here. And notice I don't have a mask in there. I just wanted to add something quick in there, and I did. And it blends in just great because remember we talked about the lightness or darkness of something? Well, what it's doing is by using the Lighten command, it's only lightening up these darker paned area here, the blue area, because all this like gray here is above that 50% lighten, and so it won't affect it. So as you can see, you can actually kind of do a pseudo mask without even ever taking the time to make a mask. And that will save you a ton of time by knowing that kind of stuff. We'll talk more about the front glass here. Just, you know, it looked kind of dull. I wanted to add in some extra blue into here so it looks a little bit better. Side glass, again, added that into there, and again using the Lighten command because we have some the white area here on the image. If I change that over again to, let's say, overlay, it still would have worked, but you couldn't see it as much. So see the Lighten? See how it blends it in there nicely? And it doesn't affect these little window pane areas that you see here. So there's a lot of stuff you can blend. Other things to take a look at? The palm trees. I believe that those palm trees look too dark, so I lightened them. So that will lead me on to my next thing here, which is something I don't live without. See, I lighten them up here. We are going to get into blending options. Now that we know more about how to blend layers, we can do styles and things like that onto it, which is extremely powerful out there. And I mean extremely powerful. And I know I'm going to go probably over on this, but you're going to want to stay for this. This is really good stuff. So what we're going to do here is when we're on a layer, you can always, here, I'll go to the dirt patch, for example. If you right-click and click blending options, you'll go to it. But if you already see one that has this FX on here, you just double-click the FX, and it goes to the same thing. So we're going to do that to the palm trees on the left that gets changed. So let me go over to that. I'm going to zoom in on it here, on these palm trees that we're going to look at the change on it. Here's what I did. First of all, keep in mind the render layer. See what I did? All I did was I kind of did some quick selections around the palm trees themselves. Not the entire ones, but just around the areas themselves. Okay? Then what I did is I went into the FX and clicked gradient overlay. Remember we talked about gradient overlay already? We're going to go from, if you click on the gradient overlay, we went from the kind of original kind of green color. All I did was I picked a swatch in here from one thing to the next and just applied whatever. Like if I applied it, you'll see a major difference. Look, see? It goes from the green over here to down over here. So really it's affecting a lot of this color is doing the job a lot. And look what I'm using for my blend mode. Now, this is confusing for people. I'm going to get out of this for a second. Look how I have that it's on normal. What that's doing is affecting, all that's affecting is this original thing here. So it's saying that, okay, you're here, which is great, but your effects that you added on top of that is through here. So you want to add the screen effect in to affect the gradient overlay. The gradient overlay cannot be affected, or sometimes it cannot be affected, if you try to change that in here, in the layer itself, because it's only going to apply to the unchanged object, which is that kind of the copied object I make. So if you put a difference of this, if you copy something and it's the exact same color of it, it's not going to change it that much, because changing colors and things like that doesn't do much with if it's the same exact thing. But this will, because I have a dynamic range of color here. And so I'm applying the style or effect to make the gradient work. In this case, I use screen. Now, I could have used vivid light, and it would have just blown it out completely. So that didn't work, because these are just too dark. On the inverse, if I use Lighten, it kind of works. But I find that screen, in many instances, works the best. Now, you can go through all these different things as much as you want. Dodge would have worked great, but I didn't want that much punch in my contrast on those leaves. Linear dodge or lighter color, it has similar results, but screen overall works, and it didn't really pop it too much for me. But as you can see, we had two solutions here that had two majorly different effects. And I'll even show you what color dodge looks like here. So in the grand scheme of things, when somebody looks at this image, they'll see it like this, or they'll see it like this. For me, this was better because the focus of the image was more on the building than the palm trees. So I want to kind of muted it out a little bit more. So that's an artistic change that I had made and decision I had made. Now, there are many things, many things you can do with blending layer styles. And we're going to go into a new document. I'm going to just show you really quick how to do this. And we're definitely going to go over time on this. I know that for sure. So I will probably try to make the next section, which is the masking, blending, and alpha channels. I'll probably make that go from 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock if I can do it, because I think this is just beyond important to learn. It's really effective. Okay, so let's make a new file, and we'll go back onto this one. It's no big deal. So I press File, New, and we'll make it whatever size you want, but I made mine 1000 by 1000 at 72 dpi. That's fine. Okay, so what we'll do is, the first thing we'll do is we'll add this base image onto here, this rendered layer. So we go back to this other file. We select all by pressing Control A or Select All, and then we copy it. Edit, copy, or we do Control C and we paste it. Control V or Edit, paste into the scene here. Okay? So we have the scene here. And now I'm going to just put some text on here. You can put whatever you want. We'll put as white text. The way I did that was I just went up to here, this little swatch up here. You can do the swatch up here. Click on the text tool, which is here, and just type in whatever you want. I love Photoshop. So we click off it, and then I just like to go ahead and press Control T to transform or to scale it. Now again, you can highlight it and make it bigger to make it whatever. All I'm doing is I'm just scaling it out by holding the Shift key and pushing it out here. Again, multiple ways to go to the same thing. Do whatever sizing you want. It does not matter. So now we have a piece of text on top of an image. Simple enough. You can go into the blending modes and make sure it's white. And you yourself can see this for yourself by going in and out. Oh, I'm sorry. I meant the wrong one. Here, this one. And changing it from normal to, let's change the opacity of this to 75 so we can see some of the stuff. So there's your dissolve. Darken does nothing, because remember, it's white. So none of these darker ones do anything. The lighten one does some stuff to it by lightens up the text. Overlay. See how overlay affects certain parts and not others? Soft light. You get the idea. Vivid light doesn't do much because it's white. Hard mix. And then you got the inverted guys that do their job. See, like the invert, subtract. What's the opposite of white? Black. Divide, hue, saturation, color. Color doesn't do anything because it's white. If you made a different color, see how color affects it? Just like that. Okay, so let's go back actually to normal. Right click, actually bump up the opacity back up to 100 so we can go, we're all on the same page. We have white text, 100% on top of an image, good to go. Right click on it and click blending options. So the first thing we'll look at is drop shadow. It does exactly what it says it does. It makes a drop shadow on the image. You can make it go as far as you want, like that. And you can spread it out, which means kind of like how the feathering is. It kind of abruptly stops the feather. But to increase the size of the feather, it's under size. Size. See? It can go out really big. Now you keep the spread out. See how it kind of clamps that feathering? So, but if you combine them both, you can see you can create a darker spread out there for a completely different effect. Okay? So now you notice the blend mode says multiply. Why does it do that? Because it's dealing with the darker image sets out there. So it's going to work for color burn. It's going to work for darken color, all that stuff. But it's not going to work for like screen. Because again, it's black. If you want to use screen, you got to use a lighter color. See? If you want to use overlay and things like that, again, using a neutral color would do amazing things. Look at that. Hard mix. Does some crazy stuff. Difference, exclusion. Let me see, where's vivid light? What's that one do? Yeah, vivid. See how it kind of really punches out that red in there? Now if I make it like a blue, look at that. So that's what I'm talking about. I mean, you can really have some awesome effects in Photoshop by just using the vivid light. It's pretty cool. And along with that, you have these contours. Now this is a standard contour. Remember we talked about a little bit about curves and how curves can adjust the overall like darkness and lightness of things by adjusting the path of the curve. Well, this will kind of does the same thing. Here's your standard one. This one only affects the outer edge of it. And this does the opposite of that. See, it affects the middle and the outer edge. And you can go through all these to give you the idea. See, it creates a ripple effect. See, look how that is. Just like a ripple, it does it there. Vice versa. You have the inverted ripple. And you can add even noise to it too. And if you wanted to modify it, you just click on it, and you can modify it to your heart's content. See? It's got a ripple on there just by modifying the path. Pretty cool, huh, guys? And it's going to only get cooler. So that's just drop shadow. That's all in a drop shadow. Everything that I just did was in drop shadow. Now imagine what you guys can come up with. Now let's go to inner shadow. Turn that off and let's go to inner shadow. And by the way, you can do multiple ones. You can check drop shadow and inner shadow same time. You're not limited to one thing or another. So we go on to inner shadow. So instead of doing the shadow on the outside, it does it on the inside. And you get all the same kind of options here. And by the way, you can change the angle of it all here. And so also, so you know, you can do that with drop shadow. I could have changed the angle of it. Hold on. There we go. And see here where it says use global light? What that does is that if you affect the angle of everything, it affects it. See how it affects it with the inner too? See, as I'm changing one, it's changing the inner shadow also. Turn off global light, and now you separate the two. See? So the inner shadow is not moving now. I typically do that because I do so many different effects that one doesn't matter to the other. So let me turn off drop shadow, go to inner shadow. Inner shadow, you open it, you can increase the distance. So you can have it just, it's like a drop shadow but on the inside of it. Adding a choke says that no feathering. Size increases the size of it on the inside. And then again, you can add in the contours to your heart's content, come up with some interesting effects. Look at that. Got stylized text just like that. And it's all adjustable. I can click on it, adjust it, and there. It made that little line inside a little bit lighter. Makes it at its darkest, like that. If I push it over, increases the stroke, puts it lighter there, lessens the stroke, all that. And you can make it have straight lines or curved. Yeah, you could make a yeah. I mean, making watermark is no big deal. I mean, but remember what a watermark is. All a watermark is. Let me just press OK here. But you could easily make a watermark being, look, watermark. So a watermark, again, you can make it whatever you want it to be. I'm just giving it as text. But all I can do with watermark is just decrease the opacity, and there's your watermark like that. Or you can do watermarks like, let's see, do the ones that are like the outline and stuff. Yeah, totally. This is where you can do it at. So if I click on the FX, to make that happen, let me turn off the inner shadow, put on the stroke, press OK, and I will reduce the opacity. Hold on, not the opacity, I'm sorry, the fill. That's what I meant to say, the fill. So what the fill does, see, look, it gets rid of the original image, but it keeps your style. And you can even reduce the opacity on that like that. See? And there's your watermark. Oh, very cool. I know. And it's only going to get better. I'm telling you, this is really like every project I work on, I use blending objects. I don't know. They're just so cool. They really are. I mean, when Adobe came out with this a while back, I mean, it must have been, geez, got to be 8, 9 years ago, maybe. When they came, or even longer than that. Now I think about it. When they came out with it, I was like, wow, I'm not using anything else. This does everything I need it to do. So let me go back into the effects. Okay, so that's stroke, drop shadow, inner shadow. Oh, let me go ahead and put the fill back on too, and the opacity. Go to outer glow. Okay, outer glow works like this. It uses the screen one, which is, I guess, okay, but you really a lot of times can't see it. But there you go. This creates a glow. So you want to know how to do glows? This is how you do a glow. You can change that glow. Like I don't like that nasty yellow one they always use. I can use blue. And there you go. Now if I got rid of the stroke, look what happens. You got some serious glow going on there. That's why you apply a stroke. Maybe you might go into stroke and reduce the size of the stroke. But what I personally do is I just reduce the opacity of the stroke. What's fascinating is that it's still applying that kind of stroke on the outer edge because I have stroke still on. So if you have no opacity, it's going to see what's behind there. So that is what outer glow does. And let's see if there's any other things that you need to see. You can do it softer, more precise. I don't know. I always use softer. It's fine. The contours, again, does the ripple effects. You can do whatever you want, really. The range, Um, these are options I typically don't use too much. I mean, I get what I need out of my glows. I mean, these don't really affect my stuff too much. And look, you can do it by a straight up glow or a gradient. So see, you can gradiate the glow from like a red to a green, or let's do rainbow. So there you go. As you can see, amazing effects. Let's actually go from white to black. See what that bad boy does. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought would do. So you can even affect the length of your thing. Remember, white keeps, black removes, because we are on the screen color. If we were on the, like, one of the darker ones like multiply, see, now the black shows up, the white does not. And you can keep this on normal color too if you want. Go to your standard color, and it still will fit there. Change to green. It's all fine. Vivid light. This is a good time to use vivid light. Look at that. Look at that punch. That's cool. I typically use vivid light, or I'll use like where is it at? Color burn. Probably color burn. No. The linear burn, actually those sometimes I do use those because I want a subtle glow, and that's a way to do it. Color dodge is cool. Multicolor kind of stuff. So I mean, you can when it comes to glows, you can just do all kinds of cool stuff. All right, let's move on to the next one. So whatever you can do the outer, you can do the inner. Now it's not going to do a thing in here because it's on screen and it's on white text. So we're going to change that to multiply. And then we're going to change the color to something darker. This is starting to see it get fuzzy. You can add a little noise so it's a little like crinkling there. And you can set it bigger. See? Add the choke. So very easily you can be able to modify your text with a texture, with just give it a different color. And of course, as always, we can also change the contours of it too. The default stuff they give you is usually good enough. I mean, see? That's a cool text effect. And, a lot of times you just accept the unexpected from this too. I mean, I kind of know what goes on after doing this for so long, but, for you guys out there, I mean, experiment and have fun with it. But inner glow affects it on the inner side. Outer glow is on the outer side. All right, going to bevel and emboss. I try to stay away from this if I can, because for me in web design, bevels was like the stuff that people did back in the old website days, and kind of have a bad stigma about it these days. So, but you can change your bevel completely, so it doesn't look like a bevel. It's more like a gradation now in your text, and you're fine. You can soften your bevel. You can do it in outer bevel, which does bevel on the outside. Embossing. I don't know if you know what embossing is. It's kind of like on T-shirts and stuff, they emboss. Pillow emboss. It kind of looks like it's stamped in there. And a stroke emboss. Increase the depth. Size. Yeah, I never use a stroke emboss, so there you go. There's a crazy outer. And again, you can adjust the depth and size and things like that, so it doesn't look like your standard nasty embossing. Like, you can do stuff with it. You can use the global light or change it around. If you don't, like for example, if we have here, how we have the white here. If we don't want to have it go to dark, we can just remove the opacity on it, and bam, your dark's removed or lightened up. Same with the screen. So you can put just kind of like this little effect on there. See, now it looks more like a drop shadow, but it's got some extra highlight there. And that was done in the Bevel Emboss. So really, you can adjust it to whatever you want to do. And keep in mind, I can change the angle of it right here. So don't think it's just set to down there. I could have put it up there. It's just cool stuff. Okay, contour. Contour applies it around the edge of whatever you're doing. I usually don't even need to get to here. Texture, I never use textures. I really don't. They make interesting effects, I guess. I just don't use them. So stick with your Bevel Emboss and you'll be typically fine. Satin, again, satin deals with, I don't know, different effects on your text. But I really don't typically use satin for stuff. I mean, see, you can do text-based stuff, but it's, again, I'm not really big onto it. But it has its purposes. If I use, like, create it red and an overlay, now because it's white, I got to use the darker stuff. Yeah, because it's on white text. If this wasn't on white text, we'd be in better shape. But you get the idea. Color overlay. Oh, this is something I use all the time. Let's say that I have something of text and I want to be able to modify it to whatever I want. Color overlay is just great. It's not for text really. It's made for images. So like if I wanted to make, for example, I'm going to get out of here. Actually, let me just press OK. So if I want to adjust this image, I right-click on here, go into Blending Options, Color Overlay. Remember all the stuff we did before? Look at this now. See? Darken. Just going through all of them. Overlay. And this is all adjustable. I can change this stuff at any time. Hue and color. So when we go to change walls and stuff like that, it's all right there. Cancel out of that. As you can see, color overlay is just, it's a must. Gradient overlay, on the other hand, is still a must. Applying gradients to stuff. I do that again with my images. Remember how we did that gradient ramp before? You can do something similar. It won't be as good as the gradient ramp, but you can still do a gradient overlay. Red to yellow, and I think it had to get reversed out of there. You can always do this too when you're in here in gradient overlay, is reverse it, the colors. And I will change this to overlay. So see, this is how you can make things more dynamic and popping out, and I can just reduce the level of that. So I can give it a little bit of extra punch with sets of colors out there. Gradient overlay I use all the time. On the other hand, here, pattern I never use. You can have fun with it. I have never needed to use it. And then finally we saw stroke. And you can apply a stroke to your image. Yes, I do that all the time myself. So, see the big stroke it has there? Now remember, the boundaries of the image are outside the dimensions of the actual page. So it's only going to put a stroke at the top and the bottom because it's actually putting a stroke on the left and the right. You just can't see it. Watch. So if I move this image over here, see? Ta-da! That is blending options. And we didn't even get onto the brush yet. So, wow. So we're going to have to spend a little bit of time here. I'm sorry, but this is just so important to do. We'll see if we can knock out the next tutorial here real quick. But do you guys have a pretty good handle on the blending options and the impact they can have on your images? Okay. Well, if there's anything you're unclear of, let me know. Are there certain settings on one of the blending options that you didn't really understand? Yeah, I understand. I did too when I first started. But remember, when you're dealing with blending options, as you can see, the whole goal of what I'm showing you is that the limit it's unlimited with the stuff that you can do with it. So let's move on. Let me get close out that SGP one. So you can actually make stylized stuff. Like, remember that same scene I just showed you? Well, I just did an artistic thing with this to make this work. So you guys are going to have to kind of follow me here closely on this one. All right. So the first thing we have to do to make this turn into this kind of stylized, see, this is the original, and this is what you can do with it. So you can make it look, I call it the digital building. You know, just the idea is to play with, this is the utilization of brushes along with blending options. Okay? So the first thing you wanted to go ahead and do is probably make your own brush first. So hold on a second. Let me look at my directions to make sure I've got the right stuff I need to do here first. They'll make their own brush. Oh, so actually, no, we want to select the building first. And we want to go ahead and make it a new layer. So we want to have an original source. So duplicate the background. Press OK. And just call that the building. Then we want to go ahead and make a new layer. And in the new layer, make it all black. We're going to call the layer black. The way we do that is in that layer, click the bucket, click the swatch, make it black, and apply it. Okay? So we have an all black layer. Now let's make a new brush. The way we make new brush, I showed you this yesterday, go under File, New. We're going to make this 100 by 100. And we're going to fill that with, I believe we're going to fill that with all black, yeah. We'll fill that all with black. Because if we made a white brush, it doesn't show up. It knows things. If you look at the different brushes that you have, you're offered. See how they're all black? So you've got to make yours black. So what we're going to do here is that after you've made it all black, one minute here. Okay, so you've made it by 100 by 100. You've defined it by putting it all in black. You'll go under Edit, Define Brush. Edit, Define Brush. Hold on. Define Brush Preset. And you're going to call this Square Brush. Okay, so now you've made a new brush. See? It's in there. You can close out of this document. You don't need to save it. And now you're back in your other file again. And in here, we click on this, and we can increase and decrease the size if we wanted to. But we want to go ahead and I believe we have options here. Hold on. This is the part I always am unsure of. So give me just a minute here, folks. Brushes and select it. Okay. There it is. Okay. All right, so here are the options for that brush is right here in this little folder. It's called the brush panel. And in this, we're going to change a few things here. And you're going to change the spacing to 155% here. I'm sorry, here to 155%. Now see what it does? You can also just change it here, put 155. Okay, so it's going to scatter it. It's going to make your brush so it doesn't all paint in one kind of straight line. It's going to kind of stagger it more by doing it that way. We're going to keep the shape dynamics on and put the scatter at 650%. I believe the scatter is... Give me a minute here. Oh, hold on. There's scattering. Shape dynamic. There we go. So you turn on the scattering also here. And the scattering is at 650%. So you see how it's going to scatter your brush? Okay. So now we've made our brush. Now what we have to do is we have to duplicate the building layer and give it and make it the opacity of it 10%. So we duplicate the building layer and we're going to name this guide. I'm probably going to have to turn off these other ones here, so you probably want to turn off those too and make this 10%. Okay, we have a question. Sorry, I missed the shape dynamic setting. Okay, so if we go back in that brush right here, click on the little folder, click on shape dynamics, make sure that that's on, and you don't need to mess with the settings here. You just need to make sure that they're on. And under scattering, you make that 650%. You also want to go on the brush tip shape and make sure that the size is 100 pixels and that your spacing is 155%. Okay, moving on. Okay, so now we've made that called guide. And we've got to make that 10%. Select the source building. Actually, we're going to have to select the source building. That's this here. Actually, let's just call that source building. And go into layer. Now remember, we made the guide at 10%. Now we're going to go ahead and do this and go under layer, layer mask, hide all. Select the brush to white. And hold on, I think we have to put this, well, the guide's here. Give me a second. No, the black's there. Guide is there. I thought I'd be able to see the guide by now, but let me double check. Oh, okay. So no, oh, that's the black. I don't know why it's painting black. Hold on. Make this white. And that should work. Hold on. Oh, that's why. For some reason, I'm in this vivid light mode. And I'm on 19% opacity. Make sure that your stuff is set here at normal. Opacity is at 100%. I know that for sure is one of the problems. Nope. Nope. There we go. Now, that's the black one. Hold on, folks. I've got a little bit of an issue I've got to get through. Sorry about this. This is a little finicky. If you do one thing just a little bit wrong, it messes everything else up. I thought you would paint in here. Okay, give me a few minutes here while I do this. Okay, everybody, let's go ahead and continue back on with this. I had a few mistakes earlier on, and this is really how you're going to go ahead and do this correctly with the scatter brush. Keep in mind that the brush setting that we did before is exactly right. We're fine with that setting. So all we're going to do is we're going to adjust our layers correctly. The first thing that we do is we open up this alpha channel. In the alpha channel itself, select the magic wand. The magic wand selects just the building. Now turn off the alpha channel, and you see the building again. See, you get the little marching ants everywhere? Now, remember, go from your alpha channel to your background layer. So now it's going to actually copy that. You want to go under Edit, Copy, Edit, Paste. So now we have that image without a background. Okay? And we'll get into masks in a little bit. So we double click on this, and we call this the source. The next thing we do is that we go ahead and we make it so like a layer of black. So we make a new layer and call this one black. We make your color, we turn it into black, and then we fill that with black. Okay? Now, what you've got to do after that is make that black and push that down. So now you have this image on top of a black layer. This is what you should be seeing at this time. Take that source layer, right-click on it, duplicate layer. We're going to call that guide. You make the guide, you turn that into 10% opacity. So now if we look here, that's going to make a slight opacity around 10% there. With your source layer on, you're going to go to Layer, Layer Style. I'm sorry, Layer, not Layer Style, but Layer Mask, Hide All. Okay? So what you should be seeing is the guide. This is the source, and it's on black. Now make sure on these two little thumbnails here that you then select the black area. Go to your brush. Make sure your brush is white. Select your brush that you had made, and then start scattering. You can scatter it this way, but to be honest, I don't know why it's scattering like that now. Your brush should probably be working. Mine, for some reason, does not want to. So I've got to figure out why that's happening. Hold on. See, the shape dynamics were off. All this stuff was off. So I've got to go back in. Here are the settings that you got to do for your brush size and everything else. So if you didn't do it, you want to have your brush tip shape, the spacing is 155%. 155%. You want to go make sure shape dynamics is on, then go to scattering. In scattering, that should be at 650%. So it's now scattered. Mine, for some reason, did not want to turn on, so I wasn't sure. So anyways, after you're done with that, look what it's doing. It's painting, it's scattering brushes throughout here. Now, what I typically do is I start the big stuff in the middle, okay? So I scatter that here a little bit. Okay, now you got your big shape. Now you want to go ahead and you want to move on to your smaller sizes. So click on the brush, or you can do it this way. Remember that little bracket? It increases the brush size. There you go. Make smaller ones. So keep making, keep making. And I know I might be going a little fast, and I apologize, but this is, for me, important to do because I don't have much time to show you. I wish I did. And you can make it even smaller. Okay. We'll just do these here. Do these all around here. The little stuff gets tapered off to the side. We can do a little up here and then just kind of spread it out a little bit that way. I'll increase the size a little bit more. Make it nice and big ones. Okay. Got a few going on here. And some more down here. Needs some help. Again, this is not, you don't have to do exactly what I'm doing, but this is just how I do it. That's all. Okay, so once we've made that, we want to duplicate the layer. It says in my directions here to duplicate it twice. We're going to call this the saturation layer, and we're going to call this the glow layer. Okay. Now, what we'll do with the one layer, the saturation layer, is we'll go under Image Adjustments, Hue Saturation. And actually, let's hide the glow layer for right now. Image Adjustments, Hue Saturation, and make it red. You can make it red on the layer. And also, I believe at this point you could take off the black on it if you want to see what it looks like just on that layer. But we're going to just turn off the black and leave this one on here, the background. So now you can really see what's going on. So on the glow layer, we'll turn off the saturation layer and we'll turn on the glow layer. What we'll do is we'll go under Filter. We want to go under the mosaic one, which is Pixelate Mosaic. That brings us up here. Now you want to do it, I guess maybe make the cells like kind of big, like 35 might be good. And then do a filter, blur, Gaussian blur. I don't know if you need to do it that much, but You can do it about maybe put at 6. And then lastly, put this on screen. And there you go. You've got some blur to it and some that's kind of filter on there. There's a couple ways you can also do it too. You can go ahead and if we go back a few steps, I'll show you another way to do it before you go into the Gaussian blur. Let's say we go back to here and before we put it on the mosaic. So we're going back to the glow layer. Remember, you can put a few steps so it goes up to the hue saturation area that we just did. And we can go under, instead of starting it there, you just put it right on screen already. And there you got screen. And really at this point, if you just wanted to, you could duplicate that glow and make it a little stronger. See? And you keep duplicating it. Make it stronger. Now if you want to put one of those on filter, mosaic, you can. Pixelite, there we go. So again, you can kind of make that little digital city on your own the way you want it to. And you can adjust those however you want to. So again, it's totally up to your choice. This is kind of more artistic than anything else. And then we can see what it looks like with the saturation on there a little bit. And I believe if we put that also, let's see if this works also. Not a vivid light. Nah. Saturation is okay to bring it up, but we'll leave it on normal for right now. And we want to make a new layer and call it atmosphere. And we'll put that kind of, well, we can always remove the guide off here, by the way, to see more of it, how it should be. So just turn off the guide. Above everything else, make it a new layer. I'm going to call this atmosphere. We'll go ahead and pick a different brush. Scroll up and see one of the standard ones we can use. And let's just make this part kind of yellowish. So we kind of make it like that, kind of a pointy shape. And we'll take the selection tool and feather out a little bit. Okay, so we have this kind of like almost like a smoky yellow. And we'll put some light blue to the right side and some gradient purple to the left. So we'll add some like light blue to the right. Sorry. I'll just increase the size here and move over to it. And then use some gradient purple over here. So we'll select the gradient tool. Hold over the bucket and click gradient. Make that color first. I would select this one here. This one goes, instead of it default blue to white, your swatch colors, it'll go from that to transparent. So we'll want to make that kind of more of a purplish kind of color. And the purple color we want to use, I can give you an exact one. Actually, there we go. I'm sorry, this here. Click on color. Type in 475 AB8. Again, that is 475 AB8. Press OK. And we'll just use it and kind of go in the corner a little bit here. Oops, sorry, we have to reverse that out. Hold on, click on the gradient again, and let's just reverse it out. No, we don't actually have to do that. Let's just do it the other way, the simple way. We'll start from here and go over here. There. We added some purple. You can do it that way, or we can just do it kind of more, give it more purple. There you go. Okay, that's an overall atmosphere there. And the last thing we want to do to make this all look good is go under overlay. So see? That punches it out more. And there you have it. You have your digital city with some punchy and some contrast and just some flavor to it. Makes it look kind of cool. So it's very artistic. Now, does anybody have any questions on this? It was a lot to cover, and yes, we had made some mistakes, but it was still good to do. And the one I shown before was, let's see if we've got, there's a finished version. So I'll hide everything here. Here's the one before. And then here's all their finished versions. See? So you can do it many different ways. So each time you make it, it's different. Okay, do we have any other questions before I move on? We're actually going to go and take a break, actually. No questions? All right, we're going to go and take a break. We'll come back here at 10:30. And what we're going to try to do here is kind of play a little catch-up. I think we can reduce the time on using the filters, but we'll play a little bit of catch-up from there with the masking, blending, and alpha channels. Okay, everybody, so we're kind of finished here with making that kind of digital set, that kind of making something artistic looking. We're going to go ahead and close this out. And we're going to get on the next part of our agenda today. It's going to be masking, blending, and alpha channels. Now we're falling a little bit behind making this happen, but I think now that you guys understand a little bit about paths, we'll get through this, and then I think we'll go ahead and shorten our thing on filters. Although that filters are, you know, they're important, they're not a necessary element like the other things that I show you. I mean, they make quick, fun little stuff, and some filters I use all the time, but for the most part, you know, we don't need to get into too much. And Photoshop has made it so easy now to be able to see one thing to the other that you don't need to worry about that too much. So let me go ahead and get onto the scene and stuff. You'll want to get into your next scenes here by opening up in day 2, masking alpha channels, sample mask. So this is the next part we're looking at here, and I'm going to kind of show you the parts about it in the finished version before we go ahead and start. The finished version, this can be applied to walls, anything really, but what we're doing is we had to have a client, we showed them how to go ahead and make this so they could see different colors. They have their base color, which is this gray, and these are actually specific colors they wanted us to put in. These are Pantone colors that we had used, and we added them in here to see different colors that they can use. And this part's just super simple, easy. Obviously we want to mix them, but you get the idea. So this is what we're going to have as a finished product here. So we get into this. We're going to go ahead and we want to first go ahead and select this outline area here that I made. So let me zoom in on that. Kind of pan over. Again, I'm zooming and panning by holding the mouse button, going back and forth like this here, and I'm panning left and right by holding the space key. So it makes it really easy to scrub in and out. In fact, I'm really happy the way that Photoshop has progressed with this idea, because I'm finding as I'm doing it more and more that it just gets easier and easier, and it just works better than the old way of doing things. So what we want to do is we want to use the polygon lasso and trace around the red areas. So click on your lasso, click polygon lasso. We want to trace around here. And again, if we're here and we don't see that little circle, see the little circle there? We don't see that, just press the Enter key and it makes it there for you. Now you see how I have a little lip there? So what you'll do here to easily get rid of that is go to the polygon lasso again, hold down the Alt key, and just select that little area there, cut it through, go around the outside, end it off, and boom, there you got it. Okay? You also want to make sure that you are in the siding no color. Now, the way that this layer looks like is here. Let's turn off that red area and turn off the finished version. So this is what you're seeing here. This is it at its neutral state. Whenever you're making this kind of stuff, which by the way, boy, I really messed up here. So again, I have to clean that up a little. We're only affecting really the siding area that we have here. So apologize, but if you got to kind of do it again. So let's just make it really quick. Okay, so we selected it there. Now, you want to do a select. After you have this area selected, do select, color range, and you want to pick the siding area here. Okay. And we'll kind of select the fuzziness here. This area here, this is the shadow stuff, so we want to hold the Shift key and select that too. So now we have the shadow stuff. So really all we're not seeing is kind of like this outside area here, so you can kind of go back in on the fuzziness, see? So now you're getting a little bit better stuff. See this here? Hold the Shift key, click on that. So now you're really seeing more. And you can kind of just select those areas itself. And you can kind of play around with it as to your heart's content, but you get the idea what it selects. Now, after you've done that, you need to go into this new area we're going to talk about, the channels. In your channels panel, we click on a new layer, or we can save selection as a channel, which is even better. So right here, we just made this selection an alpha channel. Now I'm going to select it, and watch, it turns everything red. Okay? Now, we can Control H to hide, and you see this mask is selecting all that. So once you've done that, you have now made a mask. That's your mask right there. All I did was unhide the rest of the stuff to show you, but you can just see it as easily in that red area. Now, you want to then, the next thing you want to do is once you've got that done, is to make sure your background swatch is on white, like we have here. You want to select this. You go back to your layer and you select that area again. Doesn't matter. Here, you go under Select. load selection, and you want to, in the sample mask.psd, you want to select the alpha one. Okay, so again, it selects your alpha channel. Okay, so that's how an alpha channel basically works. Remember how we did that with paths? The same idea with masks is the same way. Now, we've got some problem areas. Well, what we can do is actually, we'll just do this and then we'll clean this up from here. So I'll show you the concept and then we'll clean it up from there. So we loaded the selection. We created a new layer. So we created a new layer. And I believe we just pasted into there. No, I'm sorry, we never copied it. Oh no, we take another whole layer. Okay, I'm sorry. We select and loaded the selection. So we want to create a new layer, but we want to make that all one color. So not sure why my directions are telling me to do it that way, but I guess we can just work with that. That's no big deal. Actually, I know why. So we'll just make that new layer and make it all one color. There's multiple ways to do this, so that's why it can be confusing sometimes. Make that red. Here, make it red here. And I'm only going to just select this in here. Going to hide this. And you can turn off the channel here. And then you can apply the color by going under the color blend to color. See? I can adjust that. Now the other way to approach this is to kind of do it in a little bit of a different way. And again, you can apply whatever color you want it to it. The problem with this is that you're kind of stuck a little bit with that color that you have there. So what we're going to do is we're going to load that. So we're going to remove this layer. The first thing we're going to do is make another layer, and we're going to color that in. Just with sorry, get rid of the selection. Remember, I hid the selection. Let me get rid of that selection. We're going to go ahead and make just the entire thing red. Okay. Yes, I know it's bright and it's ugly. So we make it on there, and all we're going to do is we're going to just load that selection. We go under Select, Load Selection, select the alpha, and now it has the marquee stuff. So all we'll do, and again, let's just hide the red for right now. So you see how it's selected on there? We're going to copy and paste that. So now we have a layer that only has the siding. Okay? So let's go ahead and turn on that red layer, and we're going to create a clipping mask. So we do that by go under, it is under Layer, Create Clipping Mask. Okay? So once you've done that, everything in the scene is going to apply to this layer here, which is that siding we just did. Okay? Remember, the siding is here, and it just applied all the red color to that. Is everybody following that so far? Now, it's this nasty red, and what we want to do is we want to change the color of that. Change the blending mode to color. See? So we changed it there. Now, let's say we wanted to change it to something else. Like, let's say change it to green. Do that and just select it in there, and boom, now it's green. And I could have done that here or here or here. I'll do it with another color. Here. See? So if you take a look at it, look how that looks. Now that's blended pretty well. Not too bad for a quick selection. See, so that's the next thing you have to understand, is that you don't have to make this stuff look perfect. You can get away with a lot. You can just do this fast. But we still have some elements here, like this here, that it should not have taken. So what we can do is we can go back into the mask and adjust that accordingly. Now, unfortunately, you have to kind of reverse engineer some stuff, but this is the way you have to do it. So go back into your alpha. See this gunk here? So you take this, take your polygon lasso, select it, and you have to click the alpha channel. Make sure you're in the alpha channel when you do this. Press delete. There you go. You just cleaned it up. Same way with these windows. If you didn't want to make these windows to do that, let's just select those real quick. Hold down the Shift key to do multiple selections at one time. And then delete them. So now when we go ahead and we have to load that selection again. So we take this and we can just click off it. So we go under, we can turn this off too if we wanted to. Go under select, load selection, alpha 1. Now see what it's selecting is that. We go back to the siding, no color, because this is what we want to copy and paste. We copy and paste that. We'll get rid of the siding thing, the old one. Call this one siding. And then finally, layer, create clipping mask. And there you go. Now look at that. See how beautiful that is? See? And you guys just learned that in like 20 minutes. So in the end result that you get, you can be able to adjust all the colors. Now the way the mask worked here was, here let me turn off the background. See? This is how theirs was. Now they actually used the path tool. That's how they made this work. So the other way to make that work is just, remember how we talked about paths? Which is actually kind of a smart way of doing it, because you can always revert back to that later, is by using masks. I'm sorry, paths. That's what I meant. They made a path and made masks out of that path. So I could again do what I did before, which was rough out my shape here, or you can do a path straight from the start. But the problem is when you start doing paths right from the start on this, what you have to do is you have to kind of do this kind of the smart way, not the hard way. Like for example, some people, when they make their paths, they will go ahead and, come on, where's my path? There we go. Use the pen tool. They'll go around kind of the whole thing here and here and here. What I typically do is I name stuff. Like what I'll do is I will do paths for all the windows. And I mean not these windows either. I mean to do the ones that will only affect the siding that I'm dealing with. So that at the end of it, and I'll do that right now for you. So at the end of this, and I'm only going to do this quick so you get the idea. This is definitely no masterpiece. Make sure also that you're looking on your paths layer to make sure everything's on the same work path, because you don't want to start doing this and it creates a new path for path for each single item you created. Okay, so once we have all these ready and good to go, we'll then select it, call it Windows, Okay, then the next one you want to do is, what I like to do is, and this of course this is the idea of using masks, keep in mind, is just do my siding. We'll make a new path here and start drawing on it because we don't want it to conflict with the other one. So we draw on the outside of it. I'm sorry. What am I doing? I'm using the wrong one. Sorry, guys. I meant to use the pen. Really, I did. Okay, so that's one. And there's the other one. Okay. I'm hoping that closed the gap. It should have. Okay, so we'll select both of these. Click Combine. And now they're together. Now with the windows, I don't think I did that either. No, I didn't. So click them all together and click Combine. And then change this one here to siding. Now you can do this for all of it, so it shouldn't create a problem. So what I do is now I have two different layers, or two different paths, I should say. So I select the outer one. I make a selection for the siding. Feather it, no pixels. And I can do the copy paste. So I copy that, paste it. And again, you can make that as the layer mask too. So you can make that selection a layer mask. So what we'll do is we'll go into channels, and boom, it just made it. So, and that's actually more a preferred way to do it. And select that. There we go. Okay, so now we have that. So the other part that we had, so this is the siding that it made. We want to make sure that the background is on black. And again, the example shows you that they use black in their stuff. You can also do white. And it's just the inverse way of doing it, but it still works the same way. Really, it does. So I go back into I click outside. Then I click back into my paths. I click on Windows. I then make a selection. Feather it, don't feather it. Press delete. Hold on. Didn't want to do that. Go back to Windows, make the selection, and then in my channels, click on the alpha channel, press, make sure, I don't know why it changed to white, but click delete. What the heck happened there? I think I clicked the wrong one. There, click delete, and there you go. You've got your two knocked out versions, and now you can see what it looks like. See? And there you go. That is another method of doing it. So what you do is you work from the outside in, and you make intricate little parts that way. So I showed you how to do it the quick way, and now how to do it with paths, and both of them will lead to a mask. So what we'll do is we'll then select, load the selection, use the alpha 2 that I made, selects it. We can unhide that, go back, or hide that I should say, go back to our layers, be on the siding no color, copy paste, copy and paste. Okay. Can we please paste? Hold on, edit, copy. Unless my channels, no, my channels are showing it. So edit, copy, edit, paste. There. I was doing it before and it wasn't working with the quick keys. If it doesn't work with the quick keys, always go under the menus and it pretty much does it for sure. So again, we have that siding. We create, remember that color we had before? I'll just knock it off here so you'll see what I do. Change this back to, sorry, to siding. No. okay, and go under go under layer, create clipping mask, and see, it's right back in there. Now the final thing you can do, if you just want to control certain elements of the piece itself instead of the entire thing, so let's say that I wanted to be able to manipulate one piece of siding versus another. Okay, or like let's say I have this two pieces of siding right here, right? If I wanted to do that, and I'm going to make this into two separate parts right now. So let me go ahead and do that real quick, and I'll show you what I mean. I pulled out that so that create clipping mask is gone now. I'm in the siding here, and let's say I wanted to divide this out into two sections for whatever reason. Okay, so I take my selection outside here, I select around it, press enter, and then I cut, edit, cut. Oh, I can't do that because I'm in layer 1. Sorry, go to the siding, edit, cut, edit, paste. The only problem with doing this is it does this kind of stuff. You have to kind of rematch it, which kind of stinks. I never did like it, but hey, I do what I can. So to rematch this, like let's say it's outside here, how you do that is you decrease the opacity of it a little bit, and then you kind of line it up that way. I really dig in deep too. I go in deep to make sure it's got it good. So I press up, down. You see how it looks good there? If I go to the left, does it look good that way? Or does it look better that way? You'll see. You use your arrow keys, up, down, left, right, to make that happen. You know, is it lining up correctly? And that looks like nope, that's a little bit better. That might work, hold on. And then you adjust the opacity a little bit over. If you do it and it looks like it shifts on you, then you got it in the wrong spot. There we go. That lines up now. So now I've created two different siding pieces, a top and a bottom. So I'm going to call this siding top. So if I wanted to put two different colors onto it and manage them individually, I could still do this. I could duplicate this, and I could do it where I have one for siding, one for siding top, and I just do layer, create clipping mask, and I got to turn it on. Create clipping mask. And there you go, it goes for the top. And I could do the same thing for the bottom. I got to turn it on though. Okay? Alrighty? So you can kind of see, you can change them both per what the spec is. But I want different kind of control. I don't really want to do it this way. So what I can do is I can individualize it by right-clicking on it, going to blending options. In blending options, choose color overlay. Hold on, I gotta see what's going on with this thing here. I think I've got something weird going on. Actually, no, I don't. It's this. Okay, there's a siding top. There's a siding bottom and the siding top. I'm gonna call that siding bottom. Let me go ahead. I will finish this up real quick and then show you what I mean. So I've got siding top and siding bottom. Under the siding top, color overlay, and make sure it's on color. So now I can individually adjust those. Would paste in place work there? No, because what you're doing is you're copying from the element that you originally have. Paste in place works for, or pasting special works for something that you copied outside and into it. I mean, I guess it could work, but because yeah, if you have a selection and you paste, yeah, you can. the special paste, so she's talking about this. Paste special, paste into, or I don't really use the paste in place. I use the paste into or paste on the outside. So it'll paste into the selection or paste on the outside of the selection. So what I would do is, yes, you could do that, but since this has already been masked out and done already, just doing making a selection and cutting and pasting would work fine. But I will give it a try too. So if I have these elements, I'll show you what it can do. But let me finish this first before I go on to that. So to finish this up, you can right-click on here on the effects, and you can copy it. Copy layer style. Go into the siding bottom, paste layer style. So now they're the exact same thing. So I go into here. This is great when you have many layer styles going on at one time. It's a good habit to get into. I want to change the color. I'm going to change that to blue. So now, as you can see, you've got them showing up. Two different colors, two different tones. So you have a little bit better control that way. And again, you can give them whatever color you want. It's totally up to you. Make it darker, whatever. Have fun. Remember, pure black does nothing. Pure white does nothing. It's got to be a color. Okay? Now, getting back to the paste in place or the paste inside. So what she was kind of talking about, and I'm going to make a quick selection to make that happen, was, let's see, if I load my selection, I'll make sure I've got this right. And I believe I had to pick the alpha 1. Does alpha? No, alpha 2 has it. Yeah, alpha 2 has it. So if I copy that, I'm sorry, I've got to copy it down here. If I copy that, paste it, we're now again just have the siding. So what she's saying is, I'm assuming, well, hold on, is if you cut here, or if you take from here and you can paste it in place, maybe that might work. Actually, that actually might work, now that I think about it. So instead of doing the cut, let's just see. So do the cut, and then edit, paste in place. There you go. Perfect. Great. Thank you very much. I will add that to my notes. So when you cut something, you do paste in place. One of the great things about teaching is your students help you out, and you can learn a new thing to teach the next set of students. Thank you very much. That was very cool. That was a little problem that was kind of on the thorn on my side for a while. I always had to line stuff back up, and now I don't have to. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that, Luciana. That really helped out. Okay, so that's the basic gist behind this. I can go ahead and help you guys refine this a little bit. First of all, do you have any questions so far on this? Again, we'll look at the finished version so you guys can see different colors. Okay. So, again, you're using a combination of paths and masks and channels all in one shot. And remember, the way the channels works is that it's, RGB, and it's got its alpha channels. Now, the last thing you need to know is that whenever I think, if you flatten the layer, now it used to be where they kept the, yeah. If you flatten the layer to go save it out as a JPEG, watch what happens. It can't do it. It's going to save a copy like it used to. Now you can do that. It's no problem saving as a copy. It really isn't. But I prefer to do it. I prefer this to say, hey, there's something wrong with your file. I need to fix it. So what's the problem? The problem is when you flatten your layers all together, you've got these paths and you've got these alpha masks. You got to delete them. So you got to take them away. Paths too. And then when you go to finally save it out, save as, and you pick JPEG. See? No problems. So you got to remember that alpha channels, masks, they have to be the mask of the alpha channels. I'm sorry, the mask of the channels, or i.e. the alpha channels need to be removed, and the paths need to be removed too. As far as I knew with the paths. Now I can try that. Actually, it's good to know. Let me try it with if I keep a path. So save as JPEG. Actually, it's fine. Your paths are okay to keep. So great. But I know for the alpha channels, you must remove those. There are other file extensions, I believe. File, save as. Which one did that? There was ones that actually saved those. I think they're Targa files. Yeah, TGAs. They can save those alpha channels, I believe. Let's give it a shot. Okay, so we'll keep those. Targa? Nope. Targa still doesn't do it. I really thought, no, PNG won't work. I really thought Targas did that. Maybe they don't like the whole paths thing too. Hold on, let me see something. It's good for me to know and good for you guys to know this too, because sometimes people say that they want to keep the alpha channels, but don't want to make it a PSD file. There is a way to do it with Targa files and alpha channels. There really is, but I can't think of the way that it's done. TIFFs? Huh. TIFFs can do it. TIFFs can hold your alpha channels. So there's your answer right there. So you can export out an alpha channel with the TIFF file. And it being obviously a flattened layer. You can't keep a TIFF with multiple layers. Okay? So that is masking, how you blend it, and how you use the alpha channels. Now, we could refine this, and I can show you some techniques with this. I'm going to give that choice up to you guys. What do you guys want me to do? Do you want me to go ahead and show you just some refinements that I do with these masks, or do you want me to go ahead and just go dive into the filter stuff? And I want to hear from a couple of you guys, so I want to hear a whole consensus. So please answer. I would appreciate it. Okay. Alrighty. If you're there, Haley, let me know if there's a certain thing that you want. Okay. Well, if you're there, Haley, you're the deciding vote. Oh, no, I see. Okay, it doesn't matter to you. That's great. All right. I got one that wants filters. The other one that I got some people that want filters. The other half wants is refinement, and the other half wants it doesn't matter. So here's what I'll do. I'll just spend a few more minutes in refinement and then head over filters. That's fine. Okay, so when we go back into this, oh, don't worry about it, Haley. It's no big deal. It's just funny. Okay, so we have these areas here. Now keep in mind, I'm going to go back to my history. And let's see here. So we've got these alpha channels here. So on this alpha channel here, now this one's actually not too bad. I did a pretty good job because I did paths. And actually, no, that one wasn't the paths. This one was. Okay, so look at the paths one. So one of the things, if you really want to get in kind of deep into it, I mean, to kind of just really, get it perfect, there's a few ways you can do this now in Photoshop. Select around the magic wand. Hold on. Really? There. Okay. My bad. So select around the edge, and I want to see what this looks like. So you got to select the alpha, make sure it's on, and select the other parts and turn off the other alpha. All right? So this is what you see here. And now if you wanted to, you could kind of refine the edge. In fact, first of all, you want to do select inverse and then refine the edge. Sometimes you can find it, guys. Sometimes. This, I highly doubt it will, but it's worth giving it a shot. No. Refine edge still won't work. I didn't think it would, but hey, I thought I'd give it a shot. All right, so in this alpha channel, remember, white is additive, black is subtractive. It only likes black or white. No gray. Black and white, no gray. No, 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 no gray. That screws up so many people with this. They think they can gradiate and all this stuff. No, alpha channels are either you're here or you're not. That's how it works. That's just how it is. So what I can do is I need to use black because I want to get rid of these lines here. So let's get into there. And I can use the line, doing line tools and stuff. I think I can do that. I hope I don't have to do this with the actual line tool because the line tool itself, it'll work. So you can use the line tool in there. I didn't think that would work because I thought it would add it onto a layer. That's good to know. Okay, so you can add lines into here to your heart's content. And I'm almost positive that you can't. I can try to select it. No. Yeah. I didn't think you could select that. Okay. All right, so you kind of do the same thing and just make your lines that way, just making straight lines and, to make that setting. I mean, sometimes that's the best thing you can do. So I'll refine that by doing it that way. And what might feel like you're taking forever really doesn't. I mean, I'm going to do this probably for the next 2 minutes, and I'm done. Remember, if you want to make a straight line, just hold down the Shift key. But you don't have to. And I can go outside it because it's going along right there with the mask, so it doesn't really matter. Now here's a problem I have. I need to be able to select and make that line go from here to keep going here. So I hold down my Shift key. Well, or not the Shift key, you should be able to. Huh. Well, sometimes you have to just nudge it over a little bit. In some selections, you can hold down the space bar, and it's smart enough to know that you can do it. By the way, I could have easily made this line go from here to here. I didn't have to do that. I mean, I just decided to do it this way, I don't know. But that actually takes me more time. But you can just do a line straight across. So now I'm refining those little, not the grout lines, but you get the idea. And again, it's not perfect, but you're so zoomed in it doesn't matter. So now our next problem is this with this window is, like, let's say that I wanted to go ahead and just work on, like, I want to get rid of, let me look at the actual thing here. So that's deselecting that whole thing, but yeah, it did pretty good there. Okay, so like we have an area here that I could add a little bit more onto it. So what I do is, again, I do the polygon lasso. And then press enter. And then hide it, delete it, or not delete it, but I need to add black. Come on, reverse it out, add in the black. There we go. See? Now it's going to have that nice hard edge right there, and it's going to work out better. If I want to block out certain windows, I do the same thing with the polygon lasso. You know, if I wanted to be able to modify the color inside the window, that's how I would do it. Other things maybe, I don't know. That's pretty right there. That's about as clean as you can get. There's really not much more you can do. So that when I take it and I load the selection, so I go into our, make sure in my layer still, select, load selection. I'll take, oh man, which alpha was it? It was the alpha 2. Select, load selection, alpha 2. You can do it as a new selection, add to selection, subtract from the selection, or intersect with the section. So what you can do is well, I was showing you that other example of those two panes. Remember, I could have added that to the selection, or subtracted it. So like if I selected around the whole area here, I could have done the new load selection and removed it from here too. So I'll show you that in a second. So I select here. So there you go. You see how it gets all the clean lines? And your mask is going to work out just great. Just make sure you're not feathering it too much or anything like that, and you should be okay. Let's go ahead and that's alpha 1 and alpha 2. Let's not worry about those. Let me see if I can go ahead and do that where I take my paths that I make, the siding first, and I make a selection out of that. Don't feather it. And then I make that as a new layer mask. And then I believe you can cut that out like it was saying. So if I select that out, make selection, there we go, make selection, and you would, what, subtract it from the selection? There you go, subtract it from the selection, and it's all there. So when you go to make your new channel, this alpha 3 that I have, you don't even need to do that at this stage. All you have to do is make a new one, and look, see? It made that new one. So you can keep doing it over and over before you make your final masks, so you don't have to, like let's say you're doing this with like 5 different things, you know, something inside something inside something inside something. You don't have to make like 4 different masks and kind of go back and forth. You just keep subtracting from the selection, and you're good to go. And that will save you some time. And that's a way to help refine that a little bit more. Besides that, I mean, really, that's about as far as I can take you with masks. There might be some more other optimized ways to doing it, but for the most part, that's about good. So have any questions on this? On refinement or masks in general? Okay, I guess now is time to get into the filters. So let's kind of start working on that. Let me write that in my notes about timing. Okay. Let's get out of this. No. and go on to the next one here, filters. The first filter I want to show you, it's the vanishing point filter. Okay, this is a newer one that's in CS3. It came from CS3. I'll show you that. Actually, I'll show you that in a minute. Let me just show you some filters that we can do for day and night scenes real quick. Here, I'm just going to bring those into Photoshop. Old habit. You can still use bridge, but I have an old habit of doing it this way. I'm going to go ahead and show two different. Remember, we talked about the two different, like arranging the documents in different ways. I'm just going to arrange it this way. And kind of just do that here, and this one here. That should be fine. Okay, so to be able to access a filter, there's a couple ways. Filter gallery is basically takes, I should go back. Filter gallery does basically almost all these filters that you see here, from here all the way to here, and puts it into one gallery of stuff. So I can go in here and do some artistic things to it, you know. Kind of like the stuff I was doing with the digital thing, only, you know, making it itself. They have you change one, and I mean, you can do one filter on top of another. For example, I put in film grain, right? So I make it kind of look like it's in film. I blow out areas and things like that. Make the intensity of the film there. So I can make like what film grain looks like, and then I can add another, go my filter gallery again, and do it again. You do that, we go filter gallery, Control F. Control F duplicates whatever you're doing in your filter. So you make a filter, you want to keep doing it, I go Control F, 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 F. You see the idea? Let's go back to that film grain, and then if you want to add one filter on top of another, no problem. So you can add a fresco on top of it, or palette knife, or whatever. All these are ones that you just, literally all you do is you experiment. Now the ones that I typically use actually aren't part of the filter gallery, surprisingly. You've got different brush strokes. I mean, this stuff is just something you just have to go through to see if you like certain stuff. Distorting, putting stuff in glass, like it looks like it's behind a glass. See? Depends how frosted you want it to be, how much you want to distort it. And these have been around for a while. Different sketch stuff you can do. And it's using the background. That's what it's doing, is it's using these two here to make that happen for those colors. If you want to adjust those colors there, all you would do, if like you want to make it a black and white, change that to white, go under filter gallery, filter gallery, and then go to sketch, and see, there's your black and white. Now this is interesting. This kind of makes some sort of strange, like, alpha mask that you can kind of modify later. So you can kind of get away with a pseudo alpha out of this, and it makes for interesting effects. So let me just go ahead and show you. I'll duplicate the layer. And I'll go under filter gallery. Graphic Pen does that same kind of thing too. We'll choose that one because that really deals with black and white, so it still works well. Some of these others won't do the job, but this will. So I can apply this, Control A, copy, go into my channels, make a new, paste. See? Now imagine I select the layer, select, load selection, alpha 1. Look at that. That's a lot a lot of marching ants. So I can look into the alpha itself and see how it shows you there. So it selects it, and then I can copy that background layer and paste it in there. Hold on, I did it again. Edit, copy, edit, paste. Okay. I don't know why it keeps doing that for me, but whoa. Well, here you go. Okay. No, I know what that is. That's using the, let's turn on the alpha. That's why. I'm telling you, you get some strange results, but I know you can do that. Okay, so if I go to here, I'm just going to make that layer 0. I know you can copy. That's a selection. Copy it, paste it there. See, there you go. Now you can manipulate this. You can go into different filters here, and like, let's see if I can show you some other ones. I bet you there's a glow. Look, see how it picked that out? So you use one of your other filters like glowing edges. Choose a big edge width. And then change it around. Come on. Give me something decent. You never know what you're going to come up with, really. When it comes to filters, it could be anything, really. So, and I can actually apply that as like what I could do here, I bet you I can apply that as a glow. So I get rid of the fill, and then I go to blending options, do a glow, outer glow. Change that maybe to blue. Don't make it a screen, I put vivid light. And then just reduce the opacity. So you can enhance your image, so now you give it kind of a sketchy kind of feel to it. See? And that's an artistic kind of style. And I know I breezed through that stuff real quick, but I mean, that's how filters work. Filters work very effectively if you can remember to use them in creative ways. Like I made the sketch filter that I know it uses black and white only, and I was able to say, okay, let me put that as a mask, load the selection, and then modify it that way. Add some vivid light, and now we got something that's got a little bit of extra punch to it. So, I mean, I think it looks kind of cool. And it took me, what, 5 minutes to do? Imagine trying to do this all by hand. It would take forever. So that's how the filter gallery kind of works for night images. The same thing with day images. Only again, you know, we deal with something in light and something in dark. So if we go filter gallery, you can see some crazy stuff. There's different textures and stuff you can give it. Like stained glass. Small border. And we can go back on here. Sorry. I had some GoToMeeting issues there for a second. The Lighten there, cell size. See? So you can make it like stained glass. So like when you have a church, you know, let's say you're building a visuals, a rendering or something like that, and you need to make that, whatever it is, that image a, you know, stained glass. You can do it this way. I know that's not a good example, but you get the idea. I don't want to get too much into this, but the ones that we typically use also, like let's keep on going with this one. I'm going to go back into my one palette here. If I wanted to go ahead and like take the cars for whatever reason and blur them out more, I would take this, feather it out about maybe 25, take these cars, and then go under Filter, Blur, and we can do a Gaussian blur. Gaussian blur. And I don't want to use that one. I want to actually use the ground layer. Now keep in mind, as always, I want to make a new layer, or duplicate the layer, and make it called the modified background. Because if I'm making major mistakes, I can always revert back to my other one. So if I go Filter, Blur, Gaussian blur, you can add in a Gaussian blur. You can blur stuff out. Or you can have fun with content aware. Go under Edit, Fill, build it with content aware, and see what it does. Oh, there you go. So content aware will do some stuff too. The point is that you can be able to manage parts by blurring them out. Like if I wanted to blur out the whole scene, that's a good way of just showing you what a Gaussian blur does. Go back to my history. Filter, blur, Gaussian blur. See, it blurs out the whole scene. It makes it just out of focus. Whereas other filters, I don't really use these. Blur is just a quick blur. Blur more does a little bit more than blur. It basically doubles that amount of blur. Box blur, it's kind of like Gaussian blur, but it just does it a little bit different. Like, kind of makes it like glowy. So, and in fact, this is a good way to make a glow. So if I duplicate this layer and I do something like that, like a filter, blur, let's just do a box blur. That's fine. It's going to be a pretty wicked one. Wow. All right, we'll do that one. We'll give it a try. And then I put it off to, I believe, is it screen? Yeah, you could do it with screen. Kind of make it really punch it out. There are other ones too. Again, it just depends on what you want to do, what you want to highlight, really. So it adds that kind of level of glow to it. Whereas that was before, this is now. And you can reduce the amount. And this is why layers are so important. So now you have, we had that original image, but now it has a little bit more contrast and punch to it in the blue area. So it looks a little bit more stylized, but it also has a good mood associated to it. And blurring stuff and then applying it as a blending property allows you to be able to really enhance images to whatever you want it to be. So that's the great thing. When you start out with a good image, boy, you can make it great in Photoshop. You really can. Okay, moving on to a different one. Is everybody okay so far on the filter gallery? It's a thing you just have to play with a lot. Oh, here's one I'll show you too, Liquify. Oh wait, actually, that's the wrong one. Let me go to the modified background. Liquify. So, see? It liquefies stuff. So much fun. So if you have like a water droplet, if you have a scene that has some water and you want to do kind of a ripple effect, you get the idea. Just watch out for the edges. So there you go. Here's a water ripple effect just by using that filter. You can increase the brush size, decrease it, pressure, density. It's all there. Adding masks and stuff to it too if you really wanted to, but the point is, you can add it, you can do the liquify to specific parts. So that is liquify. And let's see. Anything else? No, that's fine. Let's move on to vanishing point, and then I'll show you topaz, and we'll be going on. Then we'll go for lunch. We okay so far, guys? Okay. Alrighty. Let us move on. I mean, and again, I could have shown you the stuff for day scenes, but you get the idea. I mean, you just have to be able to, if you see something kind of odd out of the way, make sure that you're changing your swatches and these filters. But overall, that's the stuff I use. Let's go on to the vanishing point. Okay, so this is the final of that image, is right here. It has this City Hall kind of name right here, which it's not something I cut out of the actual thing. It's actually just text that I created. So what I can do here is when I'm in this file. By the way, I did get this from that Photoshop Creative site, which I should probably show you. I don't have it listed here. It's I've got to give them due credit. This is one of their scenes from photoshopcreative.co.uk. So this is from them, so thank you very much. So in this example, we have this scene, which this is the normal scene that it is, okay? And so what we want to do is we want to add to this text City Hall to it. And so what we can do here is we create, first of all, text that goes down. See the text that goes down? You want to probably make this, probably Times New Roman is fine. And we'll call this, all in caps, City. Okay, hold on. There. City, space, space, 3 spaces, H-A-L-L. Okay? We'll scale this up just a wee bit. And probably I want to make that black. So I select the text tool again and make it black. Okay? So after we do that, we want to duplicate that layer, and we want to we'll just call this City Hall rasterized. Turn off the original one. Right-click, rasterize type, because the only way this stuff works is with rasterization. It can't figure it out with vector. You want to cut the text. This is important. I don't know why, but it did not work if I copied the text and put it over. I have to select it, edit, cut the text. So now it's gone. So there's nothing on the screen. Okay. Then go under Filter, Vanishing Point. Now I'm going to delete this because you guys don't know what this is and it's still there. Hold on, let me see if I can erase this. Because this is your actual vanishing point that you're going to be making. Hold on. And for some reason, I cannot delete this thing. I don't know why. That's interesting. So anyways, you have a vanishing point here. You guys should have the same file with this vanishing point on here. Maybe if I hold the Alt key. Nope. Sorry. Well, I thought we could create one on our own. We can. You do this by this create plane tool. So let me see if I can just move this over out of the way. Maybe this will work, maybe not. If it doesn't, I'm just going to show you. I'll get out of it, and then I'll just show you how it is with it there. But you create a plane clipping tool by just selecting on the outer edge areas that you want. Okay. Now, when it's yellow, it's saying that this will kind of work. So you kind of have to modify this around there so that it goes to blue. So you kind of have to tweak it around. There we go. All right, now it's blue. Now we're good to go. So after we've made that, what we have to do is press Control V to paste. See the City Hall? See how it's in this marquee tool that does not move? You need to select inside of it and move it over to here. Look at that. And this is just a simple application of how this works. So it actually conforms to the vanishing points that you're actually making. Now in this example, I'm going to leave this like this and make this nice and large. Okay? So after you've kind of gone ahead and done that, and you can adjust. Actually, sorry. If you wanted to adjust this a little bit more, you'd select this, and you can still adjust. We want to kind of put that out here. We can still adjust it, and that's still in the proportions of it. So we go back to the marquee tool and select the City Hall thing. And so we move it around, and now it should, the City Hall thing should actually move. Hold on. Oh, maybe you have to, I know what you have to do. Okay. Select what you want to select. Hold down Control, and you can move it within that marquee selection. Okay? So I'll do it again. In the boundary box, you select pretty much everything in there. That's what I suggest you do. Then you can move this around. Now, when you move it around, look at what, you're moving the whole text and everything else around. So you've got to be very careful. So what I always suggest people to do, really, is to be careful with that and just make sure that when you're happy with the City Hall thing, you just kind of put it in there and you're good. The City Hall thing should be like the last thing you do. It's a floating selection, and once it's done, it's in there, it's in there. How did I paste the text in the photo? Okay, so let me cancel out of this to show you again how it's done. So what I had done originally was I had taken this text, I had rasterized it. So you take the text, you make the word City Hall, you rasterize the text, then you edit, cut the text. Then you go under Filter, Vanishing Point, and then press Control V. That makes it in there. That makes the name City Hall, and you put it in there. And you can transform it right here. That's what I wanted to show you. That's what I wanted to do. Okay, so after you have it in there, then you can transform it. That's how it's done. I knew there was a way to do it, and I couldn't remember it right off the bat. So you can move it over and down. Hold the shift key and do it, but it'll kind of freak out a little bit on you. But it gives you the idea. Does that answer? Okay, cool. So once you're good and you're happy with that, you want to go ahead and press OK. So there you go. City Hall's in there. All right, now, how do we make it look like that? Well, here's how we did it. Now again, I made it bigger here just to so you guys can all see it better. Okay, so what we got to do is the first thing we have to do is make sure the fill is at 0. Okay? That way no black is applied on our object. Right click, go under blending options. We want to go to probably bevel and emboss. And in bevel and emboss, go into the options. We want to make sure it is an inner bevel. We want to make sure that the depth is at 130. The size is set to 10 pixels. Angle set to 27 degrees. And if this is a little bit bigger, we might have to tweak this out some more. Actually, let me just put 27. 27 degrees. And the glass contour is like an S shape. So it is like this one, I believe. Maybe not. Again, we can probably play around with this some more. I thought it was like this, actually. This one? Maybe it's that one. And then if I need to maybe tone down the black a little bit, or the screen on it. It's a little bit too poppy for me, but I think it gives you guys the idea of how this works. Oh, I think I know what it was. I had to apply the white. Okay, instead of it being white, it had to be. You choose the color of this here, of the background area. Maybe put it up just a little bit, and right here, do the same, but make it a little bit darker. And you can kind of put it in there. We can keep playing around with it some more. But it gives you a good idea. The other thing I would kind of do also, and I understand why I did what I did, maybe we can put that to color now. Yeah, because that fill, that won't affect it at all. So I'm thinking, let's try the color color again. And we'll try. Now it won't do it right. So just for here, this is probably why you probably want to make it a little bit smaller. And that's after the fact. I mean, you can do that vanishing point thing, and this is after the fact. So you can kind of make it right there and puts the City Hall. Play around with it a little bit more. When it's at that level, you'll eventually get it to here. You really will. It just takes some tweaking back and forth. But for the purposes of this exercise, doing the vanishing point filter can really make a big difference in your whatever imagery that you want to do to make it look, realistic. And in fact, if you combine that with the stuff I taught you yesterday about wrapping around certain things, wrapping around certain vectored circles or shapes or whatever, I did that heart shape, you'll get a clear understanding of kind of what to do there. So that is the vanishing point filter, and then I'm going to take a little bit of time. Does anybody have any questions on this? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and spend just a little bit more time with you. I'm going to get out of this, press no. I'll show you that day image. We'll just work on that. And I'm going to show you, let's see, some of the topaz filters. Actually, I'm not going to use this image. I know exactly which one I want to use. That one that we used for day 1, it was at the end of the day, the new in CS5, the beach pano. That's a good one to go with. So some of the problems that we have with this beach pano image is if you look in here, you see how this kind of looks like red in there a little bit and things like that. Well, that's JPEG compression that does some of that. So if we go under, you don't have this, so you guys are going to have to kind of sit back and watch me as I do this stuff. Filter Topaz Labs Topaz DJPEG. And I bought the suite for this because I think it's amazing some of the stuff that it does. See? Look right there. That highly compressed JPEG, that stuff is pretty much gone. Try to do that in Photoshop. Not going to happen. You can sharpen it a little bit more, but the whole point is that you just got rid of the JPEG compression stuff in one thing. See, look, that's it before, that's it after. It gets rid of it, and it's awesome. I can switch to different ones. See, like, look, gone. That spottiness is gone. And just like that, I mean, bam, your stuff is gone there. It splotches it up a little bit, but it's a heck of a lot better than what it was. Other ones, let's see if I can find any other ones that I liked. I'll go back to the original. Topaz Labs, Topaz Adjust. So you can increase different exposures onto here, different contrast pops. I mean, like, look at that one. A drama portrait, you really just nail out the detail on that. And a lot of the HDR toning, you could be able to do that through Photoshop. But through this one, I mean, you can really make it. Look at all that contrast that just popped out in just a few clicks of the button. So it's almost like its own filter gallery. It is a filter system, and it works. And it's definitely saved me some time. Go on to clean. See what clean can do. So smooth, it smooths out everything. And I won't make it as strong. You can degrunge stuff. Make it a flat style if you really want to. Now the flat style, the only thing I can tell you that would be good for that kind of stuff is to giving that kind of like pseudo Illustrator look where you have simplistic colors and stuff like that. But you can stylize details. And that's just how Topaz Clean works. But the DJPEG thing is the thing I love the most. Detail adds detail onto the scene. And there was one that I really liked. I used it for a lot of certain images. One of the ones that it was, I'll tell you where DJPEG works out really great, and the image adjuster is for your own. Like, let's say you've got like a really dark photograph. It can be able to really punch that out, so it gets rid of all that that JPEG compression on there. Like for example, when you're in Photoshop and you revert out from a very dark image and you really lighten it up and punch up the contrast, you'll see all these artifacts from JPEG compression and stuff. And I mean, it just totally wipes that stuff out of the way. And you can use these filters later on to actually adjust, to do a topaz adjust, and do it to all your pictures in one shot. So let's say you put a bunch of group of pictures together, you can be able to kind of like in one batch clean out all your images. Now I personally haven't done it yet, but I saw it demoed over at SIGGRAPH when I saw it, and I was just floored at how well it worked. And now obviously demos work the best for them, but I did on some of my stuff individual, and it was great. It really was, and that's why I'm telling you guys about this now. Should probably work on some adding in small details. I mean, it really does pick up a lot of stuff that you normally can't pick up. But I really like the topaz filters. It's something that I recommend using. And it's made by a company called, well, Topaz Labs. So now I don't know these people that much or whatever. I just bought it at SIGGRAPH and I thought you guys might like it. So I don't even remember their website. Here it is, topazlabs.com. So you see how it can change images and kind of really make them pop and stretch out. A couple things. I hope it shows the night one, because I really like the night one a lot and how it changed and modified those programs. See, look how it brings out the pop into it. You can stylize stuff. So anyways, that's Topaz, and they've got a different bundle of stuff. I don't know, I think they have a, let me look at the price. It's $179 for the whole thing. That's the whole bundle of everything, but you can buy individual elements on it. And I wonder if I go to Topaz Adjust if it'll show the, now it'll just show that one. See, look how it can take dull and make it, vibrant. So night images, it picks it up. If you try to do that in Photoshop, you're going to get grain. So it just works out much better that way. See right there. Look how much that picks it up without that JPEG stuff. It's amazing. It picks up all that light. And let's see if we can go to the DJPEG one. I want to show that before I get done here. It's the noise ones. Here, look, see how that would do that? But you can recover the detail back into it. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. See all that? It gets rid of that. And I can't tell you how annoyed I am when it comes to these, these film grains and stuff like that. It just totally removes it. It's such a pain in my photos that I do like that. I have had photographs look just like that, and this gets rid of it. So, anyways, I could keep going on, but that's what it does. I think it's a good filter set, and that's something I use on top of the already great filters and stuff that you have in Photoshop. So, at the end of the day, Photoshop pretty much complements 95% of the stuff you ever need to do. The only thing I can tell you is that what you wouldn't use Photoshop for is as you're going along the way and you're finding that it just, after all the things you try to adjust and do, it just doesn't work. You hunt and find other filter packages, and they actually make programs because they know that Photoshop can't do it, like the Topaz Labs. That's the reason why I bring them up, is because they know that they have that niche and they either patent the way they do, or I don't know what they did, but just Photoshop in all the years hasn't been able to come up with something that really works well. The latest CS5 does do a film grain with raw images, but it deals with raw images. I don't use raw images. I deal with JPEGs, and it's the only one I know that can de-JPEG or denoise, as they call it, stuff out. So that is filters in a nutshell. And when we get back, we're going to go to lunch here in a little bit. We're going to come back and see image enhancements and repairing. This one is something I very much look forward to doing with you guys. We're going to get back a lot into the cloning and content aware and all that good stuff to make that happen. Then we're going to go with scale skewing and perspective and distorting images, graphical automation and optimization. And guys, I want you to start writing questions and comments down starting now for our question and answer session toward the end. Who knows? We might be able to get to, we might be able to get past this stuff quicker. I don't know. If we do, more question and answer time, so which would be great. And I appreciate any questions that you can bring to me, because it won't benefit just you. It'll benefit the whole class and anybody who watches it afterwards. So with that being said, we're going to head off to lunch. Okay, everybody, we're back for the afternoon session of day 2. And in the afternoon session, we are going to be talking about image enhancements and repairing. I know for a lot of you out there that you're wondering, okay, how exactly do I repair old images, or, do things that just kind of fix stuff. So we're going to be playing the fixing game today, in the afternoon actually. On top of that, afterwards, we're going to talk about scale, skew, perspective, and distorting images. I'm going to take some examples, I think, from a scene that utilizes like a couple cars and a couple people in a scene, and kind of how to, make them and arrange them, take care of the shadows and all that stuff. And remember, all this stuff is in combination with everything I've told you about from day 1 up until now. Then we'll go ahead and take care of automation. That might not take an hour. If not, we can we can always do some other stuff too, and then we'll end up with the question and answer. So I hope you guys have your questions ready towards the end of the hour. For just general stuff, you can ask whatever you want, and that'll be recorded too, so that you'll be able to review back on that later. So with that being said, let us go ahead and start image enhancements and repairing. So what you want to do is close out of that other document that you have. Let's go into Mini Bridge, and let's go into day 2. We are going into image enhancements and repairing, and we're going to start off with the good old soldier here. We're going to start with him before. And we've got a soldier here on the after. So the idea is to take him from what you see here, not here, but from here. We're going to be getting rid of the outer edge work here. We're going to go ahead and he's got some issues, some serious issues here, where we've got some cracks and creases and things like that, and some parts breaking away. Got some dust and scratches over here. We'll be removing that. This outer fringed area we might be able to lighten up, but we're just going to spend some time taking care of it. We'll get rid of this thing that says my M-Y. There are some other areas to fix up on him. So in the end, we're going to go ahead and make him. And we might even do a better job than what I'm doing now. So let's go ahead and begin. All right, so the first thing I like to do when I go into all this stuff is to make sure that I deal with the borders first. And really, you don't need to have that kind of border that you have here. You can do a couple different things. The first thing I'll do is I want to crop that border out of here, because it's a lot of work to go ahead and modify that, and it's just not needed. A lot of people don't really ever care. So we'll just take it out completely. So now that we've taken it out, let's go ahead and put a new border in here. So we go under Image, Canvas Size. We're going to go ahead and just put enough out there so that we've got enough to play with. So 700 by 1200 should do more than fine. Oh, one thing I forgot to tell you, it's going to take the background image. If you go under image canvas size, I wanted to take the foreground image, which was white. See the background, foreground? And let's do that again. I think I did 700. I don't know if it was 800. It doesn't matter. 800 and 1200. Okay. So now we have it what it generally looks like here, and we have it as an object. So what I want to first do is I want to go ahead and select everything around it and select the inverse. I want to copy and paste that. And truth be told, I'll keep that as my original layer, and I'll do this as the modified. But I can also, or I'll actually name that as the photo. What we can do here is we can make this as layer 0 and say this is the source file. That way, if we never need to go back to it, we can. But the other thing I want to do is make a new layer and make it all white. Okay, so I did that. Now notice how I did that. I was selecting here, but you're still seeing the photo there. I have to unhide it. See, it's on white. It's just after you do this for a while, you kind of, you can kind of make it look good. Now there's two ways around this. What I'd like to do first is with the photo is I'd like to add a stroke around it that's white. So I go into image, not image, it's going to be under here. Let's do this the right way. Select inverse, edit, stroke. Foreground color, let's make that 7. So now you can't see it, but watch when I do the magic wand again. See, it's around the edge now. So when I go to do a drop shadow or something like that, and again, notice how when I put the stroke in there, it's just white on white. I mean, if I colored this black, you'd see it right away, but we're not going to do that right now. So in the photo, I'll label that white layer too. I mean, again, it's not needed, but it's always good to label your stuff. And it's also good to, change the color of stuff to say, hey, that's my major layer that I'm going to be messing around with. So what we can do is right-click on it, then do blending options, and we want to add like a drop shadow into here. Or no, not a drop shadow. We'll just do an outer glow. Change from the outer glow, go from screen to multiply, change to black, and now you've got an outer shadow. Now, that's fine, but you have to mess around with it a little bit because it looks kind of, well, not so hot. So we've got to reduce. So now we have a nice little edge shadow there. And so we can kind of, that's our kind of starting point with making kind of a drop shadow look for the postcard. There are many ways to do this, by the way. Other people have done stuff where, here, I'll press OK here, where they've, here's another example of what you can do. If you make a new layer, and I'll turn this effect off, do a new layer, and I'll zoom in. Oh. Let's go out a little bit. Okay. So you want to do the dimensions of this area here. And again, we're putting that on a new layer. And what you can do is kind of paint a fake shadow in. And it's always good when you do shadows to give it some little bit of color, just so it adds a little bit. And then you make a really big paintbrush, like you see here, this 400, and you go select, inverse, So it'll paint the outside, but we want to make sure that the opacity is good. And maybe it might be good to reduce the size so it's in the boundaries. So I'll add just something on here. Now that's a really big one there. So again, you make something here, and then I'll make the brush size a little bit smaller again. So we put an extra little layer on it. Actually, not like that. So what we're going to do is overall kind of make it like a curve. So we'll go here, and we'll kind of curve it in here. And then what we'll do is we'll take our rectangular marquee tool, and we'll kind of start erasing it a little bit. So we get this kind of, oh, that's not good. I don't know. So you have this kind of different kind of edge work here. And so we've made that for the bottom piece. Actually, we need to delete it off. See this part here on the left? We don't need that. And same probably with the right. So what we'll do is we'll take this piece, we'll duplicate it, and we'll move it up. Oh, by the way, if you want to move things up right good, you hold the Shift key, and as you're moving it, it moves it straight up and down. As you can tell, we have a little bit of a line problem here. I'm going to get rid of that. There we go. And I believe, hold on, hold Control and Shift down. It's Control and Shift, so you can move things in a straight line. See how it matches up? Then you go under Edit, and we'll get into this in the next couple hours. Transform, Flip, Vertical, and there you have your top edge. And again, we can move this. Look how it's on top of the photo. You can take these two here, combine them by holding the Shift key, move them down, and move them down this way. So there you go. And again, we'll go ahead and just take the eraser tool at this point. And you'll want to select the layer 1 copy. Increase the brush size. And kind of make your top there. And again, you can make the opacity a little bit less, however you want to. Same way with down here. Actually, before we even make that, let's put that back up to 100. I have an idea. And then we'll combine both layers. So Control E to combine, or to bring it down from the top layer to the other. It's called merging layers, or layer, where's that? Merge down. So now both are on the same layer, and let's reduce the opacity a little bit here. Okay, so we've got the two sides here. Then we'll duplicate that, and we'll say that this is the shadow sides, and duplicate this, and this would be not shadow sides, shadow top bottom. This is the shadow sides. Now you want to go ahead and edit, transform, rotate 90 degrees clockwise. So let's find where these little guys are at. So we have this one here. Let's just, what you want to do is you want to select it, hold Control, and move it over, just over enough, just so that the both can be at the same time in the same layer at the same time. There we go, like I just did there. And now we can move that again by holding the control and moving it. So it moves it into there. Okay. So now we have both of those here, and then we can actually move those more towards the middle by holding, again, the Shift key. Then we again do transform. I know that we're doing a lot of adjusting here, but you know, this will get you prepped into the next lesson that we've got. Again, Control T, move her up. Because they're shadows, it doesn't matter that much if they expand themselves. And there you have it. You have, generically speaking, two different ways to make shadows. So the one we have makes the outer glow here, and the other that we have, see, here's the outer glow, and this one is the actual, like, kind of natural shadow. Now obviously I can get rid of some stuff here that isn't good, which, like for example these, I need to kind of cut them in, so I just, you know, erase them out. So these are two ways of making kind of shadows for like your, you know, your pictures and things like that out there. And again, this has more control because you can remove. If you only want them on the top and bottom, you can. If you only want them on the sides, you can. So see, there's a lot you can do with it. I mean, you can even go into stuff like right-click on it and go into blending options, color overlay. You can make it a separate color. So if you didn't like it being that color, you can make it like a deep purple. Or we can make it, you know, again, whatever. So you can give it a little bit of extra mood to it. Right now, we'll just leave it like it is. So since we have our quote-unquote box around it, we're going to go ahead and crop it again. So let's crop it. Actually, let me bring that here. That should be good. And there you go. And just in case if you guys didn't follow that whole section there, I'm just going to leave on the other one, the other shadow where it's a blend. Keep in mind I can always add on top of the blend too, so you can give it that extra level of depth. So it's your call, but the point is that you can be able to, you know, make it into whatever you want. Does anybody have any questions on how we took care of the border so far? One other thing about the border too, before I forget, we did that stroke actually. We could have easily done a stroke around this way too. In fact, I can still do it with the image. If I make it on the inside, see? I can make that stroke just like that. And I can change it to whatever color I wanted to. In fact, showing you the stroke technique was just one way, but this one's a lot better because you're able to modify whatever color you want. So let's say it was near what that one was. Remember, it's kind of like a pinkish hue to it, like that. So we can kind of do that too. And then make the border just a little bit less. Kind of match the other one. There we go. Okay. Okay. So we'll kind of match it up that way with that stroke. And again, all you had to do is, you know, because we're dealing with the photo could have done a stroke and you would have been totally fine. But again, you know, if you want to do something multiple ways, you can. It's up to you. Okay, now let's get into the nitty-gritty of this guy. We probably want to go ahead and try and do some, after we've cropped it, try to do the healing brush on the cracks. Let's take care of that next. So these cracks are pretty darn bad. We need the healing brush to help us out. That's under here. You can do the spot healing brush. Now again, it can do, there's different ways: proximity, create texture, and content aware. You want to do either content aware or proximity. So we will try and what we'll try to do here is just, heal it up here with content aware. So as you can see, some content aware can do a good job in removing that. But it's not always that good. Really, it's not. And we do piece by piece. I mean, you might be able to get away with more. We'll try it. Sometimes it works. You just have to trial and error with it sometimes, and it works. It's amazing. Content aware does a pretty good job with here, because these are two contrast areas. Like the proximity brush, watch what happens. Proximity match. See, I don't know if you can tell, but it makes it too blurry there. I'll see if I can do it bigger. See how it kind of cut into there? It couldn't figure that out. But they're getting better at it, and content aware definitely helps it out. More content aware. See, it blurred there. So see, right there is a bad spot to do content aware. Or you can keep trying. And it does some of the outer edge good, so most of your work is done already. And we'll do more here. And by the way, when we're done, we're going to have a nice clean image, every one of you. So if you want to, I'd love to see the way you did it when we're done with this class today. If you want to, you can send me, like what you did here, and see how well you cleaned it up, because I'd be curious to see, how well you did. We want to clean up these little spots here. That was ugly. There. If it doesn't fix it, what you have to do is you have to go in and kind of give it more of a range of stuff. So if that didn't work, you have to kind of make it bigger. So keep that in mind. Now we have some blurred areas here. So, whatever seems to get blurred out, you've either got to go back in and use the healing brush. Again, it's still a little blurry. So you can do one of two things. You can healing brush tool here and go in and fix it like that, and it figures it out. See? The fold's still on there. See the difference between that? Because what you're doing is the spot healing brush just says, okay, what's around it? And it's using content aware to match multiple samples around it. Whereas the healing brush, the standard healing brush tool, you tell it, hey, I want to have something that's close to here. Instead of having it close to here, you want to have it from close to here to move over here to fix it. So same way with this. So you can figure it out. We've got a problem here. And that didn't work. Like in that instance, what I would say to do is to just go right into the clone brush. And you'll have to do this. There's nothing you can do. Make the selection a little bit smaller. Kind of just get in there. So now when you zoom out a little bit, there you go. It works. So let's keep cleaning. We're playing janitors, digital janitors today. Just watch out. When you do one of these, you have friends. This happened to me a couple times. I show people that I can do this, and they're like, wow, I have a couple photos you can do that with. And all of a sudden now you're modifying somebody's album of photos, as a quote unquote favor. So be careful with how many people you can show how good you've been doing in Photoshop. um, so let's just go on the spot healing brush again. Get this little guy out. Goodbye. Move around, get that spot out. Again, I'm holding down the space key to move things around. Getting this long thing out. Boy, that's ugly. Not bad. I wondered about that because we've got a contrast element here. It picked it up pretty good. Some of the bigger. Don't worry about the little ones yet. I've got a fix for that. Okay, so we got some over here. By the way, this used to be much tougher. I remember back in the day I only had the clone brush, and I had to try to reclone all this stuff. You know. And what you would do is, really, is by taking the clone brush, is to do multiple sections. And you go here, you go a little bit here, and then redo it here. You know, so you take multiple samples around. And that's how you really clone correctly, is that you don't keep going like here and then doing all this and all this stuff. I mean, it can work maybe for areas like that, but what it does is that it does like a repeating image. So you've got to take multiple samples, some from here, some from here, some from here, you know, and really get in there like that. But with the advent of the spot healing brush, it kind of does that job for you. So let's take care of this other big mess. Let's see what it does here. This is going to be a hard one for it to do. You see? It's got some blurriness here, which is okay. Look, content aware is great for a good start, but really at the end of this, you know, you've got to refine it yourself. You know, a person who's a good digital artist goes in and does the extra work to make it happen. Another thing to do, like, look, I've got a separation here between the lightness and the darkness here. I take the opacity and I move it down a little bit. Remember, opacity allows a kind of a fake blending. Not a fake blending, really. It blends it a little bit better. So see, by me applying less opacity, I have more of a feathered edge there. And that might work here well with this too. And you can try and content aware some of that too. One of the problems is usually when it's blurry, you got to go in and usually clone. Hold down the Alt key, it tells you where it's at. Actually go here. Oh, I forgot my opacity. That's the other thing you got to remember. If I want to get this as a hard defined edge, I got to make sure my opacity is there. On top of that, one of the problems I have is my brush is too big. So I've got to reduce my brush so that some of this other stuff has a nice refined, defined edge. If you don't get it the first time, try again. Believe me, you'll have plenty of opportunities to use it. Okay, let's zoom out, see what we got. Okay. By now, you should have your little cracks and stuff like that all gone. I missed a few down here, so let me fix that. So Z like my last name. Huh. So I'll Zorro this out. And I guarantee you it flubbed up on some stuff. So let me zoom out again. Yeah. Let's press the Alt key and kind of clone in here again. The other thing you can do is, I mean, not that it really matters here, but if you want to hit an edge that it doesn't go past, use the marquee tool and you go and you bring whatever it is you want to work on to the edge. So look. So I only want to work on this area. So we use the cloner tool and we only work on that area, so we have a hard to find edge. Otherwise, you'd have some of that paintbrush going in there. So if we hide it, as you can see, it's all good. Got some stuff to take care of here. Oh, that's the other thing. Go. Let's deselect that. And then let's go off to the healing brush here. Get a couple of those things. Okay, let's zoom out. Alright, by now your soldier should be similar to what you see here. So let's go ahead and clean up the sky, this area around here. Again, we use the handy dandy healing brush tool. And we're going to only work in this area. Done. Move on. Let's see if you can get this. This will be fun. Huh, not bad. It's pretty good with this kind of stuff. I'm always quite happy with some of the results it can come out with. Okay. So now we have some stuff cleaned, but we still have a lot of dust to take care of. So we have to figure out a way to fix that. So what we want to do is we want to select like a proximity around the soldier. So what I typically do is use like the elliptical marquee tool and select from about right here. Add the feather. You know what? Actually, increase the feathering to maybe like 40. See if that'll work. Because most of the dust and scratches are below him, and we can take that to our advantage. And what we can also do is, if we don't want it exactly like a circle, you know, we can hold the Alt key and remove some of that feathering, like from his shoulder, so that it gets removed some of that stuff too. And maybe we don't need that. We want to concentrate more on his head. Okay, now what we want to do at this point is, let's see, we can do a couple things. We can make the selection and do what we got to do. And, you know, actually, before we do that, I was just thinking about this. You know, the one thing we might want to do better than what we got is that this is nice to have, but we can go back to it later. So let's just click out of it. Let's actually use the proximity brush, the quick selection tool I meant, and kind of, we can select around this guy. And remember, we don't have to hold the shift key down. Keep selecting them. Okay. Now, as you can see, we have some ear damage. So we need to go in and kind of use the polygon lasso tool and get rid of that. You want to get rid of it because remember, we're going around the soldier. So we want to go ahead and use the Alt key. There you go. Got the ear, and I think we'll have a problem here with the star area again. There you go. Okay, so we're selecting around the soldier. Now, if you want to see, there's still some areas that might be trouble. Let's see if we can refine the edge. Give it a shot. I know we haven't had too much great luck with it, but let's give it a shot. Who knows? Because sometimes you can, you can do really good here. We want to go ahead and select. It's under select, refine edge. There it is. Alrighty. So we can do it like as an overlay or marching ants. There are many different ways to approach this. So we'll do it right now. I'll just do it on the marching ants. See if the smart radius does its thing. Did a little better job. You can see it picked it up. Undo that. That was bad. There we go. I held the minus key and selected around that, and it got a better edge. That didn't work. So we can smooth this out a little bit. It's a little jaggy. I don't want to feather. A little contrast. You can build it out, or build it in, I should say. But we'll keep it a little bit here for the shift edge. And we'll look at it on black and white. A little bit of problems here, so we want to go ahead and watch out for that smooth thing a little much. And see what there we go with the contrast. That's what I wanted. So let's look at him at the marching ants. Okay. Once we've selected him, we will do output selection. You can just keep it as a selection. What we're going to do is I want to change that to a path. So press OK. And we will select, keep this selected here. And I believe that we want to go ahead and make it to, I think, around the soldier. So let's go ahead and do that, make a path out of it. Make work path. So you go into your paths. Once you have this stuff selected, you click on paths, make work path. A tolerance of 1 should be okay. It should be okay. Okay, so you have your path now. And what this will do is we'll make this, we'll rename it. We will save the path and call it, we'll call it just soldier path. Okay, so we have the path around the soldier. So now we can keep that. So what we want to do is, again, make a selection around that, and make a selection. Don't feather it. Then select the inverse. Remember I was telling you about how to select things in a way where it's dealing with, don't deal with the hard stuff, deal with the easier stuff. Well, you just did that. Now, here's the only issue that you have with that. See this around here? We forgot that we also had selected this border stuff around here. So what we're going to have to do, because it's selecting him and the border around there, so we didn't close it. That's what we should have done. We should have closed it. So actually, let's go back into our paths. Let's go back to our path. And she's not going to let us, is she? Because we have the path around here. There's a way to get out of this. Let me just figure this out for a second. There's always a way to get out of it. Okay, here's our path. So selecting the outer. I guess it really doesn't matter if I'm thinking correct. So if I select that, it's only going to affect the white, which we really don't care because it's only going to deal with that layer. So yeah, no, we're fine. We're fine. Let's just make the selection. We're okay. Select the inverse. And then, so now we're affecting the soldier. So at this point, we want to go to the elliptical marquee tool, go back into your layers, and you're going to adjust the photo, feather it about 40 away from his head down to about here. And don't forget the top of this. You want to make sure that he's not really messed around with. Okay? And then once you've done that, you want to go under, go Control H to hide it, filter, oh, I know one thing that we did not do. Okay, one thing in the beginning. This is a good example of what CMYK, the limitations you have with it. If I go under filter scale, a lot of things aren't selected. That's because we're in CMYK. The first thing we have to do is go press Control H first to make sure the march and answer is still around there. And then go Image, Mode, RGB. And click Don't Merge. Okay? Now it's back on the RGB spectrum instead of CMYK. Now when you do the filter, see, they're all there. So now what we want to do is we want to go ahead and we want to go filter with the dust and scratches. That would be under, no, stylize. Maybe it is noise. Yeah, dust and scratches. Filter, noise, dust and scratches. Okay, and it gives you a preview of what that looks like. So you see these, the dust and the scratches here. We adjust these a little bit here, and boom, it's gone. Okay? See, look, if I hold it, there's the dust, it's gone. Hello, goodbye. Hello, goodbye. Can increase the threshold. We want to increase the threshold enough just so that we just don't see the dust. So right about there seems to be okay. Let's see other areas. Yeah, that seems to be pretty good. Now you're going to get your big guys out there, some of the other big ones, but for the most part, this will take care of it. Press OK. And there you have it. Control H to hide. We're going to go down here. I'll press Control Z. Look at it. There, and now it's gone. Pretty cool. So there you have it. We feathered out the section here on the head because we don't want to, what happens is that this dust and scratches blurs things out a little bit. Like look at the button here. See how it's kind of like bumpy? And they see now it's not. That's because it took the detail out. So if we did that, we would take the detail out of the guy's face. And we don't want to do that. And since he doesn't have very many scratch or very much dust, you know, we wanted to fix that too. So we're fixing the soldier pretty well, and so we're kind of moving on with him. So Control H to see it again. Now if you wanted to fix anything else, now's a good time to do that. But for the most part, we're good. So we select off the guy, like so, or Control D to deselect. Go back in our path, click the soldier path, right-click, make selection. Don't feather it. Okay, now we're just selecting the area in here. And why are we selecting that stuff in there? Because we still have some things we can fix here. Now, we can go back to that and do the same exact thing we did before. Control H. In fact, you can go Filter, Dust and Scratches, and it's done. Look at that. It's done. So as you can see here, you got a guy who's cleaned up a lot more than what he was. You have a nice border around there. And if you really want to keep, like we have some dust or some dots here, so we'll just go ahead and get those out. Say goodbye. If you want the smudge paint out, that might work, but it might pick his face up. Nope, it actually did the job. Great. Okay. Now let's say we wanted to pick up the detail of the buttons again. So again, Control H to see what we're seeing, and Control D to deselect. Now let's select these buttons. There's a few ways we can still get detail backed out of it. I'll use the proximity, the quick select tool. I like to call it proximity because it gets the proximity out. Okay, that's good enough. Control H. We can go Filter, Sharpen, Smart Sharpen. And we'll look at it here. Now it's never going to do the job that like it did before, but it's at least better than what we have. And we just adjust the radius and the amount, and we're good. So our button is back. See, from there to here. Now what I would also do is, because instead of me trying to keep setting up this stuff over and over and over again, I would go ahead and just do you can do it a couple different ways. You can use the magic wand tool and kind of increase the tolerance level. Hold the shift key. It kind of messes up out of that. So let's just try to increase the tolerance level. There we go. A little bit more. Okay, that's good. Hold the shift key. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. And again, you also want to get the highlights. Oh, that won't work. So reduce the tolerance. Big time on that. There. That's okay. Yeah, we can manage that. So now we're selecting all these buttons. Yes, you can make a path out of it if you really want to. And yes, we can refine the edges. So if we go Select, Refine Edge. You could get away with it. On black. It's the best way to see it is on the black. And no. So we'll do it a little bit. And we will shift the edge back. No, forward. So we increase the button size. So now we're growing it out from where it's at. We can smooth it a little bit more. So now it selects it pretty good. Okay, so now we're selecting the buttons. So Control H, so you can see what these things look like. You go under Filter, Smart Sharpen, and there you have it. There's your buttons. So as you can tell, this one looks the best, but these ones still do the job. So you can sharpen things back up. Let's see, other things that we can do just to fix it. And we got a spot here we can fix. You always have to kind of go back in and forth a little bit to fix stuff. So he's right there. Now, when we talked about yesterday about the auto color stuff, this is where this is going to come in real handy. If we press Control H, and again, we should not be seeing any marching ants, so we're going to select the whole object. So we go under Image and go under, I believe we'll try, I think maybe Auto Tone might work. Maybe Auto Color. Let's try Auto Color actually. Click on Auto Color. Boom, look at that. He jumps out. He leaps out at you. Now this is what Photoshop suggests. We can always do what we did before, and if we think that this area here is too dark, we can always go in there and do what we did before. Select the soldier path, make selection, select the inverse, and then feather it out a little bit more now. And then Control H to hide, and then Image, Adjustments. Okay, what do you guys want to pick? Exposure, levels, curves, any one of these can fix it. It's your choice. Just tell me what you want to do. I'm happy to do any one of them. Okay. Curves, all right. Curves is the winner. Oh, I probably deselected it, unfortunately. Hold on. There we go. Okay, I guess I didn't. Control H, not G. Control H. Okay. Image, adjustments, curves. So we have a lot of color going on here. And if we go down here, see how dark it gets? Let's bring it back up. There we go. And see, because I feathered it so much, like we don't see we don't see real harsh. Like, see how that feathering works? I'm telling you, the more you learn about feathering, the quicker your jobs can get. So we'll just adjust them a little bit here. Then press OK. And voila. I think he looks even better. Now the last thing we might want to do, I don't know, maybe do some vignetting. So we'll select, actually probably just select the photo itself, couldn't you? Yeah. Select inverse. Okay, select the inverse. So now you've got the photo selected. We will make a new layer. And we'll call that the vignette. And let's see. How do I want to tackle this one? How about we just use a gradient tool. And we'll do a radius. Make it black. Actually, let's just start with black and white. The color, make sure that color goes to black too. So it goes from black to black. I know that sounds strange, but you'll understand why. Opacity, make that 0. You want to go to radial. Control H to hide it. And we'll see how well this works. There you go. The vignette is made. And actually, right off the default, I mean, if you wanted to change it so that the vignette level, like he's more in there, so we'll want to change the opacity over here. We'll bump that up a little that way, so that when I do the vignette, see? And then we'll take the vignette, and we'll do a couple things. We do opacity. We get to do an opacity adjust, or we can try just a couple different fun ways of blending. So these are all the different ways you can do the blending. Personally, I'll just go with normal. Normal seems to work just fine with me. So that's a full vignette that is going back away. So we'll do a little bit like that. And there you go. You do your vignette, and she looks good. So let me ask you, what else you guys want me to do to this guy? Okay. So there's nothing else you guys want? He looks good as it is? We're done? It's totally up to you. Not too much, looks pretty good. Okay. I'm cool with that. One last thing I guess maybe you could do is if you really wanted to, I mean if you think that he's just not sharp enough, again, we'll do the elliptical. Go around our favorite little guy here. And you can use the oval. You can just rough it out that much. So go under filter, sharpen, smart sharpen. Ah, that of course will only select the vignette. You've got to go to the photo to do that. Filter, sharpen, smart sharpen. There we go. That's our man. So here's him before, a little blurred out, after. So we focused on the face so that, that's the most important thing, and then we kind of spread it out from there. So at the end of the day, you got exactly what you needed here. And I can put the other shadows in here and get rid of the outer glow. So we have its own unique shadows here. And again, there are many ways to make shadows. In fact, there's tutorials on how to make custom shadows and stuff. It's totally up to you how you want to do it. I'll actually leave the outer glow on, but I will reduce it a little bit. About a couple percentages. And I'll change that to like maybe more of a dark blue hint, hue or whatever. There. You can do that, or you can just not do it at all. Outer glow, and there you go. That's good enough for that too. However you want to do it. I mean, you could even frame it if you want to. Put, copy go to like a frame thing and then frame the, you know what I mean? Like go to a website. Like, I'll give you an example. Now this is just for example purposes. I know that you got to get your own rights managed images and all that stuff, but so we choose and again, I'm just picking one random that kind of fits the size. See if that one works. Eh. Actually, one thing you can do in Google is do a search by and just say you only want like either medium or large size objects. So we'll copy that. Ugh, that's horrible actually. It's off-centered and everything else. You'd think they do a better job of that. Here, we'll take this one. It's even nicer. That's a little better. We'll see if that works. I don't know if that will. Yeah, great. Size her back down. Edit, transform, rotate 9 degrees counterclockwise. And I can actually, while I'm doing it, reduce the opacity. So I can kindly see this, wrap around this guy. And again, I'll have to increase the, I'll have to do some modifications, but you get the idea. Let's actually make it bigger so that there is a whiteness around it. And I will extend this out. Now the smartest way of doing that is I would have made that a smart object and gone from there. Image, canvas size. Make it much bigger so we can see everything. Oh, that's going to be bad. Always look to make sure you have a white background. Trust me, it's much better to do it that way. Wow. Okay. Alrighty. And I'll increase the opacity to that. And make that at the top. Multiply it out, because multiplying drops out the white, if you guys hadn't guessed already. And you can move it. So you can kind of do it that way. I can stretch it out probably a little bit more, but you get the idea. I mean, I can actually just stretch that in. Actually, no, I really do want to kind of give it that nice little white border thing there. Probably stretch that down. Image canvas size, increase it a little bit. 1450. That seems okay. And there you have it. That's our glorious soldier. And all the good stuff with him. So you have a soldier with a frame and all that good stuff, and we can just crop it as one last thing. Now I'm only showing you kind of like as much as I can so you really understand like how to really retouch and repair and all that. There. So I'll just save him out. Call that one frame. And save him out. Call him soldier. After. With frame. Okay. Glad you liked it. Yeah, so ta-da! Okay, guys. Right, so we'll get on to the next one. Split toning. I think you guys will find this. Oh, there's so much in this one. It's going to make your head spin with all the different things that you can do. I mean, after you get done with what I'm going to show you with split toning and with blending options, it's going to be practically impossible for you guys not to be able to adjust something to 95 to 98% of exactly what you want it to be, because I can't see you not doing it. So all right, let's close out. And just for fun, let's take a look at the various versions. Why not? Oh, here, let me flatten them first. Flatten. Make sure there are no channels. Or no, I mean no. I just like to get rid of all the stuff when I go to make it a JPEG. No alpha channels or paths. Okay. So here's what we got. Got the dude before, the dude after, and the guy with the frame. So which, you know what, I'm kind of liking this version here the best. So, awesome. I guess I had a little bit more time to work on this one. So, great. Okay. Kind of moving on to split tone. So what we want to do is utilize this image in a way where it creates a completely different mood. This is the kind of stuff that they do in Hollywood, right? So they shoot footage and then they change it. Now I'll give you an example. If any of you guys remember the movie The Matrix, I hope some of you do. When they were in the Matrix, it was one tone of color. When they were outside the Matrix, it was a different tone of color. I believe when they were in the Matrix, it was a green tone, and when they were outside of the Matrix, it was kind of a regular, if not bluish, kind of tint tone to it. And so they always create moods throughout their movies, and you see this all the time. I mean, if a Hollywood film isn't retouched, it's shocking. Every frame on a Hollywood film seems to be retouched these days. In fact, I believe. I think after the new Star Wars versions that came out, that thing was like almost completely digital, except for, obviously for the actors. But still, amazing. So we're going to take this and we're going to make this, give it a different mood. And you guys are going to have to follow me on this. Our goal is to make her look like this. Okay? But I am going to try something daring, and I'm going to close this one. I'm actually going to do this from scratch, so if I miss a step or not, you know, we'll figure it out as we go along. Okay. So this split tone is this image is from that photoshopcreative.co.uk to use. Now, it's just one of the images that has it actually when as one of their image galleries or whatever they had, they actually didn't utilize this one. So I just decided, you know what, I'm going to have this wonderful mood and do all this stuff to this lighthouse. So that's what we're going to do. So the first thing we want to do is select the sky. Now, we do that by maybe using we can do it by the proximity here. So we kind of select it all here and then go under Select, Color Range. And increase the fuzziness. There's the problem. Here's your first problem that you got. You got this lighthouse that's totally in the way. So let's just cancel out of that. And let's just do this the right way by, you know, we've selected it. We don't want to go in and try to refine edge. It's going to just not work. So what we really want to do is we want to go ahead and first of all, let's with the Alt key remove that little window. Actually, sorry, with the Shift key, remove it because this is now all selected. So now what we want to do is kind of deselect some of that stuff. The way I do it, so it's quick and good, is actually we can do it. We might be able to do a couple different ways, but I can try it. I can try to do it. The magic wand to do an Alt. I knew it. Just it's too close in tolerance to it. Got something good here. Bump it up just a little bit. See if that does it. I'm just giving it a try, guys, to see if we can do it. And then just select the garbage out of here. So we've got all this stuff here. I'm just deselecting all the garbage from there. Now we have some decent line work here, but we got some problems over here. We might be able to refine the edge here, so let's see if we can do that. Smooth it. No, not too much. I want to smooth it and add the contrast. There we go. So we're okay. So we didn't do too bad. So we used the Magic Wand tool along with the Refine tool, and we got something out of it. So that's cool. The only other part we got to do is this little top area here. So let's go into it. And for this one, I'm just going to go and use the polygon lasso. Well, I can try the magnetic lasso. I will try, guys. That's not going to work. Polygon lasso. Went too far. Dokie. I really want to cut this right, so I'm just doing this. Bring that in, over, press enter. Oh, man. Oh. Oh, I hate when I do that. I have to do the Alt key. Let me make sure it is the Alt key. Okay, yeah, it is the Alt key. Do the Alt key. Oh, man. Nothing's worse than picking the wrong one. Sometimes your intuition is just wrong. Okay. Now, I want to square some of this off. Well, hold on. Let me make sure that this will work. Yeah, let me see if I can. Yeah, I got some see, look, I got some problems here. I still need to fix. That one's the shift. It gets confusing after a while. Okay, that should do it. I guess this is little. I don't know what that little part is back there. What is that? You know, to be honest, well, maybe it's part of the tower. I guess I'll add that in. So I just do this. This one's really easy for me. If I pick the right one. Now, I'm in there, so if I pick Shift, it'll add to the selection. Yeah, it's definitely Alt. You want to minus that selection out. There we go. Minus the selection out. So before we get into this anymore, definitely make this a path. Path on the right-hand side here. Make work path. Tolerance 1. Got a work path. We're going to save the path. Save the path as sky, water. Actually, not water, just sky. Sorry. Save it just as sky. Okay, so once we've gone ahead and done that, we're going to make a selection. No feathering. And then we're going to go ahead and start these adjustment layers here. Now, under layers, we're going to be learning all about these adjustment layers that we have. So the first one, remember we did that with the gradient map earlier on when we talked about blending options? Well, now we're going to be really getting into it. So the first part is the sky. We're going to go ahead and make a an adjustment layer to it. So I want to select this guy, refine the edge, actually just add the new adjustment layer, and that's again that half black, half white icon. And we're going to pick, let me see, and we're going to probably go to brightness and contrast. Now, you've got this control here on brightness and contrast. So the brightness at negative 150, the contrast at negative 50. So we're going to take that and make it kind of a dark area. I'm already seeing some problems though. Man, that's not good. So unfortunately, I have to go back in and select a few things. For example, if we take a look at some of this stuff here, it's not good. I've got to blend that. I've got to feather that. When I do a refined edge, I have to feather that more. So before I get into this, guys, I've got to be able to go back and refine that edge. I have to. Make a selection, then refine the edge. There's got to be some blending going on so that it doesn't really interfere. The other thing, hold on, before I even do that, I have to add these onto here. Because we have some areas that are see-through here, and if we adjust these and it doesn't do that, it's going to look terrible. So we will subtract from that. And it's the shift key? Again, some of this time it just gets really confusing. Usually I don't have this problem, but for me it gets confusing sometimes. Okay. And I got some problems here. And I really need to make sure I'm inside color, because if I'm not, man. Okay. Let's go back into refining again. Refine edge. So now we have the lighthouse. We're going to feather this a little bit. Smooth it out. Not smooth it too much. I don't want to lose some detail on that. I'm going to look at the overlay, see what we're going on here. There, it fixed that. So it works. Let's see if that's part of it too. You know, in fact, if I really wanted to make sure, I would just select a lot of this here, and it would get it. Because it knows I need that. That should fix the problem there. Okay, now I should be able to modify this. So let's go ahead and make that a new path. I'm going to call this Sky 2. Save the path. Actually, the sky too I've got to get rid of, sorry. And the sky I'm getting rid of now too. I made that a work path. I want to save that path. Over here, save path, sky. And now I've got something to play with. So the next thing I want to do is, I also don't want to modify the all background layer. I always, again, like to make a modified version. Modified background. Okay, and then we can go ahead and do our stuff here. So under sky, make selection, feather 0, and then go ahead and go to this and modify the brightness contrast. And negative 150. Man, negative 50. Absolutely hate this lighthouse part. And see, this is why I'm also doing this, so that I can later go on and just fix that. Another thing that would really help me out with this, truthfully, is to do the mask tool, because this is the kind of stuff you just drives you up the wall. And if you use a mask tool, you can get rid of that. So that's actually what I'm going to go ahead and do. I'm going to do this the right way, and I hope you just stay there with me, because I want to do this right for you guys. So let's go ahead and make, let's see. Now, make a selection. Go under channels. Remember the new mask with that? There, I made my new mask. There. Now I can go ahead and modify this thing. And see what the problem is. Look, I didn't even notice that. Look at that problem there. So I have to color that in with black. Choose different size, way different size brush. Okay. And I don't like how it does that either. It's supposed to, maybe it's talking about flow. Yeah, there we go. Make that flow work right. So let's look at that lighthouse that's driving me up a wall and see why it's right. Look at that problem. You need some fixing. Okay, so let's go in and start coloring that in with black. Remember, black is masking that in there for us. Because what we're trying to do is, remember, the positive space that we have is the sky. We want to manage the sky and not the landscape. So the landscape is kind of like the negative area. So we're painting in the negative area. Now you could easily paint in the positive area, but I would prefer to do it in the negative. And I'm actually going to do the shift key. So I select here, hold the shift key, and there, it painted it like kind of a straight line. Some stuff you can't do that with. No. So you can see as I'm adding stuff, but some of the stuff I need to reduce the brush size and come back in and fix. And go back in and fix it again. And so once I get this done right, it'll all make sense to you guys as why I'm very picky on doing it this kind of way because we're going to be really, really modifying a lot of color. Okay. Missed a spot. Don't know what that is, but it's in there now. Remember, as you guys have seen throughout the whole time I've been teaching you, this is about the only time I've really gone in and just taken a lot of time to make this happen. Most of the stuff I've been teaching you about is how you can kind of get away from this stuff real quick, because this is the way that we used to have to do this stuff all the time. And I refuse to say back in my day, so don't expect me to say that. I am not a crusty old man. Let's see here. So I've got to see that edge a little bit better here. Nah, it's not going to. One way I think I can cheat that out is by painting in. Yeah, they won't let me do it. I knew they wouldn't. Again, it's better to get close with the tool like that because it looks like it should be long like that than to try to actually get it exactly like what the lighthouse has. So this is what makes, in a nutshell, masking sometimes more powerful than paths. But paths, I could have easily just gone in and adjusted the path to do these things too. I just got so tired of tweaking it just a little bit here and there with the paths that it just would have caused more problem than good. So I just prefer to mask this out. Okay. Well, here. And let's go the other way. I got some problem here. Alrighty. Hope it's done. That should do it. Okay, now let's give this a shot. And what we want to do is, remember the path isn't as nearly as good as the alpha now. So we're going to call it sky alpha. And we're going to go ahead and say, after we've selected all of our channels back, on the modified background, go select load selection. Going to load the sky alpha. And there you have it. Now, let's see what happens. Brightness, contrast. Doggone it. Boy, I hate that lighthouse. Wow, that's incredible, guys. I am not sure why it's totally just not liking me at all. My goodness, that is not good at all, but it must be having to do something with the highlights here then that's making that work. I did not have this problem before I did this, and I can show you in that example. Let me just feather the heck out of it then. That's the only thing I can think of to do right now. So go under channels, select load selection, select load selection, alpha, sky alpha, and then refine the edge and just feather it. Let's see what happens now. Oh, it goes the other way. Oh boy. I have to increase the outer referring edge. So that won't work. So now I got to go back in and do it again. Sorry about this, guys. I'm still going. Yeah, that's what I used to do. I used to grow the selection, so the refine edge tool will do that, and it's funny. That's exactly what I was about to do. I'm great that you mentioned that, because that was the old school way I used to do it. Now in CS5, you can refine the edge by going to just loading the channel, select, load the selection, load it to the sky alpha. Then we're going to refine the edge, select refine edge. And now, like you said, I'm going to feather it a little bit, but then I'm going to go ahead and you adjust it in the shift edge here. So you want to shift it. I'm thinking it's that way. Hold on, let's just do the extreme. Okay, so that would go inside the lighthouse, and that would go outside the lighthouse. So that would make the sky, so I would want to go inside the lighthouse if I did it. And I'm going to feather this again. And not really. And if I put down that smart radius, I know what it's going to do. Yeah, I knew you'd do that. No, that's not going to work. Let's just see what's happening with the smooth. Got some areas here. Come on. Let's just give that a shot. What do you guys think? Do you think that'll work? Smooth it a little bit more. Yeah. So do I. If it doesn't, I just got to move on because I don't want to keep wasting time on this. But it just want to make it look good. I really do. And this is such a vital, important part of all this. Brightness, contrast. You know what? Good enough. Okay, good enough. All right, let's move on. This little lighthouse guy, you are going to have some problems with. But you know what? If you want to, and this is what you could always do, is just get rid of it. Just clone it out, and you never have to worry about it again, because nobody would ever know and say, oh, well, you're missing the top piece of that lighthouse. Or make that on a separate layer and then blend it in with the rest of the stuff. That probably would have fixed it too, because what you can do is you can use a multiply filter on just this thing. If you selected this out and put it on a new layer and use the multiply, that probably would have fixed everything, to be honest with you, on that stuff. So I will let you guys have fun on doing that on your own, but I will tell you that that is a way to get out of this. Okay, so moving on. I've done the brightness contrast. Now, once I've done that and made that, we've got this good on the modified background so far. So the next thing we want to do is we want to select the lighthouse just generically, have a decent feather. Actually, what we can do is, yeah, we have to use the elliptical marquee tool to make that happen. Kind of just start selecting around here. I believe you can just do this generically, so you want to select around there and select around the rocks. No, I don't want that. Just select around here with the rocks. This should be more than sufficient for what we're using. Okay. And I can alt a little bit out of that, and I'm probably even doing it to more than I need to. Okay. So on that, inverse the selection and refine the edge. Select and refine edge. I'm hoping it just didn't do it to the alpha channel. Hold on. No, it didn't. Okay. Okay, good. And let's see. Yeah, we want to kind of just really spread it out there. I think I remember this. So the size of 10, and actually I can do the other way. I can probably do it like this. Radius at 10, and not the smooth, but the feather to 250. There we go. That's what I want to do. And you can also reduce the amount there if you wanted to. But this is a good, you could do, I don't know, I could do about maybe 100. That might still work out just fine. Press OK. Go under Levels. And then in Levels, put a quarter. I'll wait to the darken. So we want to kind of darken the sky a little bit here. And again, we probably feathered it a little bit too much, but this gives you an idea of what's going on. So now we're kind of selecting that area. And then we're going to go to black and white. Let's see. Where's that at? There we go, black and white. Okay, go to black and white, and then what we're going to do, hit this point, set the blue to 50, and I'll explain this all in a little bit. Select the blue to 50, yellow to 100, and then we're going to do the same thing to adding color balance now. So we're going to keep going and add in color balance. And this should change a few things here. Cyan. So I'll make that a -25. And the yellow and blue to 25. For the highlights, the yellow and blue highlights at about 40. We're going to go ahead and go under the hide the brightness contrast for a minute. We're going to go ahead and add curves. And I'll go over all this stuff and what we did deconstruct this as. You can go into specific channels into your curves. And the blue should be like around 105, 140. So the output is 105. I'm sorry, the input I think is, hold on a second. Yeah, I think the output, oh, come on. No, 105 and 140. Now I'm going to actually do 105, 140. I'm betting it's like that. 5, 140. That's really strange. Something's maybe not working too well. Let me just try the rest of them. Green. These are the settings that I had done this as I worked into the file more and more. 25, 105. And red is 130, 120. And we can adjust these more as we need. You can adjust the levels here. And then finally we can add some pieces onto here. That was the blue, not the red. Oh, thank you. That's what it was. Okay. 105, 140. That would be why. That would make a lot of sense. 105, 140 red. Green is 125, 105, and blue is 130, 120. Okay, so at this point you can be able to adjust curves as needed. The brightness, contrast is fine. The color balance. So what we have here is that we have something that can ultimately be adjusted and changed. Now we can do this a lot. Keep in mind, we can do a lot of this in the color, the blending options that we have. But this is how kind of Hollywood adjusts their settings here, where they'll take something and they'll adjust individual parts, like to make it darker in the levels. Now, one of the issues that I have, if you take a look, is that I did not blend that out enough, so it's not really going too well there. Plus, I think my black and white overall. Now, it's not the black and white; it's got to be the color balance. As I'll show you by the example, I'm going to go into the other example. I told you I might have some issues here, but let's go look in the split tone that I gave you guys, which is way different. I'd be very curious to see what's going on here. So my curves are 230. Well, hold on. That's interesting. So they don't list them here. .94 and 135. That's very interesting. So what happens here is that as we deconstruct these items here, see, look how I had selected the rocks before? Okay, so the brightness contrast was kind of listed here, so it gave an overall kind of gradient here. So when we first had adjusted the brightness contrast, you can select the sky and kind of feather it out a lot. And what it does is that when you go to feather it feathers it out a lot here, so there's a lot of blending. Then we move on to the levels, and on the levels themselves, what I had originally done was had moved it over about a quarter to half of the way. See how dark it can get? And the darker the better. Then we went ahead and apply black white, and what that does as you can see, it applies a really stark black and white to it, so you can really, that's where you pump out the contrast. Now then we go on to color balance, which we're now, because we have it like this, now we're just adjusting colors. So really your black and white and your levels are the ones that show you how deep the levels are themselves. And your brightness contrast is your overall starting point to make it darker. Then we finally get onto curves, and the curves adjust for like a copper tone that we have here. All these equal like a copper tone, and without it you can get like blue. So you could adjust, for example, to make that copper tone, you can adjust the level of the red to actually make it a little bit more or a little bit more blue. See how you're able to change that? Just slightly, ever so slightly, you can do that. So, and you can do the same thing for green and same thing for blue. Add your green and add your blue. So it's completely customizable to whatever you want to use it for. Look at that. In one minor shift, I can change it from purple to like kind of an odd yellowish brownish color. So the point is that you can make your stuff very stark by these these 5 major settings here. Between your levels, your brightness and contrast is, like I said, your starting point. So what I would say to you guys is, if you want me to, I can go back over it again. But the point is, actually, we do have time to be able to go back over this again. So what this will allow you to do is to adjust your imagery in the correct way possible. Now, I think there was a few things I had messed up on this one because, first of all, with this, I think my first issue was, like, for example, if I look at the other image, the other split tone here, if I had a simple brightness contrast into there, that was an alpha channel that was made. So there's a lot of little difference and subtle differences into here to make that work. Now, before I move on, how do you guys want me to go ahead and approach this? Do you want me to go ahead and try this to duplicate this over from the beginning, or do you want to help kind of adjust what we currently have and explain it from there? Because I can do it either way. I don't exactly know why this blue is turning out the way, but I do understand why it's not dark enough. It's because of what I had selected. I had selected it out maybe too far, or it just wasn't selecting enough itself. So let me know what you guys would like, or if anything. I mean, it's totally up to you. But I'll keep working on until I get some comments. Hide that, move the modified. So we can hide that and take care of the modified background. So I'm going to go into my sky. I'll load the selection. Select Refine Edge. And this time, I'm going to do what I said I would do. Smooth at 10. And feather at 150. And I'm betting that's what I did before had a smart radius at 250. And that's probably what screwed up a lot of this stuff. So I'm going to try that first. And since this is pretty much mostly junk, so you have to be very careful how you select this stuff. There we go. That seems to be a little bit better. Seems to be a little bit better. And then I've got to select this with the ellipse tool. and then select the inverse so it selects outside of everything, and then refine edge. Because I was picking that before. Let me try it out here again. And go to levels, see if that fixes it. Now it's going to select that too much. It's getting there, it's getting close, but it's just not there yet. And so this should be a good example to tell you guys how one minor thing can mess everything else up. One setting can change everything. And that's one of the reasons why I work more in the blending options per the layer than I do this kind of way, because this one is a lot about settings. It creates great moods, but I mean it can be a real pain to manage. That's what it is right here. Now, so I'll try it like this to start off from. I think that was my problem right here. Was in my levels, I was adjusting this here when I should have been adjusting this here. So as you can see, there's a major difference right there. Now I need to go to black and white. This should fix that. I bet you that was my problem. See? You see the major difference now? So it was in the levels you had to adjust not the range from the white to the black, but the actual levels themselves to bring them in closer to make that happen. And that fixed the problem right there. All right, so let's just in black and white, let's do the settings that I had here. And so we want to go into black and white. Set the so we got to set the blue to 50. Yellow to 100. And you can see how it's starting to pop in and out more. See, look, because look, here's a great way to explain this. So in the scene, if we can remember, a lot of the stuff below here was yellow. Because we're increasing the amount of yellow, we're increasing that around here. So let's say that there's other areas like these oranges and stuff, part of the red system. If I want to bring those out, I can do that here. That's what the black and white does. It just says, look, I want to pick certain elements out of there and make that really contrasty or not as contrasty. There's hardly any green in the scene, so it wouldn't matter. The blues are there. That would probably affect the sky, but we want to make the sky a little bit darker. And the magenta, finally, there's really not much into there. So really, you're kind of adjusting these in here. So I can really make this stand out that way through the reds, through the yellows, and then adjust the blue so I can make like a darker sky, and it would work. Does that make sense on how the black and whites work out and how the levels? The way the levels do is that they adjust for again, the contrast. These are two different types of contrast ideas here, and we're bringing them in. Okay, great. Great. I'm glad you guys are on board so far, because some of this stuff, I was almost kind of wondering if this is getting in a little bit advanced, but it's just a different way to think about how you deal with the mood of images themselves. Now we want to go ahead and I've adjusted that. Let's see, the black ones. Okay, then we want to go on to color balance. So now we have the look, the overall kind of contrast that we want. We need to build up the color from the contrast. And we want to do that in color balance. And in color balance, the cyan red is negative 25. And the yellow blue is 25. Highlights are 40 for yellow blue. So that's really creating a dark image. And I guess maybe that's where the curves come in, because I guess this is just to make it oh, I see. I think maybe it's because I have the black and white above. Hold on. There we go. I was thinking color balance has changed color, not makes it darker or lighter. So let's go back to what it had said before. Let's go back to the midtones. I'm going to put everything back to its default so everybody can watch. So this is what we had before. If I put that to negative 25, now we're more on the cyan. We've got a little bit of a light blue. So we're adding color onto it in different ways. We have it basically it's moving to cyan. Now this is moving to blue. So now we've got cyan and blue together, working together. Then we're moving on, and we're going to add in the highlights. I believe it was, the highlights were 40 for yellow blue, because we're messing around with the blues here. So see, there you go. There's your blue. And look how that contrast works. That really creates the mood and the feeling of the scene. It's incredible. It's completely changed the look of this this lighthouse here. You know, I mean, it's very different from what the original was. And it tells me to hide the top layer and then add curves in. Now in the curves, the blue channel's 105. I'm sorry. Add curves. We'll start with blue at 105.40 by clicking onto here, 105 and 40. Okay, the only reason why we hid color balance is so that we can adjust for the red, green, and blue values here accordingly. So I think we're on to green at 125 and 105. And then finally, the red is at 130, 120. Which, see, this is strange to me. This is the strange one. And it says adjust as needed. See, there's something not right on this, and I'm not sure what is going on here. I'm wondering if I've labeled it differently for red, green, and blue. So like if I, just for the heck of it, let me just do the settings how I do it, like 105.40 here. Just let me, bear with me here. 105, 140. Green is fine, and red is 130, 120. Or blue is 130, 130, 140. No, they're still all like that, so I'm not exactly sure why I need to take care of the curves, because in the other example I have, we have curves that actually have curved. If we look here, we have stuff that actually just curved here correctly. So I've got to figure out what the heck happened over here. Let me look at my stuff closely here. In fact, I want to look at what this is without the color balance. See, that's the part that created the copper color. Without that, it would be the blue color. So we're all good up to this point. So we want to try to make it this kind of copper color. Now, so let's try to figure this out, folks. I'm going to go into more of my notes here and see where we went wrong. I'm having a feeling it has everything to do with how these input channels are and how they were put in. So I'm going to get rid of curves right now and add them in again. So again, we've got the blue color, okay? We're going to add in color or curves. And see where we went wrong. So let me look and see what I've got here. So you'll give me just a minute here, and I'm going to try to take a look at my notes some more to make sure that I've got some stuff to work off from so that you can see it correctly. Okay. Oh, okay. So I think what the problem was is that when you go to do this, like in the individual ones here, and you'll want to go into the specific channel first, you need to first adjust it. So there you go. That's the problem right there. So what I was doing is that I was selecting the point from the beginning. And what the issue that you have to do is you actually have to drag it here because you're really adjusting curves. And this is what I typically do anyways, but I was kind of like wanting to make sure I did this perfectly right, and that caught me off guard. So right here, this is where you change the output settings that you have. And I'm definitely going to take a note of that, making sure to adjust for curves. So that adjust the curve first. So I'm actually writing that in my notes now. So as we edit this, now we can go back to the blue channel at 105, 140, and go for 140. And I'm sure my mistake is hopefully going to be your gain. Green at 125. Remember, curve it first. 125. 105. And then finally blue, or I think we have to actually go to red. 130, 120. Drag it first. 130, 120. The problem is that it was supposed to make a copper color, and I thought that red at 130, 120 would do the job. Let's take a look at the green. Green is 125, 105, or blue, 105, 140. Okay, those are right. So what I'll just do is that I'll just kind of reduce. I'll do it on my own. There. That's the problem right there. So you see, it's not a big deal, really. So now I've created the copper version, and I can add finally in here, and it creates its own kind of mood. So with that, pretty similar. This one here has a little bit of too much purplish tint, but pretty much the same. So now the great part about this is that any time when a client tells you, hey, can we adjust this for this situation? It turns out that the director wants you to change, don't make it as much contrasty. Well, you can be able to go to certain parts of it and adjust it accordingly. See, like the yellows, I could darken it. They say that, oh, I want that darkened over there. Okay, well, we can do that. You can make it real dark for you. And at the same time, you can be able to adjust the color on top of it. Maybe give it a little bit more red into the scene. Or maybe not. Maybe they just want to do it just a little bit. So now you've got that nice gloomy scene, and it's better than a vignette. It kind of has this eerie mood to it that really makes it stand out. So your images look really professional when they're kind of done. And as always, I suggest you guys play around with it and make sure that, you understand exactly how to do all this stuff. So, does anybody have any questions on these? Now that I know what I'm exactly doing here, I mean, no problem. I shouldn't have any problems showing you stuff. Okay. Looks like everybody's cool with this, which that's fine. If there's a piece you don't understand, just let me know. But I hope that the mistakes that I had made show you, like this one here. Don't select this one to the output levels here. Make sure you're adjusting for this so that your whole scene can be brightened and lowered in one little switch. I mean, that's incredible power you have there to adjust for the brightness of a scene or the darkness of a scene. And as for the black and white, how much contrast you want out of the scene. Because it adjusts certain areas of it. The parts that are reds and the parts that are yellows and all that stuff. I mean, it's all there. So what you have is kind of that is a split tone kind of effect. You can adjust for specific channels of your scene, of any scene that you have, your red, green, and blue, and then any parts that go in between them. So, does anybody have any questions so far? All right. So we're going to move on if everybody's cool with this. And we're going to finish this off quickly to the in about 20 minutes we'll have a break. So we have the puppet. We're going to open up this puppet example that I showed you guys earlier, and all we're going to do is just modify it like I had mentioned a little bit before. So if you have a piece of if you have something here like these plants or these palm trees, and you want to add some extra things onto it, you can now be able to do that with gradient tools and everything else. So we have these three parts. We have the palm top, trunk, and shadow. And at any time, you can be able to update this stuff, and make it look as good as possible. So remember, these are smart elements. These are smart elements, smart objects, and in the smart objects, you've got to make sure to take care of the elements there. Now again, we're in the puppet example enhance palm section, and we're going to enhance this palm a little bit more. It's pretty good right now, but we're going to enhance it a little bit more by going into it in your smart object, and we've got the palm top, got a couple copies of it, and you can modify any one of these. So the effects that I gave it, if you double click here under effects, which is your blending options and your layer styles, and we're going to do the blending options within those layer styles, you've got the gradient overlay here. And when you're here, this is the part that a lot of people don't know about. Click on gradient, and if you want to move it around, actually you move it around at this point here, not when you click on the gradient, but when you can move it around here. So you can adjust it for wherever you want. And that's how the radial area goes. See, look, my radius starts right around here. If I scale it up, I can scale it a little bit more. So I can create that kind of the dead leaf kind of thing. And if I want to add some more onto it, at the very edge tip, I can make that maybe like even darker. So see, it's more like dead. And vice versa, if I wanted to make this a little bit more, I don't want to say cheery or maybe brighter, I can bump it up a little bit here to the transparency if I wanted to. But that's not, I mean, that's only going to help me marginally. The best way to do that is you have different layers work with different things you want to. So remember how I copied these? That's the top layer. I could duplicate the top layer. Call this the highlights. And then at this point, I can be able to just feather this junk out down here because I'm not worried about this anymore. This is not the stuff I wanted to deal with. So that's going to completely change my gradient for what it's going for, which is a good thing. That's what I want to do. See, there's my hotspot. So that's more dead. I want to now make this kind of a highlighted area up here. And I could make that, we can do a lot of stuff here. So let me drag that down or move that up. And I can actually make that green. And again, I'm just playing around with these things to give certain highlights. So, and then when I'm done with that, it has linear light. You can be able to select it however you want that makes the most sense for your purpose. So if you want to have it like really kind of pop here, look, you put a hard mix right there. So you can make that kind of go out there. Now, this looks a little artificial, especially when you do that. But if you just blend it down a little bit, you can now make some highlights onto that. And I mean, I can keep doing this all day long. I can make more highlights in here and more. But at the end of the day, this tree looks okay. It's got multiple colors to it. It looks a little bit more vibrant. I can save that. And now when I see it over here, see? It's a lot more vibrant than that one is. Now, this might not look so hot, so I can dull that down a little bit if I wanted to, or just move it over. So I'll go back into this file here, adjust the effects, and move that over. Actually, move it over this way. And actually, I wonder if I can blend it better. Yeah, I can. So here I'm blending it a little better. I didn't mean to do that. So I can just take like this first half and I can adjust it to there. Again, it's on my call, whatever I want to do. So if I save that there. See how I have that? Now that look at that. It like pops out at you. Whereas this one kind of, it's kind of cool. This one actually has some good, strength to it. I mean, look at that. It's nice. It has some real depth to it. It's really contrasty. It pops out. And again, that's only if that's the kind of stuff you want to do. This is completely your decision. This is where you bring out the artist in you. And let's say that I've got this palm trunk here. And with the palm trunk, I want to put a blending option in there where I've got it, where I kind of can make it look a little bit more quote-unquote 3D. So I could put a gradient over here, move the gradient to the right, as you can see here. So it's going from left to right. And then we'll make the other side so that, look, in the middle, it's going to be one color, and on the outer edge, different colors. And what I want to do with this here is probably make this maybe like a more, brownish or whatever. And again, we can adjust for this later on, but you'll see what I mean when we do what we do. And just make a lighter color. So we have this kind of gradiated look here. After we're done with that, what we do is we apply probably, no. The other thing that you have to keep in mind is I've got to put a transparency on here, which is very much needed. And that will really help out the image. Maybe this one, but take this, how we have 100%, move this, make that 0, or not 0, but give it a little bit of definition. And again, I can darken this. And add that onto here too. And when you're doing opacity changes, you can kind of adjust the opacity. If you add another marker on here, you can now make the opacity wider. So let's say I don't want to show too much on that gradiated part over here. I can just move it over. And on top of that, instead of making it from right to left, I can put just a slight angle on it. And look how much it'll change that. So if I put maybe 2 degrees, look, it matches it better. And I have it on overlay right now, which is not bad. Let's see if there's any others. Now, because it's going to be one of the, yeah, overlay is going to be probably the best one. Now I think about it. Okay, so we created this, and we can take a look here and see what it looks like before and after. So that's how it was before and after. Now, if we don't want to have it be too much yellow, and we want to change that, we can go into here, gradient overlay, change the yellow out of it, and we'll make that more like there, its natural color, with a little bit of highlight in it. So now we've added some definition. So you look at that, how it was before, and look at it now. Okay? So I'll save that and see how it works. Now, this could look great here, but look terrible in the actual scene. We don't know yet. See, like, that looks good, except for the one problem that you have with this is that because it pops out so much, it almost feels like it needs to have some sort of ground element to it that it, like, for example, it needs some sort of texture down here, something that adds on to it. Well, okay, we'll go ahead and do that then. Make a new layer. And actually, let's duplicate it. Oh, might have a question here. How do I add the marker? Okay, right, so if we go into that gradient area, gradient overlay, the way I added a marker was literally, you see how that little hand is? You click on it, see? It makes the marker. And you can pull it away. Click on it, and then click and drag off, and it takes the marker off. Now remember, the top is for opacity, the bottom is for the color. No problem. Okay, let's move on with changing the little part to kind of give it some meat, some ground. And we got to go to the trunk copy. We're going to go that as the bottom. Grunge. I don't know what to call it right now, but it's the bottom. And so what I'll do is I'll take away, I'll clear the layer style. I will go ahead and I'm going to feather this down so we're only messing with the trunk area here. So you see, it's fading down that way, but I think my feathering is a little much. Put it down to maybe 15. There we go. That's beautiful right there. Okay, now we can leave it like that. Watch, because remember, the other one kind of matched fine, so I can save it. and then you'll see the trunk here. See? Look at that. See how that matches? Now I can go even farther into that. And remember, guys, it's not like I have a major example for this. I just know how to do this, and you will get to this level where if you use Photoshop enough, you're just going to know how to say, I wonder if I could do this or that, because you've experimented with stuff so much that you're like, I can get away with whatever I want to. I just need to figure out how to kind of wrap my mind around it and just add things on it. Because once you get layers, you don't go back. You know how to just say, okay, I have a base, I need to add this, I need to add that, I need to add that. So it's a layer on top of a layer on top of a layer. And it's a beautiful thing. Great idea that they came out with this. So if I want to I can make another layer. And I can call this the, I don't know, dirt blend. And so I add in, I can select, let's see how I would do that. I could probably do it this way, where I select here and select the inverse. In fact, before I did that, I would want to make sure to delete this. I don't even know why that's there. Okay, it's still around. It's because of the feathering. Remember, when you feather something, it just doesn't feather down there. It feathers everywhere. So I got to get rid of the feathering. And so now when I go back down to the dirt blend that I have here, I should be able to make it work. There we go. See? Select inverse. And now I've got an area where I'm selected at. So I want to delete that first. Okay? So that's deleted now. So now it's just showing that bottom grunge area. And I can even show you. See, it's all gone. So as I paint over it, I can paint like just some fine, and use this here, but like a little bit darker. And I'll see if that. And I'll reduce the opacity here. And do it some more. And even some more. And so when I apply that there, now when I hide this, see it goes with the area that it's at because I've defined it in that space. Remember, you wanted to select it just in the trunk and not anywhere else around there. So I go from normal to darken color will work. Oh, I really like the color dodge if it did the opposite of that. So let's see if we can find something. Here we go. Got overlay. Overlay can do it, but soft light helps. Luminosity might, but that's the same thing. Actually, go overlay. No, not overlay. Soft light. So I've added some stuff on there. I can blur it a little bit. The Gaussian blur. Just a little bit. Save it. So see, we've had a little bit of a stump down there. See? But when you look at it far away, it matches great. And I mean, this is usually when you look at trees, this is how it is. I mean, that's, it creates it there, and then usually somebody has like some sort of mulch area around there that you can draw in if you really wanted to. But that's generally how it is. And since it's so far away, that's more than sufficient for what you need. I mean, I could get into, let's make a mulch layer. Let's make, let's make it a radius so that it blends better with the outside elements. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff we can do to make that happen. But as you can see, there's a major difference between this tree and that one. Major difference. But for this project, the reason why we went with kind of more of dull trees, very simple, was because of the way the light hit this area here. These light hit these trees kind of just like this. So it was really bright and popped, just like the roof areas here. If you notice, there's this bounced light that comes off here, and that's white from the roof. The other reason is because we want to put focus on the building. And by making it just blended a little bit better to make that work. But again, I can do whatever I want, and it's totally dependent upon me. So that right there should give you a really good idea of how to do a lot of blending, a lot of repairing, enhancements to images. Boy, you just can just do so much. To every little bit helps to really make these images pop. And really, your biggest problem is time. Really, how do I spend my time efficiently, on stuff? If it's from this far away, do I really need to go to this level? Do I really need to show that? Maybe, if you really wanted to go that level. But when you've got a deadline that, you've got to get this stuff done in a couple hours, you've got to be able to quickly go through and say, hey, you know what, I'm just going to let this one go, and just kind of leave it like that. So as of right now, does anybody have any questions on how I did this palm tree, or how I blended it using gradients, or added some effects and just drew some stuff in there? Okay. Let me save this. And great. So when we get back, we will be talking about scale, skew, perspective, and distorting images. And we'll kind of go more in depth about that. Okay, now that we've worked on with the palm top there, we're going to kind of get into scaling, skewing, perspective, and distorting images. We're going to actually keep in this file here for a little bit, and we're going to talk about the shadow, the trunk, and the top of the tree from the original tree that we have down here. Now, the original tree we used was from this one here. This is our original tree, and we're going to take it and modify it in a way. Now, we're not going to get into too depth of how to change the layer style anymore, because since we've already done that. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to take these elements and put them away. So I want you guys to follow along with me as we modify the existing tree trunk from the background here. So we can start tackling the tree itself by basically going in, and again, we can use the quick select tool, increase the brush size, and just show it out here. And you can kind of click around the outer edge. It can kind of start figuring it out. See how it does that? If you click a little here, almost like it kind of grows out there, and it's like, oh, okay, yeah, I know what this is. Oops. You don't want to make it grow out too much, though, if you can help it. See, that outer edge that's here can be a real problem. So you can use maybe magic wand. Maybe increase this tolerance a little bit. Oh, not that much. And if you guys can probably guess, I'm going to be refining the edge. And this can take some time getting used to. This is not easy stuff. that it can remember. So let's go and refine the edge. Now, Smart Radius can actually work here. It can. And I hope it does. I hope it doesn't prove me wrong. Now I can hold the Alt key, and sometimes it knows. Yeah, this is, I remember this before. Sometimes it can't get some of the stuff, but it can get some of the other stuff. And you can even bump it up more. So like it can get the tree, but it gets a bunch of other stuff. So like look, it's got everything, but it's, and you know, you try to erase it and it probably, oh, it actually didn't come back. Great. Okay. So sometimes if you're increasing the Smart Radius, you can, if you hold the minus key down, it actually does work in your favor. Sorry, I get excited whenever it works because just sometimes it's frustrating trying to manage a thing. It doesn't do its job. Like here, it just will not do it. See, just won't do its thing. Now we can shift the edge a little bit too, out if you wanted to, but that kind of creates all new problems. Can increase the contrast here, so it can really just go with the leaves itself. And I would suggest not feathering it and not really smoothing it, because remember, you have to keep these fine edges here. That's the hard part. So you can still mess around with the Smart Radius and make this work. Now, how this used to happen before was very, very tough. Very tough. And, you know, you used to have to go in, and one palm tree could take an hour if you wanted to really get in there, because you had to look all the detail and stuff that you missed there. Well, with this stuff, it's finally getting a little bit better and easier to use. So we're going to go ahead and press OK on this. I know it's not perfect, but we can keep moving on with it. And sometimes we can deselect some parts, see, like here. So we're refining edge and coming back. And I'm going to show you this way, and then afterwards I'm going to show you another way that I do it. And actually, while I'm doing this, I'm curious if people can think of an alternative to fix this problem, just besides refining the edge. So if you can think of one, let me know. There we go. Wee bit better. Oh, too much. Oh, come on. Don't sneak that bottom in there on me. It's going to have to be good like that. So no takers on another solution? Well, let's see what we got here. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and select Refine Edge, and I'm going to, actually, I can just make this a path right now. Make work path, tolerance 1 pixel. Make selection just to see if it does what it says it does. Copy paste. And there you go. That's one palm top. So nobody can think of another one? Alrighty. This was done with the Refine Edge palm. Okay, so the other way that I would try this is I would select around it. Try to get in there so it doesn't really get the green tree in there, because that's going to be my problem. Okay, now the other way I would try this is go under select color range, and so let's start selecting parts of the tree. See, we've defined it in there, and there's a lot of parts that's not green. Come on. There we go. And look how quick I did that. Maybe, no. Yes, good. Sometimes you can get away with it by adding a little bit more detail. Nope. You really know when you don't have it. See if there's anything else I can pull off. Nope. Looks like that's about as good as I can get. If I can make it a little bit, nope. I can see if I can get rid of this. See, that's the problem. I need that, and I just got to deal with that element in there. So I press OK. Now when I copy paste, when I go to the background and I copy paste, looky looky. So this is done with the color range. Select color range. I should probably say what that is too. Okay, so here's your difference. So which one do you guys think looks better? I'm kind of partial over to the one on the left. What do you think? The first one, you think this one's better? The left, okay. No problem. I was surprised. Okay, so how about we go ahead and hide that just so that we know about it for later. So now we've selected that part, that difficult part. Now let's see if this little guy has other little problems with him. So I'm going to select a new layer, and I'm going to make that all black. There we go. Now, let's see if we can find any problems here. If I move it around, not that, this. Okay, it looks pretty clean and clear. It's not too bad. So we'll keep it like that. What happens is that you can test out your things in a, I like to test them on a black background if it's a lighter object, so it can really punch out to see if there's any artifacts around the area. The other thing you can do is select, you have a decent tolerance level, and you got to select the right one. Okay, see this? Now it sees this, so it says there's something over here. So what I got to do, and deselect out of there, and just use the eraser tool and start erasing things I can't see. And believe me, I've done this before plenty of times. So I'm erasing the invisible. The reason why I do that is because, see, now we're fine. I've got some stuff here, so let me erase that. I do this just in case that, I'm not running into any other problem. And plus, I could use this palm top for other stuff. Just because I made it here, I don't have to keep it in the same document. I can go ahead and push it over to other stuff. And I can say, oh, I remember I made that poem from that project and did this, and, you know, who said I can't use it? You definitely can. Okay, so that covers it pretty well. That's not bad. Not bad at all. Alrighty, so now we have our palm top. Now we got to get our trunk. So here's what we do. Our palm trunk, I go straight up with the, I don't mess around. I just grab with the lasso tool, with the polygon lasso tool, one of my favorites, as you can tell. And I will just copy and paste. This is the trunk. So let's bring the trunk over here. Now I could easily just, you know, do this right. I'm going to move these both over actually. Where was that? There it is. And I'm going to show you all about that in a minute. So here's the trunk. That's where it needs to go. Now I need to get these two guys to line up. Not too difficult. It's kind of fine. And I don't have to make this exact. I'm just doing this just to get an idea. But this I have to, and there you go. It's on there. So the refined edge palm is off, and there this is on. They look like they match up, and everybody's happy. The last thing I want to do is I need a shadow under here. Can anybody tell me how I can be able to get a good shadow for this tree? Curious to see anybody if they know. Make the palm top gray. Copy the other shadow. Okay. Oh, hold on. Copy the palm top gray. So move the okay, so somebody's saying to take the palm top, make it gray and push it down. Another one says, can I copy the other shadow? And the other one says has no idea. Okay, awesome. By the way, I love this way they interact. If you don't know, tell me. You know, I want to know that stuff. I want to know everybody's opinion on here because it matters to me to know where people are at with this. So we'll take the first person's or the second person's suggestion I saw about copying it over here, taking this piece here and kind of moving it over there. Now, I can try to select this, but the problem that you have is you have this. It's on two different, the shadow is on two very contrasty different areas. So it's going to be very difficult to select at this point. We can try. And refining that edge. Okay. So we try select refine edge. So let's see if we can even pull that off. This will be very fascinating if it works. It's trying. I gotta admit, it's really trying its butt off to do this right. Feather's not gonna work. That's just he's ugly. So we know that the selecting of the edge is probably not going to be the best result for it to move it over, because we just got this stuff. On top of that, if I copy paste and I move it over there, your other big issue that you have is that you've got this, see how this landscaping is? So you have to contend with the street, the curb, the grass here, and all this, and really that's going to make it very difficult to deal with. In fact, that's why I have a copy here where it's called copied shadow. Like I tried to do it here and match it up. It won't match up. So really copying it from the road is not so good. And I can even do the let's see, like doing a select color range. So if I select around it like I did before, get an idea. Select color range. So see how it's different here than it is here, than it is here? It's going to be really hard to do it because it's so many variations of the same thing. And like, okay, so I can get that there, but I need to kind of take it off here. And see, now it won't work. So see, what's happening is you've got, both of these going on, and you really, because of that splitting in color, it's very difficult to copy it over there. So we've got to try a new way. So let's go ahead and try a new way. Now, the other person had suggested to take the palm top and to kind of make it gray and move it down. So we have trunk, color range, here we go, this piece here. We're going to duplicate that. We're going to call this shadow. Move it down. And now, since we have that trunk, we're going to move it behind the trunk. Okay? Make it gray. But we're not going to make it gray like we think we are. We're going to remove the fill first. We're going to do the blending options. Do that gray color. Color overlay. Do the gray. And use the blending option. I'm thinking, no, not screen. Multiply. No. There was one of these that was good. That's not going to work. Which one was it? I always forget. Sorry, I'm just going to run through these because I forget which one. All right. Let me go look. Okay. I would use the mask alpha from the top of the palm and then copy it down. Well, okay. The thing is that you're going to run into the same problem. You've got the mask, right? So you'll copy the mask. You'll load the selection. I have to actually make it into the selection, by the way. So what you've got to do is so it's the same kind of principle here. If I select color range and select, oh, I'm sorry, hold on. Let me move this over, this shadow piece. Move some neutral area. There. So in order for me to even make it into the alpha, which I haven't made it yet, I still have to select color range. So you're going to run into that problem a little bit, trying to get it, duplicate it back out. refine the edge. There. And then get rid of the other part here. And then we can make that, we have to make it into a mask. So what you're stating is basically taking that mask and bringing it over like into here and then kind of make that a shadow itself. That's an option. And we'll give it a shot. So we can do, you'd have to move the alpha. You'd actually have to move the alpha, so let's move over the alpha. This is a new way I haven't tried before, so, but I'm always open up to new ideas. So we want to turn the shadow off. There we go. And then take this and that's no filter, okay. Actually, you want to do it very precise? Select load selection, alpha 1, there we go. Problem is going to leave that behind, so I didn't want to do that. So let me actually do what I originally thought. Because it doesn't matter, it's all black here. See, it's all black here, but with some other funky stuff, but we'll manage that later on, just for these presentation purposes. Okay. Okay, and then you could do maybe, I guess, do a select load selection with, well, you could do it with the background at that. Select load selection into the background and use the background as it because that's the true part of it there. Hit the alpha, copy and paste exactly that, and then you make that gray. So we do that shadow off alpha, and we would do the blending options at that point, and we would do color overlay, make it gray like you say, and we can do it like that. I think overlay was the one I used, but I had to use multiple overlays. Okay, there's overlay. Let me see what I did on the original. Hard light. So maybe I can do that with just that background. Clear layer style. Normal. Hard light. Almost. But we're getting somewhere new that I've never gone to before. But this is taking the alpha straight off the alpha and applying it. Now remember, it's applying exactly what the shape of the background is. This is the exact shape of that background. So she's definitely got the right idea. Interesting how the hard light's not working correctly. But let me just show you what I had done, but we'll come back to that because I think you're hitting on something very interesting. So the way I made the palm shadow, Right, the color of the color overlay, I had actually turned that back off because it was part of the alpha. So here, I'll just show you here. I believe in the regular palm shadow that I did, we did hard light, but even without a shadow there, or a blending option. But we can put in a blending option where I make this normal. No, I'm not sure. Maybe having the fill might work. Fill, blending options. It would have to be a color overlay. It has to be. I would think a hard light, making it so what you can do is you can do something like that, but the way that I had it, I mean, at this point you're really, I'm wondering if you're even using the fill at all. See, even though we have the alpha on this fill layer, it really doesn't matter because it's affecting the it's only affecting the area. So the blending, I mean, look, I put the fill at nothing. It doesn't matter. It's the same thing. So I could have done literally the same thing by copying the tree, because remember, the fill, whatever that it object is invisible at that point. So if I take my own shadow that I created from here, and I did the same thing, so I'll copy the exact same thing. I'll copy the layer style, and I'll put that in that shadow here, paste layer style, and then, yeah, that's at 0 fill. So there you have that. You have it like that there. Come on. So you have roughly the same thing. So let's look at the difference between the two. So here's the shadow, and here's the shadow off alpha. They're using the same effects. The fill doesn't change anything here, but the fill will obviously change stuff here. So it's an interesting difference between the two, and I'm betting if I take the alpha and I duplicate it a couple of times, maybe adjust the opacity a little bit, I might be able to get away with a shadow overall. Now, the next thing I want to show you to make this all kind of work right, and we'll start with the shadow off the alpha. We'll give that a shot. I mean, my original thing I was going to show you was doing it this way, but this is fine too. We can give her a shot. So the shadow off the alpha, we want to start using the scaling and adjusting tools and trying to kind of fit it in to what is similar to this one that we have here. So the way we do that is in a few ways. We can transform it so we can reduce the scale similar to what you see here. So it's around the same. Then what we do is go under Edit, Transform. We can skew it so it skews out a little bit. You know how they can do that here? You know how they have that long, if it's on a long day, you can skew it out that way too. But for this purpose, you can take it over here. And that's fine. So you could start doing it like that. But the biggest problem that we have so far is this, is that we haven't made it into a smart object yet. The reason why I say that is because if we wanted to be able to expand it now while we're changing the size and all that stuff, well, the problem with that is that we don't. I mean, I guess in a sense as a shadow, it doesn't matter if it's too fuzzy, but it's good to just make it a smart object from the start. So that's the first thing we have to do. So convert it to a smart object. There, we've now made it a smart object, and we bring that in and see what it's doing, the shadow alpha. Now, actually, let me close these real quick. So to see how it changed the color, I believe that's how I got the hard light. Because when you convert, remember we talked about this with the cars yesterday, when we talked about like how it doesn't manage shadows the same way, and it doesn't. But for this instance, it could actually work out to our advantage. So making it making it a smart object might work out for us. So let's go ahead and adjust it. Now remember, if it's a smart object, we're only limited, well, we're limited to some things, like there's some objects things we can't do with smart objects. But we can go ahead and transform stuff. So we can scale it. And we can skew it. Interesting. And we can go ahead and distort it. Distorting is funny because you can take any endpoint and you can distort it whatever way you want. I mean, you can really do some exaggerated things with it to make it work. So in essence, you can get that shadow that you're kind of looking for. On top of that, if you wanted to, get in your alpha, your smart object, and you can duplicate it and do a filter, blur, Gaussian blur. Save that, and it'll start affecting it. The problem is that it'll make it too dark. So we need to get rid of the effect, the color over. Well, I hope we can. It looks like we can. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. Yeah, I didn't think we could. Oh boy. You never know until you try, you know? Again, I'm trying this new thing with the alpha thing, so it's making mixed results from what I normally do, but it's cool. No, I like this. I like a challenge and to be able to do this. So let me undo the history on that. Okay. So what I can do is, in the color overlay, it can't be hard light. I'll make it maybe, let's see. The thing I want to do, like a screen, and make it just a little bit bigger. The idea of what I want to do is to kind of blur it out so it has this kind of fuzziness to it. And it's hard to see how it's going to work until you save it. See how you can kind of do that? So you can kind of blur it out a little bit for whatever it is. And then if you want to offer definition into it, obviously you would reduce the opacity on it. Now, let me reduce it more. Oh, wait, no, I can do it here. Save it. What the heck is it off? Okay. I guess I need to pump up more of these. I don't. There, so I'm making it darker now and showing a little bit of fuzz out there. Now, obviously you have some areas here that we need to clean up, but you get the gist of what I'm kind of referring to. So you're actually scaling and skewing stuff to match it over. Now, one of the things that we want to do is with the trunk and the tree. See how we have the two here? We want to go ahead and merge that down. Oh, we have a question. Hold on. Your guess is that the gray has too much difference from the dark and light tones. The shadows are more uniform. And it doesn't seem to lay flat. Yeah. No, you're right. That's the problem with that is, I mean, if we look at the example that I have, let me get back to this. Here, I'll just stick with the shadows. Right, so that's it there. And we look at the regular palm shadow. The way that it lays flat was because of the way that it was manipulated. Let me go ahead and show you here the way that that was working. Normal, normal. So these were, the color overlay was normal. Huh. Interesting. These both color overlay normals. Okay. Alrighty. Well then, let me go with that idea. And the shadow is still too much. Wow. Unbelievable. Oh, that's because it's on hard light here. That's all that stuff's supposed to be normal. Okay, so my point is I would think that at this point it would be that palm shadow that I made. Yeah, that was hard light. Okay. That's what I didn't get. That's fascinating how that does that. I wonder if it's because of the background it makes. Well, you know, you could say that about the alpha, which it doesn't lay flat, but the point is that it still creates around the same shape as the palm top does too. It has a lot to do with how you scale and skew stuff, really, and how you put them together, like how you put the palm trees together. I'm thinking that the palm shadow I had originally made, and again, you're now getting this kind of stuff, just so you know, this is very common in Photoshop for people who work into it. This is when people question how they do their stuff, because it's you get into these details, and there's just some stuff you always get kind of, you know, worked on, and you have to just think in your mind, okay, how do I manage, how do I work around this? And you kind of backtrack and say, okay, well, I did it this way, and it worked that way. So for this one, it was just kind of combining a centralized area. So literally what I had to do was I actually made it too exact. You have to actually make your shadow less defined than what you're actually putting in. So that's one of my problems I have. My effect with my color overlay is on normal. So I don't have any weird channels or paths. Okay. Oh, I wanted to see what the color of it was. Here, let me see what that hex color is. Color the hex color so I don't have any guesswork. And then put it into our new ones. There it is. Okay, this is the exact same color it was using. Okay, and then one of the other problems is that making it less defined. So what I'll do is on the second one, I'll actually, that does it there, and all those were on normal. I'm gonna, because all that was on 100% for that stuff. So I'm gonna take it here. I'm gonna get rid of that Gaussian blur. And I'm gonna duplicate, actually, I bet you I have it as incorrect. Let's see. Nope, I had it right. Good. Okay, duplicate the layer. And I will make this less defined by no. So why isn't it drawing? Which is really strange. No fill. Why no fill? Huh. Why? Okay, so if I do a blur filter, for example, it's saying I won't be able to? Oh, it's because the feathering's so much. That's why. So I'm just going to do what I originally thought. Make it less defined. And I'm betting the problem is that these curves here are doing a job. But we'll find that out. Okay. So we're starting to see it here, so we have some definition. Now, what I can do here is I can actually use the puppet warp and I can redefine some of these shadows here so they can kind of come in. Some of these are curving too much. And so you can be able to adjust. This is what I was telling you about with adjusting shadows. So you take the puppet warp and kind of bring stuff in so it doesn't look like it's kind of come in there. And then I can take, edit, transform, okay. Wow. That's cool. And if it's applied before committing to the transform, edit, transform scale. That's crazy. I think something strange is going on with that puppet warp and the image itself. That's why I was saying that you can't really puppet warp stuff that's um, a smart object, because it does some strange results, or it doesn't work at all, and that would be the reason why. So I would have to rasterize the layer, unfortunately, to make that happen in the puppet warp. But regardless, if I go edit, transform, skew, or distort, I can do just about the same. Transform scale. So it's starting to come along. I mean, there's some issues here with this, but I mean, you're getting the kind of idea of how you can scale and skew. The next example I'll give you kind of really hits that home a little bit better. And so anyways, so that we're actually scaling and skewing the shadow in a way where it's kind of giving it a correct shape, except of course for this. So let me just rasterize it, because I think the puppet warp is gonna fix that. So I'll do it again. Now, the way a puppet warp works is that you've got to have anchor points. So this kind of cross that I make here is the anchor point. If I didn't have that, it wouldn't know how to do this correctly. So again, I can bring these little guys in. So I can stop curving up. And if you're following along at home, you'll see that adding the puppet warp now just reshapes it so that it doesn't define the shape that was originally up here. Now it has its own shape that can be redefined. And the thing I was trying to show you before with shadows is that, yes, I can scale it, and yes, it turns interpolated, but it still does the job. And I got to clean up this stuff up top here. And that's going to drive me up a wall. Okay. So we do that, and then to help modify the tree again, the way I would do it is again, I showed you guys yesterday to do the puppet warp. You've got the different elements. I'm sorry, that's from the good one. Here. We'll do layer, merge down, and then we'll do a puppet warp. So if you do a puppet warp here, whoa, wow, oh, that's really strange. So as you can see, it's a little bit buggy. Let's make sure I'm not selecting something else. That's crazy. Well, let's see if I just go up here. Wow, I don't know why the puppet warp's doing that, guys. That's a first. But the point is that you'd bend the tree over. The example that I was going to show you was, and in fact, I hope I have a puppet warp still here. Yeah, the palm puppet. That's what I was going to do with it. And then if you have the shadow here, you could move it over that way. And so you'd be done. So the whole point is to have a separation between your tree and your shadow, so that you can be able to adjust it as you're adjusting the rest of the tree, doing whatever you're doing with the puppet warp and so on and so forth. So we're going to open up another file, and I'm going to show you kind of how to work on that some more too. Does anybody have any questions on this? It takes some play to get used to it. It really does. But you'll find out that it's very effective when you're scaling and stuff like that. And again, we're going to go to more scaling here in just a minute. So let me get out of this. But good idea with using the alpha channel. I think that you can get interesting different results with it, and it can work. I typically use like a blending options kind of way of doing it, where I take the tree, I make it that color, and then reduce the fill off there, and it usually does it, and you can, puppet warp and do whatever you got to do, and it usually doesn't crash or anything like here. I will tell you, this is the first time that the puppet warp, since I've started using it, crashed. That's the first time. So there might be a new bug that they fix with the update on CS5. Who knows? All right, let's move on. I'm going to go to another file that's going to should make even better sense. Okay, so we're going to have these people here, and we're going to put in this scene like you see here in the finished product. Whole idea is to have it realistically look like we have some people with some cars kind of moving around here. This car, this is the people. Okay. Actually, can you guess, obviously besides this car that I showed you, are there any other cars in the scene that were made in Photoshop besides the rendering that you can see here? Can you see any other one? Yep. The blue one. Exactly. So what we need to do first, and by the way, just to show you that puppet example isn't just for one thing, it's for multiple things. We've got it here. I puppet warped that part and it worked just fine. But let's go ahead and make the car. I'm going to assume, let's see, since I've got to worry about time here, I've got to I guess just take an existing car and adding it onto the list. Now let's just deconstruct what we had in the car itself, these cars itself. So we have the shadow and we have the car. What I'm going to do is without getting too much into this, we'll get into this in a little bit, but I'm going to just duplicate this object because I don't want to have to go through cutting away all the car and all that stuff. Okay? I think you guys can pretty much figure out how to do that yourselves by using the path tool and all the other tools that I showed you to do. So let's duplicate this. And the shadow itself too. We'll duplicate that layer. And get rid of the finished. Okay. So what we have right here is we have a car with a shadow. We can move the car. Again, we want to make sure that the shadow is separate from the car. So when these came together in the scene that you see here, how they came together here, you want to be able to make sure that, or actually here, we actually copied it from this car here, I believe. Wait, no, we did copy it from here. It's a little different. Actually, I think we copied the car here and the shadow here. That's how we did it. So when we go to do it, you have to make sure that everything kind of lines up right. And also with the shadow, like let's say if we move the car over with the shadow over more, like see how, like if I move it over, that shadow is there. You've got to be able to, you know, take that out, because otherwise it'll look weird having the shadow like that on top of it. So again, this is just to show you how this all works. I mean, all I did was, again, I took my path tool, I traced around all the edge work here, or I used a quick select tool. I selected all that and made that one. And then I used a hard light for my shadow here, because hard light for shadows seem to work best on pavement. And the car itself is just a standard object with a standard object that doesn't use any special blends. Now the other thing I did, if you happen to notice it uses different colors, is that with a car, one of the problems that you have is when you change colors in the car, is that you've got, it might affect everything, all the tinting and everything else. So what you have to do is, and this is just a little side note, this is not part of really the example. In here, if I change the entire car, like if I change the color, the blending option of the car, go to color, see how it affects the windows and all that stuff? Well, you've got to be able to make sure that you're blocking out all that, so that when you block it out, see what I blocked out? The rims, the windows, the mirrors, all that stuff. So that when I go to change the car itself to whatever I want, it works fine now. See? It doesn't affect it. It affects what it needs to affect, and you're good to go. So I can change that to whatever, and then when I change it from this, and I save it here, I come back into my scene, and I see I got a purple car. So make sure as you're dealing with the color options that you're changing that over. Now, we've talked about the cars before, and we talked about the shadow, so that's why I'm kind of moving on from there. I want to talk about people. So we got two people here. Now, there are many different models that you can go from. I think like for the cars themselves, you could have got in this scene, you could have got like 3D cars from sugar3d.com, or the people themselves. I think that's from Marlin Studios when we bought a bunch of people to use in our scenes. These kind of sites have people with already alpha channels around them. So if we look at the original, see how they have this strange halo around them? It's because when you go to select it through the alpha channel, like watch, if we select it, if we put this here and, hold on, select color range, and then we go ahead and add the layer mask of that, which is kind of strange to do that. So you've got that here. So what this combined thing is here, and let me turn off the channel. Okay, so you see this here? That's so that if you go beyond it, it'll cover that for you too. Like let's say that you wanted to refine the edge before you made it into the alpha. And look on the overlay. If I wanted to, okay, usually that's going to increase out there. So if the marching ants increases out there, the fuzziness from like the Marlin Studios stuff compensates for that. And so when you go to do an animation, it knows that even if it's outside the lines, it'll still work just fine. Now, a lot of times you don't get that luxury with standard people. So you've got to be able to kind of cut into people, you know, as efficiently as you can. So again, what we do is go off the original, and we're going to copy them. And again, I just can go from the load selection and everything the same way, but I'm just going to copy them, and I'm going to put them in this scene. Not them. I am going to put them into the scene. Now we have gigantic people like Godzilla in our scene. So the first thing we got to do is we have to make them proportional to what the cars are at. So if you can think of how this, really it's just, you have to gauge the height. I mean, the first thing I do is make it a smart object. Because we know that they'll never be this big, but if we go scale them up and down, we don't want them to be fuzzy because they were interpolated. So let's go ahead and resize these guys. So, you know, what is a decent size? Well, if we can kind of compare it a little bit to the car here, but actually probably to this car right about here, that's not too bad because some people are taller than the tops of the cars and some people can be shorter or the same size. So we're going to assume that around this size is just fine. It's certainly better than what we had before. And remember how when we resize stuff, you can do it like the bicubic and all that stuff. What I typically do is to get rid of, because they look pretty fuzzy now, you go filter, sharpen, smart sharpen, try to find where they're at. There they are. So see how much I sharpened them? So that should be okay. And then what we're going to do with the people, now one of the biggest problems is that, like, look, they're just floating there. They got no shadow associated with them whatsoever. So what we have to do is we have to give them shadows. So how do we do that? Well, here's how I do it. I duplicate the layer, call it shadow. Then I go ahead and I scale them and distort them and do all that good stuff. But before I do that, I give it a no fill and a blending option, I believe. Color overlay. And I pick the color I pick is the same kind of colors you pick here for the other shadows. Okay? So then what I do is I go select, you go edit, transform, flip vertical. So now they're flip vertical. And when they're at this stage right here, I move them away because I need to be able to gauge these guys. Okay? It's kind of funny though. It's just, you know, it's really weird sometimes manipulating, you know, objects just that you know what they look like, but you know, you're doing it this way, it's just kind of strange. So anyways, going beyond that, I then edit, transform, skew, and I'll skew them. Edit, transform, scale to bring them back in. No. Oops. And so now they're down there, but the thing is about shadows, see how they're starting to look here? Here, I just put them over here. So you can see that they're starting to get some good definition over here now, and you want to kind of match the sun is coming from out here and coming shining down this way. So you want to kind of have them shine down that way. They might be going a little bit too much right now, so I can do edit, transform, scale, just to the shadow. Edit, transform, scale. You'll see what I mean in a minute. Edit, transform, skew. You just keep playing around with it. Okay, and then what we'll do is go back into the smart filter, and before we do that, I hope I did not make a gigantic mistake since it's the end of the day. I can try it this way. I'm not sure if that'll work. If I can feather them out. Yep. The problem is I made one of those big boo-boos out there. And that was, I think I grouped these as the same thing. So if I adjust for one, like for example, if I go into the smart object, guess what it'll do? If I deleted them here and saved it, it's probably going to make the shadow work, but it probably won't make the people work. See? Shadow works, but the people are gone too. So even I make the same mistake too, and that is that you got to save it as a copy. So let's just do that. It's not hard for me to go ahead and do this again. So I'm just going to scrap the shadow, duplicate the people, or not duplicate, I'm sorry, new smart object via copy. That's what I was supposed to do in the beginning. And remember, I added this sharpen onto here that we can always edit the level of sharpen anytime we want. Whereas before in the filter we couldn't do that, but with a smart object there are certain things that you can add and remove from it. So it's pretty smart. I mean, having filters that way allows you to be able to modify them through the smart filters. So anyways, getting back to our shadow, I will do the same thing I did before. Edit, transform, flip horizontal. No, not horizontal. Edit, transform, flip vertical. There we go. Move these guys up. Make sure the shadow is below the people. Then apply. And I'll do this because I know that's what I'm going to need to do. I'm going to apply that actually, the blending option to the people here, the color overlay, and I'm going to actually remove it from the document right here so I can get the right color. So what I'll do is, again, go to color overlay. I want to select close to that so the shadows are near what it is, and then I want to save that. Now once I've saved that, let me just close them out. See? Now they've been made. And then I'm going to transform, edit, transform, skew, or scale and skew. And that's not going to work. So I'll actually do it like this, because you can do that to shadows, and then edit, transform, skew. Similar to what you got here, edit, transform, scale, bring it up in here, and voila. So you have the people in the shadow that have come down to here. Now, what we want to do is go into the shadow, And I want to go ahead and remove their, not sure why that kept it there, but there we go. Let me make sure that didn't change anything. Okay. Just close this one out. Okay, so when I come back into the people, what I want to do is I want to go ahead and if I notice here, the end part of them is the head. Okay, so I want to go ahead and remove. You can remove some of the head this way with the elliptical marquee and just delete them and save. That's typically a one-time thing that you got. The other way to do it is go back, remove that ellipse tool, and to go ahead and put the fill at nothing. And instead of giving it a color overlay, we first want to copy the color is this, and we want to do a gradient overlay instead. So here's your gradient, and remember the head is the transparent part. The feet are the solid part. So the way we do that is we make the entire thing blue here. I'll take that, copy that over, move it over, drop that out. So now we just got a blue and blue. It's all blue, all good. Now for the head, we want the opacity to go to nothing. So now we've got our gradation. We've got to move it a little bit over, move this a little bit over. Okay, okay, save it. Now when we go back to it, voila. You got your shadow and you can manipulate the shadow at that time. So now you can create realistic shadows. You can go ahead and manipulate it still through and still enlarge it. It's still a smart object. So you can enlarge it or reduce it and it still doesn't mess up the fuzziness either. And the last thing you want to do is maybe put a hard light on it. Hard light, look what it does. See, it allows that line to come through here. So it makes it a lot more realistic. Now, did anybody not follow this? Because I want to make sure that I have this very clear for you guys. So this is how we make realistic shadows and how we, put the people in the scenes. So for most people, just create the path, put it in there, copy paste or make a mask, load the selection, bring it in, reduce the size, and then you've got the shadow here. And I mean, I can put as many people as I want to now. I mean, I'll just, I don't know, I can put them in a group. People shadow, people 1. I can duplicate this all day long. And I can put these guys behind here. Kind of giant. Edit, transform, flip horizontal. Transform, make it smaller. And if I go back and I actually change them, the people, I mean, remember I didn't duplicate it via copy. I just made them that way. So if I affect the one, I affect them all. So if they all say, well, I want them all to have brown pants or black pants, I can do that by just recoloring the pants and saving it. You would leave more of the heads? Okay, yeah, that's fine. I was actually, you bring up a good point, but all I was just trying to do is show the effectiveness of it. But I will definitely go ahead and do that because that's very true. And there you go. You got some of the head here and some of the head here. I can even do it more now that I'm thinking about it, because I just don't want to have that. And maybe we'll just change the opacities to give them a little bit, but bring it out like this so that we have some head stuff going on. Save it out. And now go back to these guys. So see, there we go. That's probably, actually, that's even better. Yep, I agree. That's definitely better. So that's how you create realistic shadows and manipulate them and kind of make them all day long, is by doing it that way. And it works very effectively. So we know how to make the shadows, and well, let me just, before I move on, does anybody have any questions at this point? Okay, awesome. Let's move on to our next piece of agenda here. We're in the final hour, so we're going to do the graphical automation and the Q&A all in 1 hour, which is not that big of a deal. I think I can really get through automation quickly. So let's just get straight on to it. In fact, this shouldn't take too long at all, now that I think about it. All right, let me get out of this. Okay, so the next thing we have to do, graphical automation, we have 2 folders, animation output folder and animation source. What we're seeing here is an animation, and I'm kind of just going through this. You can kind of see what I mean. So it's going to pan, it's going to keep going, and so it's just, a standard animation, 3D animation that we have, that we did for a client recently. So what we want to do is we want to change it to a sepia tone, something simple. But we don't want to do that for 180 frames. These are 30 frames a second, and so that is a 6-second animation. At 30 frames a second, that's 180 frames. So as you can see in the film industry, and just, in anything that deals with animation, you really need to have the solution set that can multiply, do things many, many times over. So you need to run a script that makes that work. The good news is you don't have to really know any programming to make that happen. So we're going to go ahead and do this. How I do this is like this. I open up the first frame. So let me go to my mini bridge, and I will go to let's go to day 2 and go to graphical automation, animation source. I'm going to open up the first one. Now, I open this up, and I believe out of your presets, if I'm not mistaken, there was a sepia tone, sepia right here. Whoa, there was sepia right there. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. These are adjustments. I actually didn't mean to do that. It was actions. So what you want to do is we want to learn more about actions. So window, actions. Okay. And just for the sake of making this easy, I'm going to put the actions right here. Now all I did was I just dragged this over to here, and I did my thing. So there should be one here for sepia toning for you. If there's not, let me know, but this should be a standard thing for Photoshop. So this is what it does. Before I move on, I want to just show you what it does. I'm going to play it. What an action is that it literally will record step by step what you do, and oh, you'll see right here. So it makes it a sepia tone. So these are all the steps to make a sepia tone. So you play it. I'm just going to cancel out of this. That's how a sepia tone is made. Okay? They went through all the steps. and then that's it. Now, we want to be able to take that same idea and we want to be able to batch render this out. So how do we do that? Well, there's a couple things that we have to do. And I'm not sure if yours has this save and close option available to it. I'm going to assume that it does not. Close, saving, no. Okay. So I think this is what it's supposed to look like here for everybody. Okay. Let me go to my history, go back to what it was at. All right, so what we need to do is, in order to make a function work, you usually have to, over and over and over again, is that you have to assign a save and a close. Otherwise, as you go through each of these frames, it's going to ask you, do you want to save it here? Do you want to close it? Do you want to save it, close it? You have to do that 180 times. I don't know about you, but I am not doing that. So this is how you'd fix that. Press this little record button. You record. You go, it doesn't matter what step it's under, so you go File, Save As, and you want to save it to the animation output area. And you want to save it here. Same name, save everything. And just make it 7 for the quality. Okay? It saved it, and look, it recorded it. Now we want to close it. So File, Close. Okay. When it's done having that, you stop it. Okay? And so now you have a completion. It does what it says it's going to do. It's going to save it and it's going to close. Now, we're going to try to batch it. Sometimes this works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you have to tweak it, but we'll get through it no problem. So let's go ahead and go under Automate, Batch. Now when we're here, it's going to ask you, which action do you want to pick? We pick sepia toning. See, sepia toning. Set it from the default actions. You can actually make a whole new set of actions, like a whole folder of them. I mean, you can go crazy with it. In fact, remember that one lesson we did where it really changed the sky? It was the lighthouse we went through. You could literally, if you had an animation, take that same information, every step, record all that, and then do it frame by frame. And although that's probably what they don't do in Hollywood, because they have major video editing suites that does that for them, this is one way that you can pull this off, is literally going frame by frame and modifying it this way. It's the same concept. So you want to choose as your source folder, you want to choose that automation source folder. So it's saying that everything in this source folder this will happen to. We are going to batch everything in this folder. You press OK. And for your destination folder, you want to choose the automation output folder. Now, if there is a save as command for whatever reason, you want to override that and just let it fly through. Also note for the source folder, if it has subfolders in it, for example, if we had 6 different sets of animations and I had subfolders for each set of animation, that's no problem. If you include all subfolders, it'll batch render out the exact same thing and put it in the folders, just like that. So you don't have to worry about that stuff, which is very cool. And then lastly, the file naming is it has to give it a name and an extension. The extension is like .gif, .jpeg, .whatever. You've already told it what it's going to be by doing the save and close. We told it it's going to be a JPEG, and you're going to close it. So it'll have the same document name and same extension. So now once you've done that, it should work by pressing OK. Let's see. So the command feather is currently not available. Why? Okay. See, this is the kind of stuff that happens. I don't know what's going on. See, why is it working on vignette? I must have chosen that one. Okay, hold on. File, automate, batch. Yeah, it's chose vignette. I don't know why it did, but we want sepia toning. Sepia toning, same folder, override save as. Look what it's doing. And it's going through all of them very quickly. Now you know it's working when it does this. See automation source? Go to your graphical automation, look at the output. See? It's making them right now. And if I can double click to see what the sepia tone looks like, well, actually you can see the thumbnails here, so that's totally fine. So we'll let this run through. It won't take long at all, but you see how quick it is. It's going through each frame of that, and imagine you doing this on your own. How long that would take, how tedious that would take. And it does it all itself. And it's getting pretty close to finishing. Now, are you guys trying this out? If you are, let me know, and let me know how it's working out for you. So as it's going through each of the frame, it's saying, okay, here are the steps I'm going to do. I overrode the save property, so it literally just saves it out, and it batches it right out to that output. And this is also a great way I've used to like crop images too. Like let's say I have a batch of images that I know that it's got, you know, too big of a height or whatever. I can tell every image in that area to crop itself to something, save it out, and spit it out. I mean, the possibilities are limitless. If you need a solution that resizes everything in multiple frames or multiple stills or multiple files, whatever you call it, batch rendering does the job, and it does it very, very well. So I think it's almost done here. And this is kind of one of those things that, I mean, if you have a big enough, too many images enough, you can set this up before you go off to lunch. Set it up, come back, it's all done. So it works great. But it's been about, what now, maybe 2 minutes? So if we had to do this alone, it would take us much, much longer. Does anybody have any questions on this? Okay. Well, I'm glad it's working out. Okay, it's done. Yeah, well, well, it's a good thing you know it now. But, you know, hey, you know, it's all right, so let's just take a look at her. So we have a sepia toned scene. How lovely. And it went through all the frames, everything was cleared out, everything was all good. And that's the beauty of scripts. They can do a lot of stuff for you. So That's it backwards. Okay. And if we take a look here, the animation output, 180 frames. So there's your source and your output. So it's the same thing. And it's a good way to, we do batch renders for like many files. Like for example, if we have a lot of high-res files, for example, that need to go, that are going from print to web, you know, like we say that we want to show our catalog of X. Well, what we do is we do a batch render and we save it out with the right like JPEG compression and resize them. Like we'll say, you know, we have this huge image that's, you know, 2,000 pixels wide. We need to make it 640 by 480, and we're making a gallery out of it. Well, you take the entire batch of those large files and you say that everything that's coming out here, the width of everything is 640 pixels. So what it does is that it takes all the files that are big and makes them all small. It compresses it to the size that you want, and you're as good as gold. So something that would take, I mean, it, you know, without it, it could take you an hour or two. You know, going, you know, image resize this, you know, do this, do that. You can just run a script and have it do itself, and you might need to modify a few of them, but that's why you put it off into a different folder so that you can manually do those later. So who cares if you get a few that's, you know, a little bit messed up? It doesn't matter because you can always go back and change it out. So it's a very effective tool, and I don't know. I learned a couple years ago, and I still use it. You know, I'm not all the time, but I use it enough to remember, and to it just saves my butt in many ways. So, can you guys think of anything that you'd want to see it change out to? I mean, is there anything that you're curious about to see if it would batch render correctly? I know I'm kind of hitting you on the spot with it, but there are some limitations to it. You know, for example, if you make an alpha channel with something and you're recording all that and put that in together, you can't save that out as a JPEG unless you delete the alpha channel. So you got to remember to do that. So if you're stuck in saying, well, I can't save it out like that, then you're like, what do I have to do? Well, you have to make sure it's converted that way. Okay, image size. All right, so are you saying with image size, are you saying that you want to go from something large to something small? Do you want to have something change the widths, distort it? I don't know. Making the image smaller. Okay. So the issue that would be here is it's not hard to make, like, for example, these images that I have here. The animation source, because these are all 640 by 480. So I can just reduce the size, spit it out, and I'm done. The problem that you have is that when you have stuff of different sizes. So is that what you're referring to, or are you referring to just this size? I mean, this will be a 2-second thing for me to do for you. If you want me to do this, or I can find something that's got variable sizes. Which would you prefer? Just make, okay, you got it. No problem. Let me take off the, let me get rid of all those sepia toned ones. And go to the source stuff. So we've got the source. They're all 640 by 480. So here's what we'll do. Hold on. Go into Photoshop. I'm going to create a new one. Now get off that, where I'm going to bring it in. So I'm going to start recording right now. And then I'm going to go File, Open. It's going to open up into the source. So I'm telling it to open it up in here. Oh, shoot. Actually, I didn't make a new one. I'm sorry. That might screw things up. Yep. Sorry, I just made a mistake. What you have to do is you have to actually make a new action. So here, new action, and call it image reduction 320. I'll make it 320 width, okay? And I'll put in the default actions. You can actually assign a function key to it too, which is kind of crazy. So you hit a button and it just does it. You know, you don't have to actually click on anything. You hit a button and it does it. So, all right. So let me turn it off right now. Close this off real quick. In fact, if you look at sepia tone, you really don't have, if you automate or batch this stuff, you don't even have to use the file open. So we could actually, let me just go ahead and do that so you can show you that you don't even need to do that anymore. That used to be mandatory, that you had to do a file open and told it where to go and all that stuff. But now you don't. So we'll record it. We'll go into image size, 320. Okay, hold on. No. Image size, constrained proportions. Now we can do 320. Okay, there's a resize. I'll even throw a filter in there. Filter, I'll smart sharpen it. Okay. And file, save as, put it into the output, save it, compression, done. And then close it, stop it. So all I have to do is go File, Automate, Batch, Default Actions, not the vignette. We want to do Image Reduction 320. The folder we choose is from the source. The folder we choose as the output is the output. Override the Save As, document name extension. Good to go. So I'll let this run for just a couple more frames, but I'll show you how it's working out. As you can see, it's doing its thing. So if I want to get out of this, I'll do a few more frames. Actually, I'll let it go to 30. That'll be 1 second. Escape, and I'll stop it, close it. Now, when you're first doing this, one thing I do suggest you to do is make sure that you have a separate source folder that you create. So like you create, so in order to make a source file and a batch file, that's fine, but have a backup of your source file just in case if for some reason you overwrite your own files. Talk about a nightmare. Now your source files are all messed up. You can't probably go back to it. So you want to make a duplicate of that just in case any problems arises, especially when you begin this stuff. Okay, so if we look at the master, see? So there you go. Easy peasy. No problem. Anybody else? This is kind of fun. I get to redo all kinds of stuff and set automation scripts. It's cool because, again, with Photoshop, once you know the tools, the possibility is pretty much endless. And what's amazing is they still come up with improvements. You wonder, I keep wondering, like, what else can these guys do? And they keep doing stuff. They improve it. Every version gets better, except for some stuff. Like that 3D stuff, I'm just not a big fan of right now. It's very clunky. Okay, so that's it for those. Any other questions for the action script stuff? Okay, the only other thing I really want to get into, and wasn't going to take long at all, open up Bridge, open up this image, is just optimization, just to show files saved for web and devices. Just to show you, I mean, this is your typical thing that shows you where like the original optimized and like the original versus the I believe the optimized. So if I scroll these up and down, This is where you adjust all of your and optimize all your graphics. So we can take a look here and see if, if we build the quality up to like nothing, you're going to see quite a difference. I know, well, it's probably hard for you guys to see, but let me just draw it down to something horrible. Like 0. I don't know if you can see it, but there's some really nasty stuff going on in this scene. Like it's really rough seeing the woodwork and stuff like that. But regardless, we went from a 900K image to a 13K image. Obviously, to make something look good, I typically suggest a quality around 70 to be sufficient. One of the big problems, and actually Photoshop does a pretty good job at it, is reds. For some reason with JPEG compression, it's never good with reds and with other compression programs, but it seems like Photoshop is getting better and better at every version with managing reds for compression. Embed color profile. Again, I suggest taking Jeff's color management class if you're interested in that. But that is something that we don't really cover. What that is again taking your stuff so it looks like it's good in print. So whatever you got on the screen to make it finalized, to make it work. What else? The difference between JPEG and GIF. This should tell you a lot. Okay. So GIF uses 128 colors. You can set the amount of colors it is, but here's the idea. See, so GIF actually isn't a compressor. It's a color limiter. So what it does is it limits it to so many colors in a scene. So your file can be reduced in size from 900K to 62 in this example by limiting the amount of colors in the scene. Now, I'm actually surprised we're getting away with 128, but you can see some halo effects here that are going with this scene up at the light. It's kind of like, not a halo, it's kind of like the gradation isn't as good. So GIF is not really made good for pictures. It's great for logos, it's great for text and all that stuff. Okay, so what's the best way of creating or fixing lighting in post-production of ArcViz or Max renderings? Might be, actually, the entire class I just showed you was pretty much answers that question. You can adjust everything. I mean, your blending options, all that stuff. I mean, everything that I taught you is how you fix, how you add, how you modify, how you do everything in ArcViz. Now, when it comes to animations, there's two possibilities of doing that. The one way is like I was showing you here with batch rendering. You can batch render stuff out to whatever your heart's content is, but that's a little slow, and that's only if something that you know is going to work like that. The problem is that when the client comes up to you and says, oh, that looks good, but can you change it to that? Well, now you got to batch render out the whole thing again. Whereas if you're in a video editing program, that does the fixes for you. So you've got to be able to say, okay, let's bring this in Adobe After Effects, and Adobe After Effects is basically like Photoshop only with animation. It's very good with showing different effects and color ranges and doing all that stuff. I know how to use that program. I mean, not like I do with Photoshop, nowhere near, but I can tell you for sure that I can do so many great effects and color manipulation and everything right on the fly with After Effects. So those two ways should help you out tremendously when you're dealing with ArcViz stuff. So kind of getting back with this, optimization, like I said, GIFs are made more for text and logos. Even if you have less or more dithering, it doesn't matter. I'm just showing you like the dithering here. Look, I increase the dithering, it increases the file size dramatically. But the dithering does help out with this banding issue. So the point is that GIFs weren't made to do images. PNGs, yeah, PNGs were not made really to do images either. They were made to do transparent backgrounds. So like if you wanted, like that car I have, I showed you earlier on, if you want to just send that out just as a car with a clear background, so like if you're in Photoshop, let me just go and show you. if I bring in that car, actually let's go to day 1 on that, and I'm going to show you those other cars, the smart objects. So let's say I want to take okay, I want to take this, I'll crop it, File, Save for Web and Devices. Okay, that's the original, updated one. The preset is going to be, look, if it was a JPEG, see, it has to use the white background because it has to. So you want to pick, you can try PNG 8, but you're going to see there's this white kind of outline because it's using a white mat. You can put it as none, but the problem is the line is really crisp here. That's a problem. So what you want to do is you want to make it a PNG 24, even though it increases the size. Look at that. It went from 45 to 129. But the gradation that you get in the shadows here are fantastic. And sometimes it's worth doing it. It really is. And so you can turn transparency on or off, interlacing on or off, which you don't have to worry about that too much. And then if you saved it, and we'll call this transparent car, I'm going to go into, maybe I can just show you on the desktop. Well, no, not sure if it will allow me to, so I've got to go into my Photoshop stuff. Recent items. Let's just go into, let's go into automation output, just so I can put it somewhere. Okay, so I put it in there. I'm going to close this because I don't want that. Let's go to automation output. And again, you don't have to do this. I'm just showing you this as an example. So this is a PNG. See? Transparent. So it works very good for web-based images and all kinds of stuff out there. Okay. Anything else on that? Let's see, File, Save for Web and Devices. Nope, you know the major difference. Don't deal with WBMP. I don't even get it. I don't even need to. It's something I don't ever use, and I'm sure it's a newer thing, but you don't have to really worry about it. Let me show you the other file formats. Other file formats out there, Photoshop we know, large document format. So like if you're making huge files for like billboards and stuff like that, you have to use a PSB because a PSB works in good environments like that. It's its own file format and it's much more efficient. BMP or bitmap, you'll see a few of those around. It's highly inefficient, old technology, and it's not worth doing. Very few programs require BMPs. GIF, you know. DCOM, I never use. EPS. EPS is only good if you want to go back and forth between Illustrator and Photoshop. DCS, I never use. DCS2, I never use. IFF, that's, I think, for photography, but I can't remember. JPEG, you know. Don't use JPEG 2000. That's an old version. PCX, that isn't a PIC, is it? I don't know what PCX is. PDF, you can actually make your stuff out into PDFs for, you know, Adobe to read, for Adobe Reader and stuff like that. So, I mean, I don't know what you want to do with an image, making it part of that, but hey, whatever floats your boat. Photoshop RAW. RAW is like that file format for cameras and stuff. If you put stuff in RAW, there are ways now that you can remove the grain off of it in CS5, but from what I hear, you always start in RAW. You don't want to end in RAW because of file size and some other stuff. So, you know, again, if you're really hopped up on getting rid of noise in your scenes, you might want to check out those online tutorials. Take your images, the online tutorials, the ones that Photoshop has, the ones I sent you. look at one of those videos and convert your thing to RAW and then image adjust it there, and I'm thinking that would work. Again, I've never really done it because I've never used RAW for anything. Pixar, never used it. I'm wondering if it's a format for RenderMan's, for Pixar's RenderMan. I don't know. PNG, you know. Portable Bitman or Bitmap. Never used it. Citex is an old file format that's really not used that much. Targa files. Targa files are good for. I thought they were good for, as we tried to hold. I think they hold alpha channels. I thought, but I think we tried that earlier on. It didn't. So I don't really use Targa too much, but I do know that TIFF did. So people will send stuff back and forth in TIFF, and TIFF is excellent for color. From what designers have told me, graphics designers have told me, TIFF is good for dealing with CMYK images to send back and forth between that and the printer. I guess the printer understands TIFF better than JPEG. However, out of personal experience, I still find that JPEG does a great job. It's easy to preview for everybody, and it's a great file format to travel around, even at higher size, sending off to a printer. Printers say that, yeah, but there's some problems with that, like, you know, I don't know, like it's got some sort of compression problem in the final output. I think that's a bunch of bunk. I've sent out so much stuff and it's looked great, and we've used JPEGs and it's been work fine. So again, under your discretion and under the discretion of the people you're sending the files to. But that's a rundown of file formats and automation. So I guess we're going to end here with the any questions? The good old Q&A that we have. Can you believe it, guys? It's almost that time. My goodness, everything flew by. Would you use Photoshop to fix your raw pictures from your camera photos, or use a different program? Yeah, of course. I would totally use the raw pictures from your camera. In fact, it's good for the raw pictures to start with that, and then if you want to send it out as a JPEG or whatever, totally fine. That's why the raw file format's there, is to import that just fine. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, remember we talked about that. Now this is theoretical, but that new. Hold on, I have to look in here what's new in CS5. It was under. I don't know if it was under HDR toning, but I thought it was under lens correction. Yeah, it was under lens correction, where you could choose a camera make and model type, so you can bring that in based upon the type of camera you have, and I'm sure that that has something to do with the raw file format to help out too. So you can give that a shot. Yeah, I never use Lightroom. I don't again, I don't see a need for it. I got Bridge, I got Photoshop, I'm happy. They had another thing called Adobe Image Ready, and it came equipped with the program. They tried to make that fly. I didn't need it, and it moved on. Saved me some money. So, I mean, they try to put in new stuff, but the point is, they've got a program here that's just so advanced that it's really hard to just, buy into the other stuff. So, if I'm doing photo manipulation, Photoshop is my key program to use. The only other program I can think of that I do for optimization is this old program that I use, and I'll show you here. It's called LView. LView is good at batch renderings. Like I'll do, I'll select some files and I can batch convert them, and it's really easy for me to do it. And it does sometimes a better compression than Photoshop, but boy, that's starting to not be true at all. I mean, it's just it's barely getting beyond. So I mean, I'm almost even gonna just go back into batching stuff in Photoshop, because it's much more flexible. There's not a lot of times where you just have to batch render to optimize stuff. There's a lot of times where you've got to do, I got to fix this, resize that, all this stuff, and it can all be done in one program. So why should I go out somewhere else? So What other questions? This is the time to ask any question that we've reviewed for the last 2 days. Anything you're unclear of, you've got my full undivided attention. By the way, with the Lightroom comment, I think Adobe was trying to sell that at 30% off if you bought the one of the packages, like the Web Premium or whatever. I just bought Web Premium, and it was like 30% off Lightroom. I'm like, that's great. I don't really need it, but that's great to know. Anybody else have any questions? I hope you're not too burned out. For the SGP picture, how did you paint the white squares on the black? I'm guessing you're saying black picture. Okay, so let's go back into that. Let me delete this. Day 2. So we're here, and the way we did it, hold on, I'm going to go to my own, go to Essentials, and the way that was done was, remember, we're going to assume that you already made that brush. So what we had to do was we had to select the building. So I'll go back to it again. And again, I'm just going to do this really quick for you. If I can find, there we go, magic one. Select that, select it. I'm going to take the copy and paste. So now I just got it itself. And then I go ahead and go to, I believe, create an all black layer. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to go step by step with you here. So remember, all I did was, right now I just have that. Okay, I copied the I selected the mask, copied it from the background, put it in here, and now we're just dealing with the building itself. So now we're going to make that black layer. If I can find the fill. Okay. I'm going to put that down here from what I can remember. So we have these two items here. I'm going to duplicate this layer. I'm going to call that guide. Make guide 10%. And call this the source layer. And then, so if we just have guide open, we can kind of barely see it, but it's there. It's definitely there. It's your guide to show you. All right, so we have the source. And what we want to do is, with the source, it was under, I believe we go layer. Layer mask, hide all. Let me see if that's what works. Okay, so we have that there. We pick our brush. Remember, our brush needs to be white. And then we get our paintbrush. And again, assuming that you got that paintbrush, that square one down here, we should here be able to draw it. Now, I don't know why, but again, for some reason, my brush decided to not have scattering on and the shape dynamics on. And spacing was a bunch. So there you go. So did you get all those steps, or do you want me to kind of slowly go back? Okay. So you got it? Awesome. Great, great, great. That should be a lot of fun for you. You're going to impress a few people with that. Not many people know that. When it comes to brushes, usually people who are in Photoshop that do a lot of image manipulation with the, I don't know, with the photo retouching and stuff like that, or just are people who are in digital art itself, they're the ones who kind of know how to do that stuff. But in the general public, no way. That's definitely an advanced feature for them. All right, guys, come on. Let's bring them on. What else do we want to know? Can you flag images? Can you be more specific? Select your favorite images. I believe that was part of Bridge. In Mini Bridge. So that's more of a mini bridge question, or actually a bridge question. See how they have their favorites here? I don't think I could do it in mini bridge, but let's see. Let me see if I can. These are showing them. See, I would think you need to select the specific one. There is ways to do this. Let me actually just open up Bridge. So let's say, look at that CS layout. See if I can right click and do it. You can label them. Here's another thing. Label them, select second approved, review, and to do. So you can make things certain ones to do items. So that's kind of cool. You can move them. Open them in Camera Raw. Interesting. I've never done some of these things. I haven't done yet, really. But I know there's a way to star these things. And it's good for me to know too, so let's take a look. Well, I would think that all this metadata here, you'd think that they would have it there. They definitely do. I know that because it even said that they have this favorites with, oh, here we go, the star. Well, no, let's show one or more stars. That's crazy. How is it not? Add to favorites? There you go. I guess that's a favorite now. So let's see if they show favorites. There you go. Favorites. Right there. So that's how you make a favorite. So if you go into Bridge, you select the item you want, and for some reason it just escaped my mind how to do it. Not label. It was just, I thought it was. Copy export. Oh, there we go. Because it says remove from favorites. So you can add it and remove it from favorites. So if I've got this, I can add to favorites. There we go. And remove it. So sort. How exactly do you want to sort this stuff? I mean, I already have the way I have my folders kind of made. So Are you saying that inside of a, like if we have a bunch of files, like look, I'll do day 2, and here I'll just, there we go, we've got these, and we could probably sort this out here. Sort by file name. There we go. Type, date created, launch, all that stuff. Even by color profile. No, I found that by, see, here's the thing, is that if you've got to name a certain favorite, you've got to be able to right-click on it and then add it as a favorite. But if you wanted to probably do it to a folder, I bet it's the same thing. There you go, add to favorite. So you can add a folder to a favorite, you can add a file to a favorite. Just right-click on it and add as a favorite. So, and then you can sort them all out here by type, file name, all that stuff. Open recent file, open new file. Okay. Yep. Yeah, no problem. Glad I can help. I know it can be a pain to search for stuff and get stuff. So, and let's see, like for searching, let's see, we'll have it search for something here about the day 2 stuff. It'll open master 1. Okay, so I want to do is search for master. Let's see how well it does. There you go. So you can find it really easy. You can also go to the top menu and label. Oh, okay. There we go. No rating, give it the starred ratings. Yeah, because you can be able to state it by how important it is. Like if it's, your best stuff, you give it a certain star rating in that. Yeah. So that's cool. So yeah, Bridge is a pretty sweet program. I see that being around for a while. That metadata stuff though is kind of crazy. I mean, look at all that stuff you can do. I can imagine having, somebody's job out there is to actually put in all that stuff. That's nuts. And catalog stuff that all day. I'm so glad I have the job I have. Yeah, it is. It is. It really is, because you can quickly say that, yeah, you want my best work, here it is. You want work that's of this past year, it's like this. You can assign and sort like that. That's always good, especially if you like to keep your files wherever you want to, but sort them by importance or whatever. It is very good to know. So, all right, guys. Any other questions that we can? You're welcome. Any other questions that I could be able to help you guys out with? I'm glad you liked it. Just so you know, we'll have a survey that's going to be coming out in the next week or two. I would appreciate if you could fill that out and let me know what your thoughts were. Obviously, if there are certain things that you think are improvement, please do, and I'll make sure to add that onto my list next time I go to teach. But if everything's cool, that's even better. And I'm glad that you guys got your money's worth out of it, and maybe even more. And I really appreciate you guys just getting in this class, because really, it was really a lot of fun being able to teach it to you. So, more handouts? Well, okay, so it depends. Here's the problem. The internet marketing class that were you part of? For other sites that you recommend? Well, I guess it depends. If you're talking, are you talking specifically about the Photoshop class or about the internet marketing one? Because the internet marketing one was all about sites. Photoshop? Yeah. We mean for like different tutorials and things like that? Okay. The funny thing about the way it works, there's really two main ones that I've gone off to. One is that Photoshop link I sent you guys off to. The other one is, well, there's three of them, that the tutorial, you really can get some great tutorials here. That Photoshop, what is it? The Photoshop Creative Collection. Creative Collection. Let's say Volume 6, whatever. Yeah, .co.uk. So they've got a lot of great tips and tricks, and these are volumes that you can buy them at. Like here's the one that I have. It's awesome. And I used a few examples from it, images and ideas. Wasn't that expensive. And they even include a CD. So seriously awesome. So that's one of them. That would be good. Other ones that let's see, that tv.adobe.com. That feature tour right there that I sent you guys the link off to. Oh, and by the way, I'll send this off to you guys here too. Here you go. If you want that link, send to all. I advise you to copy it before I close the class, because once I close the class, you can't copy that anymore. But it's photoshopcreative.co.uk/bookazines.php. What else? You know, YouTube is a great resource. I'll tell you. I mean, I found some good stuff through there. But I'd say the combination of going through the Adobe's tutorials, which they've definitely ramped that up on help. Their community forums are good, and going to you know, like getting actual things to read, like this one here, this Photoshop Creative magazines, or these image editors there are fantastic. And besides that, you know, that's about it. So I'm sure that your guys' head is very much swimming. But you know, thanks for sticking around, and I'm glad that you guys are loving this stuff. And you know, have a great Labor Day weekend if you live here in the United States. If you're everywhere else, just, you know, have fun, have a good weekend, have a good rest of Saturday and Sunday. I guarantee you, after going through these classes, I think going outside is just, you know, if it's a sunny day, it's that much sunnier because you're locked in all day. So, guys, listen, thank you so much for attending. I appreciate it. And you know, if you got any questions, email me. I think we'll have that info. If you don't, I think you have that information already from me. But I think that's about it. So again, thank you, and you know, I wish you the best of luck in the future with Photoshop. And you know, drop me a line if you got any issues going on. Okay. All righty. Thank you.